You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. Until it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
Most of what I wanna know is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun, or even made fun of me. so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere, so meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me. September 3rd and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah.
summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day.
Okay, ladies, gentlemen, and in-between folk. My name's Cole. Welcome to the broadcast. You were just listening to a couple of tunes by myself, and I hope you enjoyed those. We're gonna be playing some Hades, 'cause they ain'ties. And we're gonna be listening to some Destiny, debating with Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald.
$2,000 if Gore refused to certify the vote because he didn't like what was happening in Florida?
A lot of Democrats did
Can
want
you
them to
answer
do
that question? Glenn, answer the question.
Yeah, and I would have actually. Yes, a lot of Democrats were angry about that.
I'm not asking if a lot of I'm asking you would be okay personally if he refused to certify the vote.
I think there were two.
You won't answer the question. What would have happened if Pence would have thrown out the vote?
No, that's a hypothetical. Trump wanted a 10-day investigation.
No, but
I don't care
he
what Trump
also wanted Pence to throw out the
Yeah, what would have happened? What would you have
Him
called
and Eastman
that?
were pushing for that.
Yeah, what would we have called that? Can I get a name for that? If you don't want to call it a coup or an insurrection, what would you call that?
Well, I'd call it taking Trump off the ballot and saying we can't vote for him.
I know you won't answer because you probably know he's guilty. That's fine. What about
I
you
know
or
he's
Glenn?
guilty.
Glenn, what would you call it if the president was able to entrench his power by asking his vice president to throw out the vote unilaterally, which is what he was trying to do? Do you want to deny the facts? Do you want to deny that it's a coup? What part?
A coup.
Why didn't he call them off immediately if he thought it didn't make him look good?
It was happening while he was giving a speech.
Wrong. The reason why he didn't call them off is because him, Giuliani, and Eastman were making phone calls to other senators and congressmen asking them to decertify the electoral vote.
No.
You were there, but you weren't. Do you acknowledge that happened, or do you not acknowledge it?
We're talking about the crowd.
I don't care about the crowd. I'm saying that as the riot was raging on and he was sitting there sipping his Diet Coke, if this really made him and his followers look bad, why didn't Donald Trump make a video immediately?
I'm about to do it because I can talk over you really easy.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're doing it.
I look forward to you dodging the question again. Go ahead.
You're doing it. You're doing it.
No, you.
So, you.
No, you.
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 Both of you. Keep doing it.
Jump into it. I want to introduce our panel of incredible people, as I said earlier, and I'm going to start from the end and give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves. We have Ed Krasenstein.
Yeah, how's it going? I'm Ed Krasenstein. You know me on X at Ed Krasen, also the twin brother of Brian.
Thanks for pointing out that it's Krasenstein, not Krasenstein.
Well, it can actually be either. You can do Krasenstein or Krasenstein, and I really don't care what you use. So.
It's Frankenstein, not Stein.
Not Frankenstein. But
Let's. That was Alex Jones, if you didn't know. We also have Brian Krasenstein.
Hey, Ian. It's great to be here. I'm Brian Krasenstein, known as Krasenstein on X. Ed's slightly better looking and more intelligent twin brother.
And modest as well. Probably the most modest of the Krasensteins. Next to Brian, we have Stephen Bonnell, known as Destiny. What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up? You know me on YouTube at Destiny. My real life name is Steven, and I scream and shout at people on the internet for a living.
Next to this dude, we got Alex Jones. Alex, explain yourself.
Well, I don't think I probably needed much of an introduction, but I mean, I was there on January 6th, and I saw what happened. And so it's a very important discussion we're about to have tonight. I'm glad everybody came. We need to have more of this, not just left and right, but just different groups of people debating and discussing. I'm really glad that Zero Hedge and their great subscription service, people supporting it, is financing this. And so you're going to see a lot more of this with people supporting Zero Hedge. And so I'm just honored to be here with you guys in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Zero Hedge. Great company. Great people, too. Really great people involved with the company. And to your left, my right, Darren Beatty. What's happening, man?
Great to be here. Thank you. I'm Darren Beatty. I run a news site called Revolver.news, which is reported extensively on January 6th. And you can also see me on X at Darren J. Beatty.
And you're a Trump advisor and speechwriter.
Yes.
And a former professor. And you helped quarterback a lot of the groundbreaking stuff that Tucker Carlson put up.
Indeed.
So I'll sing your praises since you.
Thank you.
And we also have coming in remote live, Glenn Greenwald from your studio in Brazil. What's happening, Glenn?
Hey everybody, Glenn Greenwald. I'm a journalist. I'm the host of System Update on Rumble. I had planned to be there in person. A little logistical problems intervened, and I wish I could be, but I'm really looking forward to participating. And I just want to echo Alex. I think what Zero Hedge is doing is so important, organizing these kind of substantive structured debates among people who obviously disagree pretty strongly on things, and yet nonetheless can have what I hope will be a civil and spirited debate, what I expect it will be. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I appreciate being asked.
Yes, that is my job, is to make sure that it maintains civility, structure, organization, and that we don't talk over each other, that we end up listening to each other. The real value of humanity, one of the most powerful tools we have, is communication. So I think tonight's going to be an exemplary example of that.
Yep.
Let's go for this. The first question I got for you guys, and this is really for the entire panel, and anyone that wants to start it off, maybe we can start with you, Ed, since just because you're on the end and we can move around, is January 6, 2021. Was it an insurrection? And before you answer, I want to read this. This is actually what it's called 18 U.S. Code 2383, rebellion or insurrection.
Yeah, let me do an overhead shot. This is right out of Cornell Law here.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to start reading this. This is according to the U.S. Code. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. It technically doesn't define insurrection. It's the code talking about what an insurrection is. Of course, they use the word insurrection in the actual code itself. But what do you think? Do you guys think it was an insurrection?
So I personally believe it was an insurrection. And I base that on the fact that 20 court decisions called it an insurrection. And the fact that there was a bill passed in the Senate that called them a mob of insurrectionists. I think the bill passed, or it was in the House of Representatives, 406 to 21. That was a statute to award the police officers medals. And it referred to these individuals as insurrectionists. So, I mean, I think the term can be subjective. I think, people can say nobody was charged with violating Section 2383 of Title 18, which is insurrection and rebellion statute. And nobody was, right? But I don't think that defines whether the event was an insurrection. When I say insurrection, I don't mean everybody there was partaking in insurrection. There are people who were peaceful. The people who walked into the Capitol and did nothing, I don't think that they were insurrectionists. I think they violated the law, but I don't think they were partaking in insurrection. I do think that Proud Boys were partaking in insurrection. I think you could say Donald Trump incited the insurrection. I do.
Destiny, what do you think, man?
I would say the plot from start to finish is quite obviously an insurrection. The only way to get around that is to either justify an insurrection, which is what most conservatives do, they don't realize it, or to deny that an insurrection could ever happen, or if you're not aware of all the facts of what happened. I think that Donald Trump and his cronies had a very coherent plan that they tried to enact from start to finish, starting with false claims of voter fraud, leading to false slates of electors that filed themselves as state electors under perjury, which is what they did, up to the violence that happened on the day of the certification of the vote, where Donald Trump and his friends continued to try to delay the peaceful transfer of power by contravening the certification of the Electoral College vote.
And what I want to make sure that we don't force this into
All right,
like
let's
what they
get
wanna
started.
Call a debate where you got to be be called on or anything. So if any of you guys, Glenn, you as well, man, if any of you guys want to jump in.
Yeah, two of them just went. I want Glenn to go, but I just want to say something here. I was there, and I was investigated and subpoenaed by the Justice Department in at least 5 criminal investigations, and I was forced to testify in front of the Jan 6 committee, which they've now been destroying their records because the records show the opposite of what they said. Trump and all of us had a stage rented by the Supreme Court. He was supposed to have another rally there. We showed up. Before Trump ever finished his speech, people were getting tear gas and hit by bullets, and there were a bunch of provocateurs leading an attack against the police, and they broke through. And then this 1 million+ people then got blamed as insurrectionists, and Biden gave a big speech yesterday saying they're all terrorists. So by that extension, Kamala Harris, as the VP candidate, was bailing people out of jail that burned down police stations and firebombed federal buildings. And the idea of Biden's speech yesterday, making his whole campaign about January 6th, saying political violence is never good, the Democrats are the ones that call for political violence. So I was there with a bullhorn, but I could only reach 100 yards out when the tear gas was hitting me, saying, don't go in, don't fight the police. This is a setup. And then we have hundreds of videos. And so regardless of what the left tries to do, they're all out there, of people taking off their Antifa stuff and putting on the Trump garb, and the police fake arresting people, attacking them, and then high-fiving them. I mean, this has all come out in the new footage, and it's all getting...
Wait, fake arresting them? How were they fake
They would grab them and arrest them, and then drag them in, and then high-five them, take the handcuffs off and high-five them. Those videos, what people are going to take everything I say, they're going to put it on X and show what I said. That's where we dominate.
Yeah,
and so what I'm getting at it, let me tell you this. What I'm getting at here is, they now admit hundreds of federal officers were there. So when Trump started his speech, this whole thing began with Ray Epps saying, go into the Capitol. He told the Jan 6 committee, yeah, it's true, it's in his text messages. He told family, I orchestrated it. So under pressure, they finally indicted him, but only recommend 6 months. So a few hundred people got manipulated into fighting the police. They were led and driven by provocateurs and other groups. They were others, then they opened the doors and the police wave them in hundreds of videos. They walk between the velvet ropes, and then they indict over 1,000 people that just walked through velvet ropes. And then now we're told, in the National Security Directive of President Biden, the #1 threat is the American people. And he had a declaration of war yesterday against all Trump supporters that says, to protect democracy, we're not going to let you vote for Trump. So as Stalin said, I care not who casts the votes, I care who counts them. Well, Biden doesn't care who casts the votes. He cares who's allowed on the ballot. So we've already won. No one's buying this. And when this happened 3 years ago, the Wall Street Journal had to print a retraction, but they said I was there as a coward telling people to attack. Well, no, they wouldn't let me put the video on Twitter where I was saying don't go in. But the truth is, it's coming out. And so that's the bottom line here. And this attempt by Biden to cast the American people as the enemy in all these movies about martial law and civil war and race war, that's their only hope, because the corrupt, evil Democratic Party and its evil twin, the Republicans, they've lost power and populism is rising. Quite frankly, this was not an insurrection. It was an insurrection that would have been guns, and it's in the Declaration of Independence that it's our right and duty to get rid of a government that's destructive of what the people want. But I'm not calling for violence. We're winning this politically, but we're being cast as about to be violent the next 10 months because all these indictments and all these attacks to not let Americans vote for who they want aren't working and are backfiring. And all the big Democrat lawyers now admit it. Axelrod admits it. Carville admits it. They all admit this attempt like we're in Venezuela or something, to take Trump off the ballot when he's never been convicted of insurrection. This is a military tribunal, U.S. code from the Civil War. If a military tribunal found you were guilty of being involved in insurrection, that meant after the war ended.
Can I ask you a question?
Run for office.
Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, do you think the Confederates during the Civil War were partaking in insurrection?
There you are.
I mean, in retrospect, because I wasn't alive then, I think the South got manipulated into that. I thought there was real issues between the North and the South. The abolitionists, had a good point, and slavery needed to end. But it was really about the North.
So just to be clear, the person that's defending the J6 riders won't say that the Confederate states were engaged in insurrection.
Well, that's not what I said. See, here's what happens.
Yes or no?
The question.
Hold on. That's not true.
That's what it sounded like you said. We can correct the record. So do you think they were engaged in insurrection?
To talk. And the thing I said was, I think the South was wrong. And then you just said that I support what the South did. No.
I didn't say you supported that. I said that you said that they weren't engaged in insurrection. Do you think the Confederate states were engaged in insurrection?
Was that because there were rebellions during Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War, and they were saying if you lead an uprising against the Northern occupation of the South, you're precluded from running from office because they were worried about Southerners getting office again, like Jefferson. No, I do not support the Civil War or slavery, and I'm not a quote Confederate.
Okay, but was it an insurrection? My question is, was it an insurrection? Yes or no?
If you were, no. The law, yes, I think that it was a civil war, and you could say an insurrection.
Okay, so is it insurrection? Did anybody get charged with insurrection rebellion?
What I'm saying is...
With violating statute. Did anybody get charged? No, I'm asking you, just said it was insurrection. Did anybody get charged with violating the insurrection and rebellion statute?
Yes, people did.
No, because there was no statute there. That's my point.
No,
you don't need to violate that statute in order to be partaking in insurrection, because the Civil War was an insurrection, and nobody got charged with violating that. No, that's what I'm saying. That's my point, Alex. You're changing the subject because you know it's correct.
The Democratic Party lawyers on CNN say you have to be convicted under the 14th Amendment of this before you can be. You can't just.
You don't get convicted under the 14th Amendment. You get convicted under Section 2383 of Title 18.
Well, let's slow down a little. Let's slow down a little.
A congressional resolution to give awards to Capitol Police is not a conviction of Donald Trump to remove him from the ballot. He's been indicted for saying they stole an election. So now they want to take him off the ballot.
To be clear, he hasn't been indicted for that.
Which is pure stealing of an election.
I think
this is not. He's the Yankee. He's not somebody in Georgia. He's not Robert E. Lee. This has nothing to do with
it. I know, but
also, as a quick fact check, on the 14th Amendment, it doesn't require a conviction under Section 3. You can literally put it on the text on the screen. There's no, it does not say it needs to be convicted.
I guess we need to define the difference. Alex, 1 second. We need to define the difference between the casual term insurrection and the legal definition of insurrection.
Yes.
Well, there's another thing we need to talk about. So, yes, there's the casual term. There's the etymology of the term insurrection, which simply suggests a rising up. So by that definition, that could encompass a wide range of things.
Black Lives Matter.
Wait. So there's a rising up. Then there's the legal definition, but we have politically weaponized court systems, so that's not even, I think, a proper standard. I think the proper standard is the sweep of a proper historical perspective. Does the event of January 6th compare to the antecedent that we've been discussing, the Civil War? So if the question is, is Civil War an insurrection? My question is the scope and scale of the event of January 6th comparable to the Civil War? Because Joe Biden has directly made this comparison, which I think is flatly ridiculous, and that comparison has to be valid in order for these ridiculous Section 3 arguments to have any force or legitimacy. And I think any common sense...
It's a lie. I'm going to shut up. It's a lie on its face. They say it's bigger than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. That is bullshit.
Okay, so here, let me finish what my point.
Yeah, do that, and then I want to go to Glenn for a second.
So my
after you do
point
that.
is that two things: the Civil War was an insurrection. I think it's hard to argue that. Nobody got charged with a crime of violating the Insurrection Rebellion Statute 2383. What about 1992, the LA riots? George Herbert Walker Bush, he invoked the Insurrection Act. 12,000 people were arrested, 63 people were killed, hundreds were injured. Was that an insurrection? What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it's a declaration of federal martial law.
But was it an insurrection? Because nobody there was charged with violating. Nobody there was charged with violating Section 2383, the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute. But we still consider that an insurrection,
I mean, by that yardstick, Kamala Harris bailing out people that firebomb federal buildings.
That is
Glenn, talk to me. You have something to say.
Yeah, I actually think what Destiny and what Ed are saying are very important. First of all, I was going to say that I think one of the problems with how these things are debated is that a lot of people these days have very binary prisms for understanding things. A lot of that comes from YouTube debate where you have to declare yourself on one side or the other. So Destiny said, oh, everybody either hates this insurrection, thinks it's an insurrection, or they deny it happens, or they think it's good. And there's so much middle ground. Namely that, for me, this was a political protest that spilled over into a riot where a small minority of the people engaged in violence. I don't think we want to urge that to happen. We don't want to defend that. I consider that lamentable. But the fact that it's laughable to call this an insurrection is actually demonstrated by the examples that they're using. This was a 3-hour riot that was extremely easily subdued. It doesn't remotely compare to any prior insurrections, let alone to the Civil War. The only people who were killed on January 6th were 4 people, all 4 of whom were Trump supporters, 2 of whom dropped dead of a heart attack and 1 from a speed overdose, because these were not exactly a well-trained militia. And when Jack Smith went to charge Donald Trump with multiple crimes, he had a lot of options to charge him with, and he charged him with a lot of crimes, including very dubious ones. He did not charge him with inciting an insurrection for reasons that I think we ought to ask ourselves why. But the fact that this is such a minor event in history is demonstrated by the fact that the media, who needed this to be a major event, immediately started lying about what happened, saying that Brian Sicknick was murdered when he had his head bashed in through a fight with the fire extinguisher, only to learn that actually he called his mother that night. He was fine. He died the next day of what the coroner said were natural causes, because the media knew that if you can't say that even one person supposedly perpetrating the insurrection killed anybody, pulled out a gun, let alone discharged the weapon, all of which is true, it's a joke to call this an insurrection. At best, it's a riot. And that's the reason why Trump hasn't been charged with an insurrection. The only time he ever commented on January 6th about whether he thought there should be violence or not was when he said the following. He said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He urged them to be peaceful in how they went there. To the extent there was violence, I think you can make the argument that the FBI informants that even the New York Times admits were there were the ones that urged it. But even if the people who were there were the ones responsible, at best this is a riot. You could so easily make the case that the 2020 riots was a far greater insurrectionary threat than anything that happened on January 6th.
That's perfectly said. I would ask the left over here. I know Ian's asked the questions. I mean, I don't know. Did you guys see Biden's speech? I mean, it was an hour long that no one there was good. They were all there. Over a million people. I was there. And then we marched down there to have another rally, and then I see this terrible thing happening. It was medieval, and then Biden saying they're all bad, and we can't let you vote for Trump. I mean, come on, man.
We have a clip from Biden's speech I want to play, and then let's get back to you, Destiny. You had something to say, but if you guys have this it's clip number 4, Biden's speech. This is from yesterday's. It's only 50 seconds, but let's load this up. I'm not sure what
Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots. They weren't there to uphold the Constitution. They were there to destroy the Constitution. Trump won't do what an American president must do. He refuses to denounce political violence. So hear me clearly. I'll say what Donald Trump won't. Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never.
Unless you're the Democrats.
It has no place in a democracy. None. You can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. You know, Trump and his MAGA supporters not only embrace political violence, but they laugh about it.
The insurrection is the open border.
So the insurrection was not just the 3-hour riot that happened at the White House afterwards. I think that's the least charitable reading of everything that happened. And that's not, if you read any of the charges that either Jack Smith or the Georgia RICO case has alleged against Trump, are saying that, in fact, not much of the focus is on the 3-hour riot at all. Not much of that.
Hold on, Alex. Let Stephen finish his thought first.
So not much of those indictments are actually focusing on the 3-hour riot itself. The unprecedented act that there is no answer for, that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton have not engaged in, is using knowingly false election claims for months to try to pressure state electors to change their vote. And then when they wouldn't do that, beg them to elect different electors. And then when they wouldn't do that, create a plot to create fake electors. And then when Pence wouldn't accept that, try to capitalize on that final 3-hour riot at the Capitol building to also make phone calls and tell people to decertify their vote or to switch their electors.
JFK and Obama had alternate electors.
JFK.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
I can explain that if you want.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So in 1960. I believe. So 1960, JFK and Nixon. There was a dispute because there was a recount. I think JFK ended up winning by like 150 votes. At the time, each state decided, or the state decided to certify two sets of electors, or decided to choose two different slates of electors.
Depending on how it went.
But they were certified by the
middle of a recount. They were in the middle of a recount.
Well, Trump tried to get it certified.
None were certified yet.
What happened with Trump was that Trump tried to get the states to certify a second slate of electors based off of conspiracy theory crap that the election was stolen. Hold on.
They did.
He took it to court. 62 cases. 30 cases were looked at on merit.
So are
they were all shot down.
now?
This is separate. That's a separate.
Is the purest form of election theft is taking someone on the ballot?
Let's get back to the 1960s. Really fast. So what happened was that they did a recount, and Kennedy ended up winning by, I think, 150 votes. And they chose the Kennedy electors. They certified the Kennedy electors, and Kennedy ended up winning that state.
And that's what Trump said.
What Trump did was Trump tried to get the states to certify an alternate slate of electors. They refused because the court said there's no there. And then when that didn't go through, Trump decided to get his own slate of electors above the states that were not certified and tried to use that to force Mike Pence to say that Joe Biden didn't win these electoral votes.
I just need to interject really quickly. So if we want to be precise in terms of the scope of the debate, I think it's about January 6th. And so the lead up to it might be relevant to some of the criminal indictments, but it's technically speaking outside the scope of the January 6th discussion. But if we're gonna bring it into the discussion, I think there's an operative word there, knowingly. And that's operative within the context of the charging documents. But the idea that Trump thought that he lost the election and he was knowingly lying and knowingly engaging. No, he believes, I guarantee it, whether you believe it or not, Trump believes that the election was stolen, and he was using the legal recourses available to him at the advice of his legal advisors.
That is not true. Most of his legal advisors said that this idea was crazy.
Well, no, but he had legal advisors who were telling him.
If you search hard enough, you can find anybody to validate an opinion. But what you've just done is what I opened with, which is saying he thought the election was stolen, therefore he was justified to engage in insurrection.
But is it right to take him on the ballot? Since you don't want to debate January 6th,
that's for the Supreme Court to decide. That's for the Supreme Court to decide.
I'm asking a question.
I'm telling you, that's for the Supreme Court to decide. According to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it's
why does the United States sanction countries that take people off the ballot?
What? That's not even remotely relevant here.
Oh, okay, all right. So
you know what the United States would usually.
Wait, here we have
independence. If we do want an insurrection, you'd know it.
It would probably be for things like circumventing the vote, like asking the vice president, for instance, to unilaterally win the election.
So
that would be something that we might sanction another country
for somebody because they make up a bunch of stuff and he's not found guilty anywhere, but you guys just parrot it over again like two men.
If you don't like the Constitution, that's your fault, Alex. If you don't like the Constitution, that's on you. Really? Then why are you saying that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Alex, why did you say that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Can we put the text on stream?
I would love to do that, actually.
Put the text up.
And Glenn, before,
Wait, because you keep saying...
all right, guys.
It doesn't say that. I don't care what it
They would have
thinks
to find you guilty.
Let's.
That's why no one
Let's hear from Glenn.
We'll slow down. This is a great conversation. Glenn's about to drop some knowledge.
I'm dominating.
Yeah.
You're just talking a lot.
Glenn's in remote from Brazil. So Glenn, anytime you have something to say, it's helpful for me if I see a visual cue. Maybe your hand goes up. I can tell you have something you're going to say now. But let us know.
Let me just say, what happens is when you gather together to debate a particular question, you're supposed to debate that particular question. The particular question that we were presented with is we're going to debate January 6th and whether it was an insurrection. Now, I don't blame Destiny and Ed for not wanting to debate that, for wanting to debate a whole set of other issues about whether Trump acted improperly, whether he was naughty and the things he did after the election, because there is no argument to make that what happened on January 6th rises to the level of insurrection. And that's why an extremely aggressive prosecutor named Jack Smith decided not to charge Donald Trump with that crime because he knew there was no way that he could possibly bring a conviction against anybody, let alone Donald Trump, who told everybody to be peaceful when going to the Capitol, about whether or not that was actually an insurrection, whether that rose to that level. And even in a colloquial sense, what we called an insurrection in the past is in a completely different universe. But on the issue of whether there was a real belief on the part of Donald Trump that elections were stolen, I don't understand how anybody could doubt that, aside from the fact that you have to get into Trump's head. In the last three elections that Democrats lost, in 2000, 2004, and 2016, a very large number of Democrats believed and asserted that the election was stolen, and was the byproduct of fraud, and the president was, as a result, illegitimate. When I started writing about politics in 2005, the idea that George Bush was the real loser of the election, Al Gore won, was the view of every single liberal and Democrat that I knew. In 2004, there were objections claiming that Karl Rove had interfered in the Ohio vote with the Diebold machines and cheated to make John Kerry lose and George Bush win. And then in 2016, Hillary Clinton and the Democrats said that Donald Trump was the illegitimate winner, that Russia had helped him, and they tried to convince the Electoral College to abandon the certified results of the state. Obviously, you go back to 1960, and a lot of historians believe that election was stolen. So it's not like Donald Trump was the first person to ever wonder or believe that an election was stolen from him. It's a very significant tradition in American political history, if you know anything about politics before 2016. And if Trump believed that the election was stolen, and while it's true, a lot of people in the Justice Department and a lot of people in the White House told them they didn't think it was, he did have advisors and lawyers telling him that they think there was evidence of it, then the question is over, even on these other issues about whether or not Trump engaged in some conspiracy against the United States. But the issue is January 6th an insurrection?
Well, that's right. But I mean, Glenn, since
Well, hold on, let's
one thing, Destiny, and these guys haven't talked to your professor at me. Hillary was in videos 2 days ago saying Trump's going to steal this election. So why are they allowed to say it? It's free speech. You don't get indicted for it.
Trump didn't get indicted for that.
Oh my God. They indicted him and they put it in the charging thing in Georgia saying he says the election. You're hoping people don't read the documents.
You can go read it. It's a RICO case. There's a bunch of behavior that is within a RICO case.
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
itself illegal. That's the point of a RICO case.
Yeah, right.
Can I talk about the differences? So Bush versus Gore, what happened? The Supreme Court ruled and Gore conceded. He stopped saying this election was stolen. He stopped saying I won.
That was Supreme Court.
Yes.
Did Gore refuse to certify the vote? I don't remember. Did he do that?
The vote was certified.
He didn't have an alternate slate of electors?
Exactly. So
after Trump wanted a Supreme Court hearing. Trump wanted the same thing.
62 cases were brought before judges. And you said earlier none of them were based on evidence. 6 of them were based on standing. 6 out of the 62.
They wouldn't even hear it. I saw
Do you know how many of them were Trump-appointed judges that made those rulings? 17.
So six of them. Let me finish here. 6 of them were based on standing. 4 of those that were based on standing, the judge also analyzed the merits and said there was no evidence or insufficient evidence. So only 2 of them, and that was Texas versus Pennsylvania and Gohmert versus Pence. Do you know what those two cases were?
No, man,
Texas
I know what the
tried
cases
suing-
are.
Texas tried suing.
No, I agree with you. Biden says inflation's fine right now. I agree with him.
Let me finish. Texas tried suing Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, several other states, saying that the election was stolen. And the judge said, no, Texas can't sue these other states. Somebody in that state who was affected had to sue them. Now, the other case was Gohmert versus Pence. He challenged the Electoral Counts Act of 1807, saying that Pence could overturn the election. He said that
I think
Pence
that's wrong.
could throw out
I agree with you. I think that was a wrong
No,
legal
those are
theory.
only two that were
No,
based
I
solely
agree
on
with you on that.
standing.
So, but what I'm saying is, then if Biden's going to win so big, why can't Trump be on the ballot?
That's not up for Biden to decide. That's up for the Supreme
Oh, no,
Court to
Biden
decide.
said he wants him off the
It
ballot.
doesn't matter what Biden says.
Oh,
Biden's
I
not the
get
one
it.
that decides
Trump,
that.
Trump lost. That's why he can't have his race car on the track. Yeah, this horse is going to lose, so it can't be in the race. Bull crap.
Who do you think has the authority then to determine the interpretation of Amendment 14?
Man, I know the State Department
Why can't
runs
you answer a
the
single
State
question?
Depart-
Why not just answer one
No, you
question?
just keep saying,
I'm just asking a simple question. Who has the authority
the
ultimately to decide
president
it?
has not.
The president
even
has the
on,
authority to
even
decide
on CNN,
matters of constitution?
You don't let me talk.
Because you won't answer the question.
Yeah, let
The
Alex.
president
Let Alex.
has not been
He's gonna
convicted.
ramble. He's not gonna
Even on
answer anything.
CNN, the legal analysts say that you have to be convicted. So, Destiny, you can sit there and have blue hair and be trending
blue hair right now.
and make all these, like, the moon is made of cheese. I'm Destiny.
Does the
He's
word
not,
convicted-
every American knows you don't lose your rights when you're not convicted. He's not been convicted. And here's the good news. It's backfiring. We have the Declaration of Independence, and we can vote for who we want to.
No, you can't.
Well,
you can't vote for 35.
You can't vote for
non-citizens.
But
Can you?
Nobody stole an election.
Can you
but
vote
you
for
can't vote for who you want.
Can you vote for
Nobody
anybody you
stole
want
an
to, or there are
election.
restrictions on
But
who you
you
can vote
can't
for?
vote for who you want.
I think we just
Nobody stole an election. You can't vote for who you want.
We just beat this into the ground. Alex, I need you. We just crushed this one into the ground, but I want to ask the question in a slightly different way. Was this an attempted coup? You guys think this was an attempted coup?
Of course it was. Obviously it was.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh, my God.
The weaponization
Hillary
hearings.
Clinton's emails,
The censorship.
Russia.
There's no
COVID.
Russian connection. That's all.
mRNA vaccines.
Take your extra. I want you to take all the shots.
warming.
How many shots have you had?
None yet. You want to take some?
No, I hope you take
I
them
want
all.
you to answer one question about any of
I
this.
want to see you take them all.
I
and
think we've
enjoy
talked about
yourself.
the Democrats more
And
than the
maybe on your
Republicans
deathbed,
on the January
you just
6th
change the
debate. Isn't
subject.
that wild?
Wait.
Isn't that crazy?
They now admit that
Was
the
Hillary-
shot erases your immune system and doesn't protect you. So you do that little one-liner
Are you
there.
talking about
to protect
COVID
me.
now?
The
Are you talking about
Democrats
COVID
trying to
now
take
or
away my
January 6th?
Democrat.
Yeah. Let's stay back. All right, guys. Back to topic.
Yeah.
Darren.
Brian has an answer.
So is it a coup? That's the question.
Yeah, that's
so I think it can be debated.
Or an
that
attempted
was a
coup. An attempted coup.
Definitely, I would say it's an attempted coup. And a federal
The coup is flooding the border with aliens.
Alex Holt.
district judge, U.S. District Judge David Carter, actually evaluated the Trump Eastman scheme. And he said,
All right, we got some big
Quote,
news. I'm not interrupting you.
No. Not that. But we had Glenn. Glenn's going to speak after you were.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
So the federal judge, U.S. District Judge David Carter, evaluated the Trump Eastman scheme.
Another lawyer.
We can go into later. But basically, he said that it was quote a coup in search of a legal theory. This is a federal judge. So a judge.
We have a
says
CIA coup over America. Hey, the
that-
CIA killed Kennedy?
Judges aren't part of the CIA.
Oh, my
Are
God.
they? I don't think so.
Is
Glenn.
that something? Is that a new theory of yours?
No, it's not a new theory of mine. No, the whole thing is a big rotten. But so they can find partisan. They found the Secretary of State of Maine took Trump off the ballot because she had one hearing in a YouTube video. Are we ruled by this lady? Can we not vote for who we want?
So one of the I guess defenses against it being a coup.
Oh wait, here we got Glenn. Glenn speaking. Go for it, man.
So, just about I actually want to ask a question that I would love to hear everybody's answer to. But before I do that, just want to say about federal judges. This year, in the last 6 months, 4 different federal judges, a district court judge, and then an appellate court unanimously, found that the Biden administration gravely violated the First Amendment. In fact, the greatest assault on free speech the court said in decades, maybe the history of the judiciary, by systemically pressuring big tech to censor the internet and purge it of all dissent by threatening big tech companies using the CIA, the FBI, and the CDC with punishment if they didn't censor the internet. Now, you may not agree, but according to your standards, 4 different federal judges concluded that, which is infinitely worse in terms of an infringement of freedom or an attack on the Constitution than anything that Trump is accused of doing. But in terms of whether
That's a digital insurrection of the deep state. Digital insurrection.
All right, guys.
I just wanted to be noted.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Glenn, please finish your point, and then we're going to move on to the response.
The question that you asked, Ian, is this a coup? If you look at how other coups are perpetrated, and I think a lot of this is that if you're an American, you have this very soft history, you don't know what a coup is, you think that like what CNN tells you the coup is a coup. Usually the way coups work is the leader of the country, whoever is in charge of the military, orders the military to seize control of the levers of power. Trump was the commander-in-chief on January 6th. The military was duty-bound to obey his orders. They had a right to disobey if they were illegal, but if this were a coup, why didn't Trump order the military to seize control of the power and turn over the election process to him? Why didn't he order the armed factions that form the law enforcement part of the military and the executive branch that serve under his command to do that as well? That's what happens in a coup. That didn't happen here because Trump wasn't trying to perpetrate a coup.
He wanted the Department of Defense to seize voting machines, and the DOJ turned him down and told
Well, the worst thing he did was try to take Biden off the ballot. Remember when Trump said Biden cannot run and have the Justice Department take Biden off the ballot? Oh, God, that was Biden. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was having a moment there.
To reiterate, also, Biden doesn't have the authority to do that. He still doesn't have
Only
the
his Lord
authority
and
to do
Savior
that.
Jack Smith. I can
The Supreme Court that Trump has his picks on, that's currently 6-3 conservative, they're the ones who are going to make the final decision on that. I wanted to be known that every single time you try to talk about any of the stuff related to Trump, it's so many Democrat names that comes out of people's mouths. I don't know why people can't just engage on the facts of what happened on and in the events leading up to June 6th, an insurrection, without having to invoke every other Democratic leader's name.
No name calling.
No, his name's Ding Dong. Ding Dong, Destiny, whatever it is. The point is, I was there. There was over a million people, and they said police were attacking. We got there, like shooting tear gas, and then a bunch of feds helped break through with some idiots that got mad, had a brawl, and then the cops go, "Come on in, everybody, come on in."
So Alex,
so there's everybody sees those videos now.
Okay, so
you call this the new Pearl Harbor, worse than 9/11. 3,000 people. Do you disagree? Let me ask you this: do you disagree with them claiming this was worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11?
I think it depends how you ask that question. I would say no, it's not worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11.
What are you basing on it? Are you basing?
No, I get it.
No.
Trying to take people's votes away is sacrosanct, but you're trying to take people votes from Trump.
There's it unprecedented that a president of the United States would do everything within his power to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to the next president.
He said, "I want you to peacefully march down to the Capitol."
That is a uniquely horrible event. The march to the Capitol, what was bad was him watching the riot happen for 3 hours and doing nothing.
No, it took him. It was the riot was happening. He spoke for an hour and a half. It started then. Then he got back to the White House, watched it like 30, 40 minutes, and then shot a video.
No, you're lying. He got back to the White House. He got Mark Meadows delivered a note on his desk that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, and he sat there sipping Diet Coke for an hour and a half. The guy that you called your leader.
The way they run the headlines,
how many pardons did Trump do for the patriots that got unfairly charged with crimes
Listen,
in the Capitol?
I was there.
Why didn't Donald Trump pardon any of those people? Why didn't Donald Trump pardon any of those people? There's not going to be an answer to this. Because there's not. You're scared to answer any questions.
They claimed on their timelines.
Every single
spoke for almost an hour and a half.
Just keep it one at a time. It's easier.
Capitol when he first started speaking. So you had an hour and a half on it didn't exist. I was there.
So you were there, Alex. So tell me, were there weapons there?
No, nobody used weapons.
So are you telling me?
Yes, there were weapons. You're right. You got me.
He's going to say the cops.
Yeah, they shot Ashley Babbitt and they threw people off the balcony. And they beat a woman's brains out. You're right.
There were 75.
Oh, no, nobody shot a woman? Nobody beat a woman to death?
Nobody beat a woman on the ground. It's a fake video that got put out. That was not real.
Ashley Babbitt's fake, folks.
It was
wow.
I thought you would think that years after the event, we're now getting unreleased footage like there were 1,000 people sitting right around it. There's video of that event from 5 different angles without her getting beat by a baton. How would that take years to report?
Oh, my God. Everybody on X. Get him saying they didn't beat a woman to death. Everybody watching, go to Google.
Yeah, let's...
You just screwed yourself.
All right, guys.
I asked you about...
Got your ass! Woo! Yeah, got his ass now,
Once you're done celebrating,
Ashley Babbitt, nobody died. Old woman didn't get drugged in by the cops and beat by batons.
This is an Eagles-Cowboys game. What is that?
No, he won. wants to do little one-ups and just
So what Trump fans are, it's a
hope the
sports game
audience
for
only
them.
goes off how much emotion there is. I can top you.
Alex,
I can
calm
top
down,
you.
buddy. Calm down. Calm
Here we
down. Okay, so you said the weapons were the Fed shooting actually bad. What about how about the guy the 3 men on the corner of 14th and Independence who had AR-15s? How about?
Oh, they use those?
They didn't use them, but
what about the pipe bomb?
I asked you a question.
Who's that?
Alex, I asked you a question if people had weapons. How about how many weapons were seized? Like,
hey, I got a
75
of the people arrested. I'm raping people.
75
Alex,
75 of the people arrested within the Capitol building had weapons.
Let's we have a couple of clips.
Knives and stuff. Oh,
Guns.
the knaves have weapons and disarm them immediately.
Guy Reffitt. How about Guy Reffitt? What is he? 3%er or 3%?
Does he have nuclear weapons like Biden?
He
Say we're going to use them on
had
Russia?
a handgun on the stairs of the Capitol.
He had a handgun.
As he was encouraging people to.
That's worse than Pearl Harbor.
As he was telling people to go into the Capitol, as he was saying he wants to drag Nancy Pelosi out of the Capitol and hopes her head hits every stair on the way out.
Did he say go into the Capitol like
Let me
Rams?
just finish my point before you cut me off. He wanted to drag Nancy Pelosi out and let her head hit every stair on the way out. He said,
and a guy pooped on Pelosi.
Finish, Alex.
So we don't blame the
Yeah, let Ed finish this point because we're going to go to Darren really
He
quick.
said on his way to the Capitol building that they're going to take the Capitol and insert their own government.
Yeah, so
and he had a
out of a
handgun
billion
on the
people,
steps
if
of
the
the Capitol
lunatics were
building.
there, and you call it like Martians invading and blowing the earth up, like Lynn Ringwald said.
His intention wasn't an insurrection.
Yeah.
Are you saying his intention wasn't an insurrection? He's saying he's going to drag Nancy Pelosi out. He's saying
And he wasn't under Trump's command.
All right.
Trump didn't tell him. Trump said go peacefully.
Alex, can I
Trump
just
said
finish
go
and you can
peacefully.
respond?
Yes, you can finish your point, and then we're going to go to Darren.
Can we use a mute button or something on Alex?
No, I'm not going to be run over.
So he was on his way to the Capitol building saying, we're going to take the Capitol and install our own government. He had a handgun. In his,
so Trump, and I'm guilty?
handgun on
I'm
his,
guilty?
in his,
No, Alex, let him finish.
on the stairs of the Capitol saying he's going to drag Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell out. But you don't have a problem with that. That's not. That's
the gun.
What do you think, Darren?
He didn't use the gun because he didn't have the opportunity to shoot Nancy Pelosi or Mike Pence. That's okay. He didn't have access to them.
I didn't say it was okay.
Thankfully, the Capitol Police. Thankfully, the Capitol
What about the Q shaman? What about the Q shaman they let in?
Capitol Police.
All right, okay.
A guy had a gun. We martial law. All the Americans are guilty. You can't vote for Trump now. A guy had a gun.
I've been asked by Zero Hedge to moderate this debate, so that's what I'm going to do. Everyone, quiet down. We're going to Darren Beatty. Darren.
What's the question here?
You've been hearing all
Is this a freaking coup? What do you think about what they've been saying
No,
as well?
I don't think it's a coup. I think question of an insurrection, you can go to the etymology of rising up. That could be anything. If we keep the proper perspective in mind, it doesn't elevate to anything resembling the Civil War, 9/11, or any of the crazy
What, one
comparisons.
guy with a gun isn't as big as the Civil War?
No.
They didn't use the gun?
Darren, keep going.
So there's that. The scope, I think, matters, and that's what we're really getting at when we talk about insurrection. The courts are politically weaponized, so I wouldn't even rest, the legitimacy and the question on the determinations of the courts, which we can see are running away with pretty wild and ridiculous theories. Weaponized court systems. So there's that. And then, these, sure, there are random nut jobs who are around D.C. on that day and any other day. And so I don't think that's relevant to the ultimate question of whether it was a coup, whether it was an insurrection. And as I said before, the stuff about Trump and the legal theory behind his, multiple part plan, that could be an interesting discussion. It's technically outside the scope of the debate. But again, I would reiterate, anyone who knows Trump, anyone who knows people who knows Trump, 100% certainty Trump genuinely believes that the election was stolen.
Alright, boys, I am returned.
He had multiple legal advisors. Many of his advisors were trying to sabotage him from day one. Just because he was advised by one of these snakes doesn't mean that he therefore agrees with what they say. He agreed with the people who told him it was stolen and that he had legal recourse to address that, which he implemented. So there's nothing that rises to an insurrection or coup about that either, even though that's outside of the scope of our discussion for today.
So Cassidy Hutchinson said that Trump said to Mark Meadows, "I don't want people to know we lost. It's embarrassing."
I'm glad that you mentioned her because this gets to the televised sham that was
Well,
these.
she was under oath. Who under oath for Trump said?
Well, she changed her story a bunch.
Yeah,
She was under
clearly,
oath.
yeah.
She was under oath. So the thing here is
Under
that
oath?
listen. So the thing here is
Why
that
is the January 6th committee destroying the transcript?
the January 6th committee called near 98% of their witnesses were Republicans.
It was kangaroo.
These people were under oath, Republicans, and they testified. The people who didn't testify within the Trump circle, there were dozens who Fifth Amendment, they refused to say a word. So you're going to tell me that the people that testified under oath are the liars, but the people that said things in the public but failed to say anything under oath are the ones that are telling
Well, let me say I wasn't just there on January 6th. I was in that congressional hearing and took the fifth 98 times. And not because I had anything to hide. The Fifth Amendment isn't just to incriminate yourself. It's because they wanted me in a perjury trap. They were to have witnesses claim something wasn't true. You think I think attacking the Capitol makes us win an election?
Yeah, but witnesses against their testimony versus you can't get you in perjury. They can't.
Oh, yeah, just ask Roger Stone that question.
No, it doesn't happen that way. How did perjury get Roger Stone that way?
Roger Stone wasn't involved with WikiLeaks. He worked here then. He couldn't get a hold of him. I knew he told the truth. He didn't tell anybody I'm behind the WikiLeaks. They said Roger Stone ran WikiLeaks. He never even talked to Julian Assange.
Just say he ran WikiLeaks.
No, they freaking tried to put him
in communication. I think this is getting off topic.
Oh my
God, this is off topic. That's okay.
Roger didn't lie to Congress when he said, "I don't know I have not interviewed Assange."
Let's pull back to Darren. Darren's going to finish off what you were saying about this. And I think, Glenn, you were going to mention something after that. And then I have a couple of clips that we're going to play. But Darren.
Yeah, I mean, the January 6th hearings were a show trial of the sort that would make Kim Jong-il blush.
Explain it to them. They wouldn't let Republicans that they wanted under the law on the committee.
They wanted Jim Jordan, who was actually part of the investigation.
We pick who the people are on our jury.
Jim Jordan was being investigated by the committee. They wanted a person on the committee who was being investigated by the committee. How does that make sense?
Oh my God! When you're being investigated by the Democrats, you don't have a law.
I think a lot of people watching don't understand. Hey guys,
Alex was elected.
Does that matter?
The people that are listening don't have the context, so if we start rapid fire argumentation, a lot of people are going to lose interest. We need to stay focused and listen to each other. It's really important.
Staying focused makes it really hard for them to win their case.
It is really hard.
Win their case when they have to stay focused.
It's very hard, but
with any of their views of reality.
It is possible.
Well, I'm going to go take a piss, and I'll let you tell people fairy tales.
But what's happening is Darren is going to continue what you were saying about finishing up your thought. We're going to Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, well, the thought was just about this Hutchinson, and she said a lot of things. I believe she was the one who said that Trump reached over to the steering wheel and, told the Secret Service this or that, which was a bizarre thing because the Secret Service agents in question weren't the ones that were called upon to testify under oath.
Some of them testified the same thing that Cassidy Hutchinson said.
No, the Secret Service actually said we would love to testify, and they weren't allowed to. The two Secret Service agents in question in that specific anecdote were not allowed to testify. So why would they take the secondhand report from Hutchinson when they could have interrogated directly the people who would have been direct witnesses to that?
They're in
not those two specific agents, but why not?
Other agents in the car with Trump testified for the J6 committee. I don't know why they would or wouldn't testify or have particular people testify, but other people in that car did.
No.
Yes,
the two people.
Yeah, Glenn.
The January 6th committee, and it's what Alex was alluding to just a second ago, is one of the biggest shams in the history of Congress, because what happened with the January 6th committee was we had a long history of 225 years of tradition in the United States Congress where whenever investigative commissions would be created within the Congress, the minority leader and the majority leader would each select the members of that committee to ensure there was fair representation by both parties. Nancy Pelosi, for the first time in the history of the United States, as Speaker of the House, refused to allow the Republicans who were chosen for that committee by Kevin McCarthy, at the time the Republican minority leader, to be seated on the panel. And as a result, the Republicans said, we're going to have nothing to do with this. And the only quote-unquote Republicans that were chosen was Liz Cheney, who ended up losing her seat by 36 points, and Adam Kinzinger, who didn't bother running again because they were so unrepresentative of the Republican Party. It was a completely partisan commission. And on top of that, none of the videotapes that were available was made available to the public except for very deceitfully chosen snippets by Adam Schiff and by Liz Cheney. And it was only within the last several months that we saw all of the video footage, and what it showed makes a joke of the idea that this was a coup. You had people peacefully walking into the Capitol, led by many of the police officers who encouraged them to enter peacefully, which they did. The vast majority of people who were there at January 6th aren't even charged with using violence, and that's what makes this whole debate such a preposterous joke. If you look at how coups are carried out in other countries, you could make a much better case that the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 was an insurrectionary movement. And the reason it matters, Destiny, is because if you're going to make arguments, there has to be an important test, which is, do you apply the same principles you're claiming to profess and believe in to cases where it undermines your partisan allegiance and your ideology, not only where it helps it? That's one of the key tests for determining the authenticity of your argument. And so if you don't think the 2020 protest movement was an insurrectionary movement against the United States government, there's no way to claim what January 6th was, especially since Trump could have done so much more to cause a coup that he did not do, because that wasn't his aim ever.
If you want to talk about applying the same standard, would you have been okay in the year 2000 if Gore refused to certify the vote because he didn't like what was happening in Florida?
A lot of Democrats did want him to do that.
Can you answer that question? Glenn, answer the question.
Yeah, and I would have actually. Yes, a lot of Democrats were angry about that.
I'm not asking if a lot of I'm asking you would be okay personally if he refused to certify the vote.
It is their own prerogative.
I think there were two.
You won't answer the question. In 2016, would you have been okay if would you have been okay if Biden?
Never mind. Because if you really believe that an election is stolen, as the Democrats claim they did, then it is kind of odd to say we're just going to concede that and allow George Bush to march into power, even though we believe that he actually stole the election.
Yes,
that is kind of an odd way to go about your
It's not all that all. We live in a democracy. There are appropriate forums through which you can challenge.
Did they not battle that out in the courts?
And they lost. Once you had your day in court and you
Trump
lost,
was battling it out in the court.
And he lost. Once you lose, anything past that is vigilantism. Vigilantism directed at the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power to entrench your own power is an attempted coup. That's what he tried to do.
Trump did, though. He told them to be peaceful. He told them go and
we're not talking about we're not talking about the peaceful protesters. And if he wanted them to be peaceful, he would have called in the National Guard as soon as they started rioting, but he didn't do that.
Yeah, you're talking about his use of the legal process, of the congressional and judicial process.
It was not a
he
legal
went
process.
And tested. If he had ordered the military or some other FBI or any of those agencies, the CIA, to go and use violence on domestic soil in order to ignore those court rulings the way people do when they're trying to implement coups, you would have a good argument. He didn't do any of that. He invoked all of his legal rights in the judiciary and in the Congress. He lost and he walked out of the White House on January 20th. He did not have to be dragged out. He wasn't arrested by the military, which is what happens in coups. So much of this is because you only started paying attention to politics in 2016. You only live in the United States. You have no idea about history or anything that happens in other countries. You have no idea what a coup is. This is a coup.
Glenn, you bring that up. Glenn, you bring that up, and you're trying to use Hawaii as an example for something that was comparable, where both slates of electors were actually duly elected by the people there. In the 60s, Hawaii and South Carolina, these other historical examples that people go to for multiple slates of electors, are not at all comparable. Both of these things happened prior to 2016. There are no examples in U.S. history, or if you want to give me one, since you know so much history prior to 2016, give it to me. Is there any other examples in U.S. history where the president is telling the vice president to unilaterally not certify the vote? Has that ever happened before?
That's a totally separate question.
No,
from
that
whether
is
this
what
is a
happened
coup.
on January 6th.
it doesn't matter if it's the first time that it ever happened. Even if it's the first time or the 10th time, it's still not a coup or an insurrection. A coup or an insurrection is when you use violence and force in order to seize control of power outside of the legal process.
So a coup has to have. So if there's no violence, it can't be a coup.
Wasn't there violence? I saw violence.
Yeah, you need violence in order to be the coup. The
How much
amount of
violence do you
that
need?
happened on the Capitol on January 6th, the most amount of
25
violence
grams.
happened to the January 6th protesters, not from them. Again, not a single protester whipped out a gun, let alone used a gun. That is an extremely weird coup.
How many officers were injured? 140? Is that enough violence for you?
Well, here's a good question about like staging a coup and phenomenon, and if a crowd becomes violent, or if someone directs the crowd to become violent. This is actually the next question on my list. Do you guys think that Trump was responsible for this? And before you answer, I want to play a couple of clips. We have clip 1 and 2. These are from Trump's speeches on the day. I think the first clip is before the violence kicked off. Maybe we can play that first.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. We can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
That second clip was from after the violence had become, and so he was kind of doing damage control, I think, at that point.
I just don't understand all of the insanely arbitrary caps that we're trying to create to try to say that it wasn't a coup. Well, there was violence, but there wasn't enough. There was a subversion of the democratic process, but it didn't end up working. Like, if the plan would have gone as Donald Trump wanted it to have gone, which is Vice President Pence unilaterally tossing out the Electoral College vote, and if Donald Trump would have retained power past when he was supposed to lose it, what is that if not a coup? What would you call that?
No one ordered those people, the few hundred that actually fought police, to do that.
That's great. What would
That's
you call
why they
that,
can't
though?
charge.
If
Trump's
it would have
not been
happened,
charged.
no one said Trump's been charged with insurrection or inciting or rioting. Jack Smith especially did it.
But we can't vote for him because they say he's guilty.
What would you call it if Pence would have unilaterally thrown out the vote and Trump would have held on to power for some weeks,
Trump was
longer?
calling for a 10-day Senate investigation. That's why we were there.
That's great. What would have happened if Pence would have thrown out the vote?
No, that's a hypothetical. Trump wanted a 10-day investigation.
No, but
I don't care what
he
Trump
also wanted Pence to throw out the
what would have happened? What would you have called that?
And we're pushing for that.
Yeah, what would we have called that? Can I get a name for that? If you don't want to call it a coup or an insurrection, what would you call that?
Well, I'd call it taking Trump off the ballot and saying we can't vote for him.
I know you won't answer because you probably know he's guilty. That's fine. What about
I
you
know
or
he's
Glenn?
guilty.
Glenn, what would you call it if the president was able to entrench his power by asking his vice president to throw out the vote unilaterally, which is what he was trying to do? Do you want to deny the facts? Do you want to deny that it's a coup? What part?
A coup.
I think
You're lucky there wasn't a real coup.
Shows the weakness of the argument, but if that had happened, my guess is it would have ended up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have made the decision about whether Mike Pence exercised his proper authority as vice president, and then Donald Trump, if he had run out of options, would have left the White House on January 20th without any need for military force or police force, exactly how he did, and I would have called that the exhaustion of all of the legal remedies available to the president in the event that he thinks that
Exactly,
election
and
was
therefore it would have been just the way the Bush v. Gore thing played out.
Okay, if both of you guys
Exhausting your
accept that,
legal
if both of
options,
you guys-
getting up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court makes the determination.
Let Darren finish.
If both of you accept that, then if the Supreme Court says that because of Amendment 14, Section 3, Trump can't be on the ballot, you would both accept that as well?
I
We are going to
wouldn't,
accept
but I
that
think
if
that would be authoritative. I
Why
would think
that
it would
be
be
authoritative? But Donald Trump, one man, centralizing power among himself to remain in power, that's not authoritative. What could
He
be?
didn't. He didn't do that. That's
That's
not
what he tried
happened.
to do. That is what happened.
No.
Glenn, I know you only read tweets and headlines, Glenn, but believe it or not, that's actually what
he
happened.
wanted a
Yes.
10-day, and that was our goal, was a 10-day Senate investigation into the Constitution.
That's not what was happening behind the scenes, though. There's testimony from the lawyers involved.
They were wargaming everything.
Exactly.
His
and they're
attorney
trying
general, the
everything.
assistant AG,
And
the
a lot
assistant
of these
deputy
people-
AG, all of his legal counsel,
bunches
all of the
his
state
lawyers-
senators, all of the congressmen.
if
Like,
I can talk over you, I can be way better than you.
that's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're doing it, and then I dominate you. You can't handle it.
Okay.
He didn't do that, and he left, is the point. And That's the reality. And now they say we can't vote for him, even though we all know Biden's going to win by 10 million votes.
That's why they call it an attempted coup and not an actual successful coup.
Alex, do you think that Trump was responsible for this thing on January 6th?
100% not. He'd had hundreds of rallies around the country, 5 or 6 that we were part of in the months before this. And we had the space. Here's the Capitol, right up here by the Supreme Court on the Capitol grounds. We had a stage. And then we get there, and it's bedlam. And so, no, Trump didn't think attacking the Capitol would make him look good. That's why he came out and said that don't do this and go home.
Why didn't he call them off immediately if he thought it didn't make him look good?
It was happening while he was giving a speech.
Wrong. The reason why he didn't call them off is because him, Giuliani, and Eastman were making phone calls to other senators and congressmen asking them to decertify the electoral vote.
No.
You were there, but you weren't. Do you acknowledge that happened, or do you not acknowledge it?
We're talking about the crowd.
I don't care about the crowd. I'm saying that as the riot was raging on and he was sitting there sipping his Diet Coke, if this really made him and his followers look bad, why didn't Donald Trump make a video immediately?
I'm about to do it because I can talk over you really easy.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're doing it.
Look forward to you dodging the question again. Go ahead.
You're doing it.
No, you.
So, you.
No, you.
You. Both of you. Keep doing it. It's what he does. He doesn't have facts.
Break it up.
Trump did, while he was speaking, I was getting text messages, violence at the Capitol, and I left to try to go stop it. And when I got there, he was still speaking. So this thing where you guys say, the attack started at this time and Trump did nothing this time, he's speaking while it happens for hours. He then goes to the White House, tries to figure out what's going on, and puts a statement out against it. And he said, in the middle of his speech, off a teleprompter, go be peaceful. That's what he said.
Didn't Trump get back to the Orioles at like 1:30?
He also said fight like hell.
Yeah, why didn't he play those clips?
If we don't fight like hell, we're not going to have a country. What did Rudy Giuliani say? He said, let's have trial by combat.
Yeah. That's a legal term. Maxine Waters said, go attack Republicans in restaurants,
that's
grocery stores.
So why don't,
with her, it wasn't hyperbole.
Why don't
Trump
we
never
ask?
Trump never supported political violence. Trump never told people to be goons. The left would burn down half the country. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows this Biden's erased the border. Everybody knows all this. You're sitting there claiming this was, do you agree this was as big as Pearl Harbor?
What are you comparing it? As big as Pearl Harbor in what way? Bomb-wise? No. People dead? No. Maybe a blemish on our democracy? I'd say it was very close.
Let me ask you this. If they bring in, which they've done, 10 million illegal aliens the last 3 years, and then that gives them, with the congressional seats in the census, more Democrat seats in the Congress, is that not...
Undocumented aliens, undocumented immigrants are not voting.
They are counted.
No, they are not.
They're counted in the census.
But they're not voting.
They're counted in the census.
They're not voting.
So then they get more Democrat districts.
Can we backtrack really fast?
Oh, my God.
So let's backtrack.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are elections with the illegals. They get more congressional.
January
they get
6th.
more congressional districts.
Yeah, I do
Can we go back to January 6th? Okay, so you play those clips.
Oh, you always want to get off of it because it wasn't an insurrection.
I came here to debate
and then
January
as soon as
6th,
I
not
bring up the real
immigration.
insurrection, you can't handle it.
I'm not here to debate immigration.
Yeah, talk to me, Brian.
Okay, so why don't we ask the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, the Proud Boys, the ones who were actually indicted and convicted of seditious conspiracy, why they did it? And
well, you know, they told us.
No, yeah, they did tell us. They did tell us.
The kangaroo trials. Let
Brian finish.
And then you can come back at me.
All right.
Joe Biggs, he said, I did it because this is where Trump wanted me. He wanted me to do this. Stuart Rhodes, Oath Keepers, same thing. I did it for Trump. Multiple Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, they all said, I was here because of Trump. I went into the Capitol. I took the Capitol because that's what Trump wanted. So was Trump responsible? Ask them. Ask the people that are serving 20 years in prison for seditious conspiracy.
I'd like to respond to that now. I know Stuart Rhodes well. I know Joe Biggs well. He used to work here. And they have never said Trump told them to go into the Capitol. They have never said they did it because he asked them to. That is not a true statement.
That is a true statement. I have their quotes right here.
Joe Biggs shook a fence. Stuart Rhodes said he never told anybody to go in the Capitol and never went in the Capitol. And you just said they said that Trump told them.
Multiple Proud Boys said they were in the Capitol because that's what Trump wanted. Trump
Oh, you're
wanted
reading a
them.
Jack Smith federal filing? Next, we'll tell me the Cheese.
I'm going. Jack Smith didn't indict the Proud Boys.
They have messages between the group. They have the actual.
No, I know all about it.
Yeah, they have them. So are you saying these are fabricated?
No, read me the quotes.
Yeah, read those quotes.
I mean, I have said we were here to storm the Capitol. We were here because of Trump. Trump. I mean, there's dozens of these
pretty
quotes.
different.
And
so
what
what
they say, Trump told
what's
me
the
to.
best quote you
Nobody is
have?
saying, hold on.
said
No,
go
wait.
peacefully.
This is a red herring. Nobody.
Let's
They're not
look at
saying that Donald Trump personally communicated to them to go to the Capitol. What they're saying is the reason why they were there, which I think over 147 convicted people have thus far in their convictions have said the reason why they were there is because Trump called them to go there, not
Both-
personally.
in both
You know how
Proud
many of those
Boys-
people? You know how many of those people cited Ray Epps as the reason why they were in the Capitol? Take a guess.
Well, wait a minute.
Zero.
Wait a minute.
Darren.
In both Proud Boys and Oath Keepers cases, the Fed said there was no direct conspiracy.
No one is talking about
But,
that.
not what I'm
they
talking
went on
about.
to say it's a new conspiracy where it's not written or said. They just imagine it.
Incitement
So wait.
of violence.
Yeah,
I
Darren-
want to
let
be
Darren respond
clear.
here.
I want to be clear. What is your contention with this? Give me the quote and then what your contention is in relation to the
like-
quote.
Like Destiny said, there are 140 convictions
Okay.
where the people convicted said, I was there because of Trump. Trump called us to do this. And when I say called us,
Well,
I don't mean
let's
call them
assume
on the
for
phone
the
and
sake
say,
of
hey,
argument that that's true. What is your conclusion from
that
that?
Trump helped incite this.
Well, just because they thought they were helping Trump, that doesn't mean that Trump told them to do that.
Let me say
That's
this.
true. But like, let's look at
There's
the
a
actions.
famous federal, famous.
It's like, wait, Alex. It's like saying, Charles Manson presumably thought Helter Skelter was, telling him to kill. So is that the argument there? That Trump is,
You don't
Trump
think it's
is essentially Helter Skelter,
No,
and
you
he's
guys-
telling these Proud Boys that you need to go and storm the
Does the
Capitol?
mob boss tell his peons go kill this guy, or do they use other language?
Well, what's the language that he used that you think is criminal?
The language Trump,
What's the language that? Wait.
The language and the ideas that Trump discussed was that the election was being stolen
Okay,
from
so
him.
that's criminal?
I never said that was criminal. He's not being indicted for that speech. You're asking why are the people at the White House? All of the Trump's indictments and charges for January 6th are not focused on the people
No, I
at the White
understand.
House.
So what's
or
the
the
chain
Capitol.
of argument there? That Trump
The question was
said
just
that
why are
the
the people
election
there?
was stolen, and people assumed that they interpreted that as meaning, oh, we need to go to storm the Capitol, that that's somehow Trump's fault and he's criminally liable
We
for
never
it,
said-
and it
I don't know
rises
why
to
you
an
keep saying
insurrection.
criminal
Well,
liability.
I'm trying to be clear what the
Well, I
contention
can
is.
let me explain it. What Trump did was Trump laid out very precisely exactly what he believed had happened. He thought that the vote was being stolen,
Right.
that our country was being taken from us.
Not believe
that
what he wanted
that-
others to believe.
Yeah, what he wanted, that Congress wasn't acting, that Mike Pence was supposed to be the guy to do it, but he hadn't heard good things about them, and they needed to go down to the Capitol building to protest. To protest
because
what?
Trump
To
questioned an election
to
when
protest.
out of a million
Nobody is
people,
saying that. You're
a
repeating the
couple
same thing.
hundred
You're like a
led by
broken
feds do
record.
something
You're a
wrong.
broken record.
No, I'm not a broken record.
Trump has
every time I try
every
to talk,
right.
you try to shut me down. Listen, here's the bottom line. Trump's not been charged with insurrection. Trump
No one
didn't-
said he was.
Trump didn't, but you're saying people can't vote for him.
No, I'm not saying that. That's up to the Supreme
No,
Court.
that's the. Do you support?
No
the
one here is talking about him
Do you
being.
support Colorado and Maine taking him off the ballot?
That's up to the Supreme Court.
No, you punt. Do you think it's good for the opposing party, when a guy's way ahead in the polls, to remove someone from the ballot?
It's not about him being ahead in the polls or not. It's about whether or not he engaged in insurrection, and if the self-executing part of the 14th Amendment allows states to remove him from the ballot.
Where is Trump found guilty
You
of
don't
insurrection?
need a conviction for the 14th
Talked about
Amendment.
this for like an hour.
Alex,
earlier.
read it. Can we bring the 14th Amendment up
Hey,
on?
can you read the
can put
Declaration of
Section 3.
Independence?
I'd be
You're
open to that.
misrepresenting that, and it doesn't matter because we have a right to vote for who we want, right?
No, you don't.
Within reason.
You can't
there are
vote for
rules and
somebody under
restrictions.
35 years old. You can't vote for somebody that's not a
Glenn,
U.S. citizen.
It looked like you wanted to chime in, Glenn.
But he's unpopular, though. He lost. Well, we can't vote for him now.
If you think it's so bad that courts are kicking him off the ballot, what do you think about Trump doing the birtherism card for Obama for how many years? That was the first big political thing he was known for, was challenging whether Obama was even born in the United States
and
in an attempt to get him kicked off the ballot.
No, you know why? I can play the clips of Obama's.
And now you're going to justify that.
No, you're going to read my mind?
That's what it sounded like you're about to do.
You're
Play the
scared of me
clips.
talking.
I'm not scared of you talking.
There's clips of Obama and his wife saying he was born in Kenya. I don't believe he was born in Kenya. He was born in Hawaii to the head of the Communist Party there, actually. So it was in his book, and it hang out, you know, so that's what's going on here. It doesn't matter. If Trump wants to say the moon's made of cheese, we have a right to vote for him.
Trump can say whatever he wants. That's not what's getting him removed from the ballot.
All right, Glenn.
He's a loser, but we got
you can vote for, you can vote
write
for
him in,
him
I
if
think,
you
if you
want.
want.
You can vote it. You can vote for him. You can. You can write him in. But the 14th Amendment says he can't hold office if he incited
But who
insurrection or
says,
gave aid
and
to
who found him
insurrection.
guilty of insurrection?
We talked about the
doesn't
Civil
need to
War
be
earlier.
found guilty.
Nobody was found guilty of violating insurrection or rebellion
And they never
statute
used
during the
the
Civil War
I have a
either.
question.
Nobody.
I have
And
a
that was
question.
an insurrection.
Let me
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my house for a moment. Hello, hi, I'm Ian Crossland, and I'm moderating this awesome debate. Glenn Greenwald's about to speak. I want to hear what he has to say. He's been waiting patiently for about 1 minute. Glenn, what's happening?
Thanks. Yeah, so first of all, on the issue of the ballots, there have been split decisions on this, and even Democratic judges in Colorado and then the Democratic, very partisan Secretary of State in Rhode Island as well as in California have all said they don't think it's appropriate to remove Trump from the ballot because he has not yet been charged with, let alone convicted of, insurrection. So I want to be very deferential to Destiny's incredible achievements in constitutional scholarship, but there are actually a lot of even Democratic Party elected officials who are saying, as well as judges of the Colorado Supreme Court who are appointed by Democratic Party governors, who are saying that you cannot actually remove somebody because to remove them from the ballot is to punish them for a crime, insurrection, that Trump has never been charged with and therefore has never had the opportunity to defend himself
Which
the way a
case
criminal
was that?
Wait, why are you citing the dissent?
No, Glenn,
That will
Why is he citing the dissent? Why are you citing a dissent in opinion on a losing case? Like it proves your point.
No, also,
That's what I thought. Okay.
the
He
Secretary of
just
State-
knows that people are dumb.
I have a direct question.
Hey,
Oh,
you
good.
know you're scared of Glenn. Let him continue. No one's ever
Also,
been
the
taken off the ballot without being convicted.
Okay, Glenn, continue, and then Darren's going to add.
The Secretaries of State of California and Rhode Island have also said the same thing, but it's true. The Supreme Court will decide. I'm very confident they'll decide Trump can remain on the ballot, and then that will resolve that issue. The question I have two questions quickly. One is, why didn't anybody like Jack Smith charge Trump with engaging in an insurrection? If Trump was engaged in an insurrection or inciting an insurrection, you would hope, I would think, that he would be charged with that. I don't think he was, so I'm happy he wasn't. But for those of you thinking he was, why wasn't he charged with it? And then the second one is, I just want to know, given that the 2020 riots did have a lot of people in there who were nonviolent and were there not for insurrectionary reasons, but had a lot of people who were anarchists and insurrectionists and who engaged in a lot of violence, a lot more than was done on January 6th. Do you also think that the riots of 2020 constituted an insurrection? I'm just trying to understand to get a sense for what your definition of insurrection is.
Glenn, do you think that the 1992
Can you
riots?
answer when I ask two questions? Can you just answer that and then I'll ask whatever you want?
really quick answers for these for the.
Yeah, I can give answers too. I don't think that Black Lives Matter was an insurrection. I do think 1992 riots in LA was an insurrection. George Herbert Walker Bush.
Black Lives Matter black. That made it not an insurrection. What did it lack?
So it was a protest, and the violence was when the police clashed with the protesters. The violence was not against the government in order to stop the government from doing something.
There weren't Antifa and anarchist groups there that explicitly say they were using violence to overthrow the government. That didn't happen.
They were firebombing federal courthouses. God, that's not true.
They were the bombs on the courthouses. There's nobody. It was at nighttime. There's nobody in there. They were not obstructing
The
anything.
firefighters
They
got
were
to
not-
fight it. Arson's a serious
They were
crime.
not there to obstruct an official proceeding of a government.
Just burn down the courthouse. That's
Really,
it.
So
really
I
quick.
want to ask Glenn. Do you think 1992 was an insurrection?
Notice you didn't answer Glenn's question.
I just did
Glenn
answer it. What do you mean I
specifically
didn't
talked
answer it?
about.
I just answered it.
Yeah, but no.
I did.
The Democrats.
Alex, I did answer it. It's
unbelievable.
specifically answered it.
Glenn, please, yeah.
You answered it. Yeah. But I think the 1982 riots, I recall at the time thinking the Insurrection Act was inappropriately invoked. I'd have to go back and really study the 1992 riots to see the extent of the violence. But I do think that you're asking that indicates why the 2020 riots are way closer to an insurrection than anything happened after the 2020 election. And the reason you're afraid to say that it is an insurrection is purely for ideological and partisan ends, because you don't
not true.
Liberals were engaged in an insurrection.
You asked him a question. Let me finish.
There's riots
there's
riots every week in America. Or all
The
those
Democrats were
insurrections.
saying the Black Lives Matter riots were good and bailing them out.
You know what? Here's something that I think.
Democrats were saying be violent everywhere.
They were not.
Everybody get the clubs. Get in. Take the club and get in.
When we talk about an insurrection, when we talk about an insurrection,
I got your ass.
I want to let Stephen finish this
when
up.
we're talking about an insurrection, okay, I think all three of us here would agree that if there was a congressional session or a state legislative session and people were voting on it and BLM rioters went up and they tried to firebomb the House to stop the vote, I think all of us would agree that's an insurrection. But you guys, hello, oh my God, I almost finished the sentence. Does that scare you? Are you okay?
Way more violent stuff in capitals than Trump
We understand, yes. Space lasers, we're destroying houses in Hawaii, okay? You keep bringing back the amount of violence. The amount of violence isn't relevant. All of us here agree that, obviously, over the entire
So when
course
Democrats
of the
storm
BLM
the Capitol, it's great. When Democrats endorse them storming, it's good.
over the course of the BLM riots, there was lots of violence. I think everybody on this side of the table is okay with charging.
What about
and convicting
Democrats storming
people.
capitals all over the
Everybody
country?
here is okay with charging and convicting anybody that was guilty of a violent act. However, violence, no matter how much, does not make an insurrection. It's the obstruction or rebellion against the United States for the Jack Smith obstruction charge, obstructing an official process like certifying the vote.
Okay, Darren, we're going to go to Darren. We're going to go to Darren now.
Darren, a question.
Yeah.
Or Darren,
Let me ask this. So, first of all, it wasn't just violence. There are aspects of the BLM uprisings that involved, at one point, Trump was forced to go into a secure bunker in the White House. They broke through the Treasury.
Throwing firearms.
He called in the National Guard then. Did he
But I have
remember
a
that?
question. I have a question about the 14th Amendment for Destiny or anyone. So let's assume that it doesn't require a conviction. In your view, who is most appropriate to make that determination? If it
Supreme
doesn't require...
Court.
Well, so the answer, the real answer is it's hard to tell. Personally, I don't like the way the 14th Amendment Section 3 is written. I've got a lot of friends who will hate me for saying that. And I think that the Supreme Court probably will rule against it. Because the problem with the 14th Amendment is the self-executing part of it means basically anybody involved in that balloting process of putting them on the ballot could make that determination.
So you basically agree it has to go up to the Supreme Court and be decided before he can be justly removed from
Let
ballot.
me say this. The Declaration of Independence, and you would have an insurrection. I want to fix this peacefully. But I have a right, not from the Declaration of Independence, it already points out what's there, to abolish a government when the majority of us agree we're done with it. So, and you got all these movies about Civil War and the Democrats are putting out and Obama's putting out. You guys better hope that doesn't happen. We're trying to fix this peacefully. But this is a load of crap. To claim that Republicans and conservatives are this super viral, evil, white supremacist terror group, they're planning crap. No one's buying that. And conservatives and populists and America Firsters see how we're being set up.
You say set up, but Donald Trump is the one setting you up.
Well, this is my question.
Trump said be peaceful and go to the Capitol.
Trump
We're going to have a
created-
10-day Senate investigation. I was there.
Did Trump
Were you
have
there?
his people? Did
Were you
Trump
there?
have? There's a million hours of footage. Trump had 7 different states create 7 false sets of electors that perjured themselves, saying
I know
they were
this.
duly elected,
I know this.
and they shipped all of those
I know
to
this.
Congress.
When I tried to have people that I know put clips of me saying don't go in the Capitol, they would take them down. Or we show clips of people pulling out their Antifa gear, putting on Trump gear, and you know, all
Where's the video footage of all the Antifa gear?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
1,000 people
We're
have
not
phones
doing
there.
clips tonight. Oh, everybody.
How many
Where's the
Antifa were
footage of them
arrested and
stripping down
charged?
Antifa gear? Gotcha
How
again.
many Antifa?
If Antifa got
Gotcha
there, why
again.
didn't
That's
Donald
when the
Trump?
glasses go bump,
Why
bump,
didn't Trump?
bump. I get the cigar.
Yeah,
You guys are talking pretty candidly about
Well,
me.
you know we're not playing clips tonight.
Why didn't Trump call in the National Guard as soon as the riot started? If Antifa was
He
there?
asked for 10,000 National Guard a month
No,
before.
he didn't. He
and
mentioned
Milley
it 2
threatened to
days
resign
before.
if he got
Why
him.
didn't he call him in that night? Why didn't he call him in? Look, there's Antifa. Call in the National Guard. He would have ended it in 20 minutes.
So that's another myth that he had the National Guard on standby. Kash Patel said that.
No, he asked for it.
Let me finish. Kash Patel said that Trump asked for it. That's the source of that. Kash Patel and Donald Trump, after the fact, claimed that they had the National Guard on standby. Neither of them testified to that under oath. Do you know who did? The Secretary of State,
Department of Defense.
Secretary of Defense. Christopher Miller testified
No,
under
Trump
oath.
didn't have it on standby. He asked for it and was refused by Milley. I can watch the post up.
He was refused. No, Milley specifically said that's not true. Under oath.
Oh, Milley.
Yes.
Was that in between his phone calls to Xi
And
Jinping?
the Secretary of Defense, the man who he would have to call in the National Guard, the Secretary of Defense specifically said under oath that Trump never did that.
Oath.
Under oath. Did Trump or
Under
Pat
oath, they tell people 2 men can have a baby. Can 2 men have a baby?
So what? Why do you
Can
think,
2 men have a baby?
I thought this was January 6th.
No, stop.
Yeah, but you guys
Another
have-
day.
Alex,
Another day.
stop,
Going under
stop.
oath.
Alex, let me ask you a question. You're criticizing me for quoting somebody under oath. What is your source? I'm quoting somebody that said something under the penalty of perjury. Your source is, you just know it, that Donald Trump said it to the public.
No, we're live on air here, just like when this guy said that, you're claiming this was done. You don't have proof. Those clips are all there. Everyone's going to pull those up. They're going to see them.
So there's clips of Donald Trump calling in the National Guard?
No, I remember the last point.
No, you didn't answer my question.
No, I remember the article.
You didn't answer my question.
You're not listening.
Let
You want my answer?
Yeah, I do.
When Trump got firebombed and the White House got attacked, he called for the National Guard, and Milley said, "I'll resign if he does it." He then asked the head jurisdiction, it was actually General Flynn's brother, for 10,000 troops, and it was in the news. Anybody? I don't have a computer in front of me.
It was
there?
on January 6th. January 5th.
No, he asked 2 weeks before that they wanted.
It wasn't in the news.
Okay, well, boom, gotcha. Everybody get it.
Show it. Go ahead.
I'm on air right now.
He requested
I don't
National
have a
Guard.
computer. Hold on.
Tell me what you're telling me.
You're just
Dude,
hoping. Listen, they're going to get you.
Tell me what you're telling me. That he requested 10,000 troops.
Watch
Is
X
that what you're
tomorrow.
telling me?
Listen carefully. Watch X tomorrow.
Okay. And it's going to be
It'll have 5
making
million
this
views,
claim?
and it'll be you, and it'll be all the news articles where Milley says he'll resign if Trump's went National Guard, and then they did it again, and then General Flynn's
That wasn't
brother.
for January 5th. That was the.
I know. That's where it begins. And he asked again, and they also, it's all there.
Okay, but you're making the claim that Trump had.
No, you say show it. I'm here.
Why would Trump care if Milley would resign if they're all the deep state? If they're all part of the swamp, why wouldn't he just do it anyway if that's what's right? Trump is the ultimate authority of deploying the national. You're not going to answer that question
Here's
either.
what's going to happen, Doogity. What's going to happen is they're all going to get it, and that's the whole. They're all going to show it, and then we'll see.
Yeah, this is making me think about media manipulation in general and how sometimes you see things, sometimes you don't, sometimes things are real, sometimes they're not, and it leads me to my next question. General for everybody. And by the way, all 6 of you are doing phenomenally, especially you, Glenn, killing it from Brazil, my man. Do you guys think this election was stolen?
100%. And
Absolutely not.
And it's my right to say that, but then, covering up the windows with signs, and then all these trucks pulling in, and then the graph where Trump's above, and it perfectly shoots up, and then wins.
I guess define stolen. Define that for me before we answer the question.
Well, I mean, as Professor Epstein and others have said, they do it way before suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop, giving you 96% Google Democrat links. I mean, it's all, the stealing's done before in the algorithm and the censorship and the control. I mean, I remember 5 years ago when I was being deplatformed, they were denying I was being deplatformed and saying there was no censorship. Now we know from the weaponization hearings that all this is going on, and now they're telling us you can't vote for him because he said we won't let you vote for him. I mean,
why is it, if the election was being stolen, why did every single person that Donald Trump trusted to investigate come back and say there was no evidence?
It wasn't every single, a whole bunch of his lawyers.
It was not a whole bunch of his lawyers. And most of his legal counsel said that the few that he ended up going with were crazy.
You just went in 2 seconds from everyone to most.
I said
everybody, you got him again.
I said that everything, every single person that Donald Trump trusted to investigate, meaning the Vice President, the Department of Justice, the Cybersecurity Division of the Department of Homeland Security, all of his White House counsel, I know how it works. I know you're farming TikTok clips, okay? That's what we're doing right now. But the reality is almost every single person that he asked to investigate.
Wait. 2 minutes ago, you said all of them.
That he trusted. He didn't ask Sidney Powell to go and investigate. She brought cockamamie schemes to him, and he said, "Oh, maybe these are okay." Which, by the way, he also said she was crazy.
You just said all wouldn't say there was fraud.
I said, get the full quote, kind of like you're missing the rest of the 14th Amendment there. Get everything I'm saying. I know that hurts. I know the context hurts people like you. You live and you breathe 10-second clips. Anything longer than that destroys everything you're trying to claim.
No. They got you again. You just said all his lawyers told him he lost, and we're going to show you the majority saying he won. Gotcha.
Alex,
Gotcha.
tell us specifically. Alex, tell us specifically which lawyer said that
Besides
actually
Eastman,
won.
Powell, and Giuliani,
And-
who is
yeah,
on
is
his
there
team
anybody
here
else?
claiming
Lyndon Wood.
widespread election fraud?
Look, we're live on air.
I know we're live on air.
All these people are convicted and pleaded guilty, except Giuliani.
Folks, get him.
Let's ask.
Get him.
I want to ask Glenn. What do you
him.
think, man? Glenn, do you think that this thing was stolen?
I think the election was rigged. I'm not somebody who thinks the election, that there's evidence conclusive that the election was stolen. I do think we should be a lot more attentive to when election processes get changed out of the blue, like, oh, because there's COVID, we're going to have a ton of new conventions for how we do mail-in ballots. I think there's a lot of potential for fraud there. I don't think there's evidence that I've seen, at least, that's conclusive that the 2020 election was stolen. I do think, though, it was rigged in all sorts of ways, from internet censorship to all kinds of interference on the part of the U.S. security state, lying and saying that a very incriminating story about Joe Biden was the byproduct of Russian disinformation when it absolutely was not. Facebook and Twitter censoring that story right before the election. These are all examples of corrupting rigging by institutions of authority. On the question of whether no, I don't. I'm not somebody who thinks there's evidence that it was stolen.
Well, how would you define the difference between rigging it and stealing it?
Rigging it is when institutions of authority cheat or act corruptly in order to manipulate public opinion to prevent stories from getting to them, like those news stories about Joe Biden and the way that he exploited his family connections in Ukraine and China to profit for his family, and lying about it and saying that it's Russian disinformation, censoring the internet to prevent stories from getting to the public, having the security state, the CIA and the FBI, that's supposed to have no role in our politics, being the ones to cook up those fabrications. That's all examples of rigging and manipulating our democracy the way that we accuse Russia of doing. The U.S. security state, the corporate media, Twitter and Facebook did that way, way worse. Stealing the election is dumping ballots that were legitimately cast, or fabricating ballots in favor of one candidate or the other that actually weren't cast, manipulating the machines in order to have the loser be the winner. That's what I would distinguish between rigging and stealing.
Okay, so to clarify,
Do you think that Donald Trump asking Jeffrey Clark to go and threaten the DOJ that if they don't sign on to a false letter trying to bully states into claiming there was mass election fraud by claiming the DOJ had actually done when they hadn't, that was testified to under oath.
Oh, God, under oath.
Do you think that would be considered an act of corruption?
The whole point is, if Trump legitimately believed that the election was stolen, as Democrats believed in 2000, 2004, 2016, as
No, that's not right. It's not answering the question.
Then I'm answering the question. I just can't do it in 7 seconds. If Trump believed genuinely that the election was stolen, then all of those steps that he undertook to try and present the Congress as a way to alleviate the stolen election, to have courts reverse the stolen election, to have Mike Pence exercise what he thought was his constitutional authority, might have been wrongful, but they weren't illegal, and they most definitely weren't a coup.
If he thought that the election was stolen, he was allowed to tell the DOJ that they needed to sign on to a false letter claiming they found election fraud. Otherwise, he would replace Rosen with Clark. That was something he was allowed to do.
False letter. All this stuff's crap.
The DOJ hadn't found anything, so the DOJ attesting that they had found something would indeed be false. That's right. I know. In this world, we need evidence, Alex. I'm sorry.
Oh, evidence. Oh,
I know. Yeah, evidence from evidence. Yeah.
So
Can 2 Men Have a Baby?
Isn't there a sitcom called 2 Men and a Baby?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
3 Men, and it was a great movie.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, my bad.
No, but I mean, we're sitting here like, guys, they said it was worse than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. Like Glenn says,
So,
this is
Alex,
You're fighting your demons up here. None of us are saying that.
Alex, you pointed out that the votes, they went up way at night, they went up way high. But Trump was winning, and then all of a sudden, Biden pulled ahead at like 1 a.m.
Red Mirage.
Yeah. So, but do you understand that the media
All right, guys, I just
basically
gotta pee. I'll be
told
right
the
back.
American public that this is what happens basically every election?
Yeah, they pre-programmed it at Red Mirage.
No. Do you understand?
No, it doesn't happen every
Do you
election.
understand what actually why that happened?
No, I'm not
other than a
smart enough to
conspiracy?
understand. The trucks,
you want
when
me-
they shut down
no,
the polling places
you
and
want
the
me to
trucks
explain-
pulled
no,
in
let
and they
me
blocked the
explain it to
windows
you.
out and ran the same ballots over and over again.
Let me explain it to you. Donald Trump,
explain to me.
Donald Trump, for months before the election, he kept saying mail-in ballots are rigged. Don't vote by mail. So, do you think that Republicans are going to vote by mail if Trump says not to? So, Republicans.
But that's chicken and the egg. Well, let me finish.
No, let me finish, and then you can. Republicans didn't vote by mail because Trump said, it's not safe. Democrats voted by mail. Mail-in votes were counted at the tail end of the vote count, as they always are. So what happens? So Trump pulls ahead early in the night, just like everybody said was going to happen if you were paying attention. They start counting the mail-in votes. Biden's moving up. They start counting more mail-in votes in these states that are in the big cities, which are primarily Democrats. What happens? Biden pulls way ahead in the big cities, just like everybody that was paying attention.
Can I talk now? Can I talk?
No.
Can I talk? That's why they had to all over block the windows out, kick everybody out, claim water mains broke. Let me talk. And then magically on the surveillance cameras, just keep loading machines over and over again. But you're right.
You actually watch?
Let's stop. You're right. No, I agree with you. Trump actually lost. So why are you so scared to let him run again?
I'm not scared to let him run.
So you support him being on the ballot?
I support whatever the Supreme Court says because I think they should define what insurrection is. I think that's fair. I'm not saying I'm on either side. But let's go back to the pulling out votes or tabulating votes multiple times. Did you actually watch more than the 14-second clip that Giuliani put out there where they purportedly pulled out ballots from under the table?
Let me ask you a question.
No.
Why in Michigan and Georgia did they block the windows?
No.
I mean,
Why? I don't know why. Ask them.
Why did they say a water main broke? They later admitted it didn't.
These all went to court. All these were in court. And
let me stop you. You guys, hold on, stop.
All of them were cool.
Can I say one thing? I'll give you the floor. Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
I was found guilty by 2 judges in Texas and Connecticut, and then they had a jury trial on how much damages. Trump, they changed the law, has a judge who said at the beginning of the real estate hearing he's guilty. And then Letitia James said in the video, we've already found him guilty. She was so dumb, she said it. We already found him guilty. He's guilty. And then Trump doesn't get a jury trial in New York. So you're pointing to the judiciary and the corrupt lawyers that have run this country down the ground.
Who are you
like
pointing
it's this
to?
moral, man.
Wasn't that because his lawyer didn't check the jury trial?
Here's the thing. January, let me say this right now. January 6th was an insurrection.
Also, the videos that you're referring to, the running the votes multiple times.
And we're not going to give the Democrats the violence. And we're not going to give the Democrats the violence they won in 2024. But let me tell you, you guys keep looking for one. Once you guys start the fight and launch martial law, you're going to actually get the real thing, and then you'll know what
Alex,
it is.
how long have you been calling for martial law? How many decades?
Yeah. Also, all the examples you bring up have
the
literally
COVID
been...
lockdowns were martial law.
Oh my God! And they didn't last forever, like you guys.
Guys, we
crazy,
shut their ass down.
No, you didn't
we
shut
beat
down
their
anything.
fucking ass.
No, the Supreme Court ruled against Biden.
Biden won the election and it stopped. Biden won the election and it stopped. So you shut them down. Who are you? Are you part of Biden now?
Let me ask you a question.
No, why are we getting pulled off the Georgia? Why are we getting pulled off the Georgia stuff?
Is Rachel Maddow right?
Why are we talking about COVID right now?
No, he brought it up. If Biden is Biden right that you take the shot, you're protected. Is that true?
I think what Biden did. Here's what Biden did for the shot. Okay, what happened was Raffensperger and everybody in Georgia looked over all the tapes that you're claiming about, but the ballots being ran 3 times. Not only was that information false, Trump was told that it was false. Trump knew that it was false. Trump repeated it over and over again, including in a call to Raffensperger. And finally, Giuliani has come out saying that it was false, but it was his First Amendment right to lie about it. When Ruby Freeman took him to court for defamation because he lied about something you could clearly see on video evidence.
Okay, well, this is a question, Darren. Firstly, do you think, if you want to talk about it, if you think the election was rigged or stolen, but also, is it protected speech to question an election and claim that it was stolen?
Of course it is.
That's a great question. I subscribe to the sort of rigged versus stolen distinction, and I'm more in the rigged category. And I think that's the more meaningful type of interference is the censorship, is all of the other tools that have been deployed in order to rig the election. I think that's more significant and then the sort of more hyperbolic claims regarding, hacking the machines or so forth. The
claims that Trump was
ballot,
making.
these kinds of things.
So then you agree that Trump was wrong when he said it was a stolen election?
Well, it depends what specific claim he's using.
It's a definitional thing.
Let's say when Trump kept pushing that Dominion was switching votes and it cost him Georgia.
That I don't believe in the Dominion.
Yeah, I don't either. It was
It was a lie.
Trump was lying about it.
Trump was lying.
Lying about
Be
it.
wrong.
He was lying.
But see, we're intellectually honest here. The point is that the State Department runs around the world looking at everybody else's elections, and the number one thing you get sanctions for is taking a candidate off the ballot. And that's what Democrats doing right now, and America sees that.
The Democrats are not doing it. That's going to go to the courts.
Republicans actually filed a suit in court.
Supreme Court of Colorado. It's not the Democrats' Secretary of State
Supreme Court?
in Maine. You just said the Democrats aren't doing it.
Alex,
They
in
are
Colorado.
doing it.
Alex, in Colorado.
God damn, that's a
Alex,
lie.
in Colorado, who filed the suit? 6 people. How many of them were Democrats?
What is this, Democrats?
How many were Democrats out of 6?
Doesn't matter.
How many?
I know Liz
How many
Cheney's a
were,
Republican.
how many were Republicans who
I know,
filed the
Liz
suit?
Cheney's a Republican.
5 of the 6 people that filed the suit
That's
in
what they have
Colorado
to
to
it.
get Trump off the ballot
Who
were
ruled?
Republican.
Who
So
ruled?
stop saying Democrat.
Oh, yeah, it's not.
Glenn's
Democrats don't want Trump off the ballot.
Glenn's actually responding.
Horseshit.
That's not what happened. What happened is the only people who have standing in Colorado to bring a suit are people who can vote in the Republican primaries, which means either Republican voters or independent voters. Although the suit was brought in their name, the lawsuit was spearheaded and was paid for and was organized by a Democratic Party aligned group called Crew that boasted of this and took credit for it. So yes, the suit
Hey,
was
Glenn,
brought
start
in
over.
the name.
Yeah, Glenn.
Mic's gone out.
We had some audio feedback, Glenn. If you can hear us, we're going to request we had some buzzing, Glenn. I want to make sure that everything you said is clearly heard. So we're going to fix that and then get back to you.
Well, let's go back. Glenn, go ahead and talk again. Let's see.
Yes, try it out.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how much of that you heard, but what I was saying was that in Colorado, in order to have standing to
Hey,
bring a
Glenn,
suit-
stay there. We're going to have to reconnect with you. I want to hear this. But
So I can
it's
say what he's saying.
unintelligible.
He's saying that it was brought by a Democratic institution, but they needed Republicans.
Not just a Democrat institution, it's a notorious lawfare outfit.
Right, but how many Democratic states said, okay, he can stay on the ballot? So don't just say like every Democrat just wants you to throw Trump off the ballot.
You're right. The Democrats don't want him off the ballot.
I actually, if you were to ask me, I would say let the voters decide. Like I
really
honestly,
do.
but
I
at
think
this
other
point,
candidates would have a better shot than Trump to beat Biden. I honestly do.
Woohoo.
I think Nikki Haley, if she there's no way she would get the nomination.
World War III bird brain.
I think she would defeat Biden. I really do.
I actually have a tweet from Vivek Ramaswamy claiming that the what do you call it? He called it Happy Entrapment Day, talking about January 6th. You guys think that it was an entrapment?
100%.
100%. Donald Trump entrapped all those poor people
yeah,
to be
that's
there.
true.
Doesn't taste like anything.
They probably thought he'd bail them out.
That's why
or
he
that he
told him
pardoned
to
him
be
like he did
peaceful.
every other
That's why
person in
he
his
said,
campaign
"Go
that
be
was convicted
peaceful.
of any crime.
We want a 10-day investigation. That's why he said be peaceful. Because Trump is always calling for
He also
supporters.
called for them to fight like hell, and Giuliani said that
Fight
they
like
trial
hell
by-
means for our freedom and our vote and our country.
Okay, and people can say things that they don't mean in order.
Hey, when you go to a high school football game at the pep rally, they go, and then the cheerleaders go, fight, 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 fight.
Trial by combat, that doesn't mean anything either.
That's a legal term.
I think the thing
So
that's
they were
most
gonna
instructive,
legally-
the things that's most instructive to see what Donald Trump wanted to happen that day is that when he sat down and he watched the violence unfolding on TV, when he saw the people fighting with cops, when he got notification that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, Donald Trump did not take steps to stop the violence that day. Instead, him and Giuliani made phone calls to senators and congressmen trying to get them to stall the vote.
What do you guys think ethically about people in politics telling people to go fight? You find it to be misleading?
Look, we're not a neutered population. I mean, I had Democrats, during the impeachment for this, they shut it down when finally Trump put a 5-minute video on of Democrats saying, attack them at grocery stores, attack them at gas stations, attack. We need civil insurrection.
What do we think about the term battleground state?
Yeah.
You know, it's
The problem is not. Hold on. This is such
political
no,
rhetoric.
It's the
Context.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, go ahead.
Nobody is upset because Donald Trump said fight like hell. People are upset because for months or years, really even in 2016, Donald Trump has consistently attacked and undermined the electoral process with absolutely no good reason.
No, it's the Democrats
from no
said he was a Russian
foundation,
agent.
and
The
that
Democrats
he had the
falsely
chance to
said
on
the Russian
January
agent and
6th.
sick the deep state on him for the 4 years of his
deep
administration.
state that every single
is
appointee that he made, all
is
of his
there
own
any,
people were
is
part
there
of the
any
deep
evidence
state.
Trump's a Russian agent?
No, but that's why he wasn't convicted or charged of any crime
No,
for
but
it.
they were the ones saying that the American
Was he
voters
charged with
were
crimes of being a Russian
manipulated by the
agent?
Russians.
Was he
they
charged?
were the ones
Wait, Alex,
saying
was he charged with a crime for that?
Hillary is
was he charged
currently
with a crime for that?
He tried.
They tried. Wait, but the
Hillary
why didn't they just charge him falsely?
They have a charge of insurrection.
Wait.
The
Why
Hillary
did
is
Jack Smith
currently
get to indict him,
saying
but not for
Trump is going to steal the election.
Why didn't he get an indictment?
Is Hillary
Why didn't he
saying
get-
Trump's going to steal the election?
Why
is
didn't-
Hillary saying Trump's going to steal the
this
election?
game.
Why is Hillary saying Trump's
Why wasn't Trump indicted?
Why is Hillary
Why
saying
wasn't
Trump's
Trump indicted for Russiagate?
Why is Hillary saying
right.
Trump's
Can you
going
have an
to
answer that
I'm
question?
about to stand up, just so you know, and that would be good TV, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, he won't stop,
Well,
and
Alex,
I will dominate.
think
What we
finish
need
the
to do,
statement.
what we need to do,
And you don't answer a question.
guys, what we need to do.
No, I do answer questions.
Listen to me for a moment.
We are.
That we don't speak over each other. What we do is we listen to each other, take turns. It becomes way better.
Well, I have a question.
I agree. Well, can I
Will you
finish my
postulate
statement?
the
He interrupted the other.
Is it okay that Hillary is on TV this week 3 times I saw saying Trump's going to steal the election?
Hillary is
Why
living
is she allowed to?
rent free in your head right now. The problem with Trump's speech.
Rent-free.
The problem with
Why
Trump's
can
speech.
Democrats say it, but Republicans can't? You keep trying to change the subject.
I'm not changing the
Hillary
subject.
shouldn't be saying that. I agree. Hillary shouldn't be saying that. Who is she? She's a private citizen.
But I think you're allowed to say people are going to steal election, whether you're right or wrong.
That's why
could
Trump isn't
say
being
it.
charged
She's
for it.
allowed
Trump,
to.
you said it yourself. He's not being charged with incitement. He's not being charged with
He's taken off the
insurrection.
ballot, though.
But that has nothing to do with him saying a particular thing.
Did Joe Biden? Did
Yeah.
Joe Biden try to get the
You're losing
get
the
the
public.
votes certified for Hillary Clinton? Did Hillary Clinton try to force Joe Biden in 2016 to certify the electoral votes?
No,
for
because they knew the
Hillary
landslide was so big.
The Biden had a pretty
What
big
is, was it
landslide.
Biden's landslide? Wait, hold on. What do you mean the landslide was so big? Didn't Hillary win the popular vote?
Hillary won the popular vote.
Biden won by more.
No, the landslide.
The narrative collapsed right before our eyes.
So Trump didn't win the 2016 election.
What?
Trump didn't win.
No, which one?
Both 2016.
He didn't win the
Russian-
popular vote.
Well, Russian help, right?
He didn't win the popular
No,
vote.
from the evidence I've seen, he had a huge landslide. They tried to steal it with illegal alien voters, but it's still Trump is so big.
We're not all privy to the election that exists in your head.
I know,
The
there's no
voices that
illegal
talk like
aliens.
you don't give us the same type of
Democrats have
information.
been voting.
The rest of us on Earth don't get beam down from another shit. We gotta go by what people in reality say. I'm so sorry.
Here we go.
People know you're wrong. The states with the illegals are getting more. California just got 6 more congressional
Stand up, Ian. Stand up. We need you. We need you to come up and rise up. There it is.
I'm tied down.
There's no invasion.
You guys-
no border.
You guys think there was federal involvement here? There was. That what the extent of it was on January 6th?
I think that there were probably federal agents undercover. Do I think that federal agents committed crimes and led people into the Capitol building? Absolutely not. And there hasn't been any case brought by any of these 700 convicts. None of them brought that up in court. And,
Because they're being prosecuted in the District of Columbia.
Because there's no evidence of it.
No, I know the
Absolutely
lawyers.
no
I don't
evidence
know
of it.
They won't let them put defenses on. Let me tell you something. They said Ray Epps was a hero and did nothing wrong. Now they finally indicted him because they know it's a weak spot in their operation. They're only asking for 6 months. Let me tell you, we're not playing clips for tit for tat here, but I want everybody on X to get these statements and put all the clips of women putting onions in their eyes and the cops fake arresting people and high-fiving and saying, I'm a federal agent, I just helped run the attack. They're going to string all these videos out.
So here's the thing. Like Brian said, there's probably some informants on the ground. I think one of the Proud Boys, one of the ladies in the Proud Boys was an informant. So she was on the ground. She didn't go into the Capitol building, I don't believe. The problem is with what Alex does is he pushes these conspiracy theories, these ideas that illegal aliens were voting. There's no evidence of that.
I think with the illegal alien voting thing is what's happening is they're coming in and then they're being counted in the census, which then adds more electoral votes.
Okay.
It gives more congressional districts.
That's fair. That might be happening. I haven't read.
There are indictments
But
all over the country.
They're not
There are
voting.
indictments of illegals everywhere voting. Got them again. Hit them hard. Hit them
They're not
hard.
voting.
They're not
Alex,
voting.
that's a conspiracy
Like
theory.
2 people,
Oh,
maybe
no, a bunch
5.
of cities have passed laws where illegal aliens can vote.
No, they haven't.
No,
Not in the federal election.
No, but the illegals are voting in elections though.
Not in the federal ones. So I know that some cities try to have them voting in like local matters. I don't know how many of those are successful.
Illegal aliens shouldn't be voting, okay? But they're not. They're not voting in federal elections.
Get 'em.
That's
I don't know why you would
They
care though.
are
Why
not.
would you even
That's a
care?
conspiracy
I don't know
theory,
why
Alex.
you would
Come
care
on.
about
There are going to
illegal-
be 100 million views of you guys. X is going to eat you guys
I'm
alive.
glad. I can't wait for it.
I don't know why
Don't
you
worry.
care about illegals voting when you think Trump can just flip the whole election anyway. Who cares? If you can just ask Pence to throw it all out and
I
do
never
whatever.
said I
then
thought
why-
Trump could flip the election.
Oh, do you think it was okay when he asked Pence to do it?
I already told you 5 times. I think that was a bad theory.
I didn't say it was a bad
Because
theory.
I'm
Do you think it was
intellectually
allowed?
honest.
Do you think it was an attempted coup? Do you think you can ask the vice president to unilaterally determine the outcome of the election?
No, Trump was exploring every option. The main thing he wanted was a 10-day investigation.
No, Trump wanted Pence to throw out the election to declare him the winner.
Imagine if Trump would say, like, I don't believe Joe Biden can be on the ballot. Imagine if federal judges
And that would
that
go
are,
to court, and the courts can
what
decide
would
that, okay?
Republicans be doing right now?
Biden hasn't
What would
said
you
that.
do? Let me ask
Biden
you a
hasn't
hypothetical.
said that.
If
States have.
Republicans
Trump
were
spent
trying
4
to
years
take,
saying Obama should go on the
Republicans were
ballot. I
trying
mean, what do you
to
want to say?
take, if Republicans were trying to take Joe Biden on the ballot right now, what would you say?
Let the Supreme Court decide.
Depends on how they're trying to do it.
Even this
I've been going too long.
conservative Supreme Court, I'd say let them
let's bring
decide.
in Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, we should. But Darren, you've been
Yeah, Mike,
Don't Republicans have an impeachment committee right now
What
going
are
to
you,
the House?
Darren, what's on your brain right now?
Isn't that trying to remove?
Looking at you thinking.
Well, I can attempt to answer the question about federal involvement because my reporting at Revolver News is largely responsible for changing the national conversation in that direction.
And notice they first threatened to sue you. I'm going to leave it a minute. Take a piss. They first threatened to sue you. Now they've indicted them. So you've been vindicated.
Yeah, in fact, I have a video. This is about Ray Epps. You just mentioned, Alex. It's clip number 3, and it's about 25 seconds long. We're going to play this, and then, Darren, I want to hear what you're about to say.
Okay.
Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. No! Peacefully. Fed. Tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say it. We need to go. I'll say it. All right. We need to go in.
Shut the fuck up, Boomer.
To the Capitol.
Oh, well, wait. Ray Epps didn't do anything because he said peacefully at the end, right? We can move past him.
He did say
Well, no, he said go into the
But he said
Capitol.
peacefully.
Well, so what? It's still illegal to
thought
go into the
peacefully
Capitol.
was-
But
I thought
the
that canceled
peacefully was the
everything
operative
out.
word. Yeah, I thought peacefully made it all okay.
No, going in is illegal. Trump didn't say storm the Capitol. He didn't say go
you're
into
right.
the Capitol.
He's going to get 6 months in prison. So
No, I mean, you guys want to hear the argument for federal involvement or
Yeah.
not?
Go for it. Yeah.
Not really.
Okay.
I want to hear it.
All right. Well, there's a lot of dimensions to it. We can start with the Ray Epps issue. Here's a guy, you saw that was only part of the clip. There's much longer clips about Ray Epps, but here's a guy who's the only guy caught on camera as early as January 5th, repeatedly calling for people to go into the Capitol and prefacing his seemingly rehearsed remarks in each case, saying, I'm probably going to go to jail for this. I'm probably going to go get arrested for this. You need to go into the Capitol. The next day, he flew across the whole country, presumably to go hear Trump's speech. He skipped Trump's speech. Instead, he was a veritable Where's Waldo everywhere on January 6th, directing people, go into the Capitol. It's in that direction. That's where our problems are. Then, amazingly, he's pre-positioned right at that initial decisive breach point on the west perimeter of the Capitol, and he's whispering into somebody's ear just seconds before the bike racks are broken through. He texts his nephew, I orchestrated it. On paper, think about it. He's like a 6'3", former Marine who was wearing camo gear and a Trump hat, and he just happens to have had a leadership position in the Oath Keepers, the most demonized and heavily prosecuted.
He used to, right? He doesn't. He didn't anymore.
The most demonized and heavily prosecuted militia group associated with January 6th. And the regime doesn't touch him. However, initially, his behavior was considered to be so egregious he was one of the first 20 people added to the FBI's most wanted list about January 6th. He was prominently featured in the New York Times' ominously titled Day of Rage. Of all the clips the New York Times could have found and chosen, they chose Ray Epps to represent their thesis that this was a pre-planned insurrection to storm the Capitol. And then when the discussion of federal involvement came into being, one of our major pieces at Revolver News, literally the next day is when the FBI quietly removed him from their list. And all of a sudden, he went from FBI's most wanted and featured in the New York Times' Day of Rage to New York Times does a fully dedicated puff piece on him. 60 Minutes does a sympathy segment on him. He's the only January 6th participant that Adam Kinzinger, who's never met a Trump supporter he doesn't want to see rotting in jail for 50 years, that Adam Kinzinger will defend more aggressively than Epps' own lawyers. And now, almost 3 years after, the government finally says, okay, we're going to hit you with a wrist slap misdemeanor, as though people are so simple-minded to think, well, if the argument is hasn't been indicted, therefore he's a Fed, if we indict him now, even if it's a misdemeanor, even 3 years after, no matter what the circumstances, this constitutes a refutation and totally wipes away the mountains of suspicious evidence surrounding the character of Ray Epps. That's just the case of Epps. There are many other things.
Can I just touch on that real
Sure.
quick? So you mentioned a few things I want to touch on. So you talked about how he whispered in somebody's ear and moments later that guy went in the Capitol. That was Mr. Samsel.
Yep, that's right.
And Mr. Samsel actually testified under oath. I believe he was convicted. He said that Epps actually told him, calm down, the police are on our
Well,
side.
he's changed his story. I wouldn't rest.
Did you write the original Revolver article?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I set aside 3 days to go over Ray Epps stuff, and it took me 6 hours to see. It was one of the stupidest conspiracies I've ever seen in my entire life.
So the other thing I just want to
go for it real quick.
So you said that
Hey Meg, I thought I'd better.
he didn't get convicted and he didn't get charged until
3 years
just recently. Okay. So the people who were charged with anything but misdemeanors were people who used violence and people who went into the House chamber where the joint session was, and the people who were involved in a seditious conspiracy. It had to be a conspiracy. Ray Epps acted alone here.
Well, no, I wouldn't. That's an open question.
As far as we can see, he acted alone. Anything else beyond that would just be a conspiracy theory. So he falls into the same category.
Well, seditious conspiracy is technically a conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean that it's not true,
no,
right?
Seditious conspiracy is a charge. A conspiracy theory is
it's a theory of the case.
A theory that there was a conspiracy that took place. So he doesn't fall into any category that any of the other protesters fall in because he didn't fall into any of those three categories. So he got charged with a misdemeanor. Other people, the conspirators, the people who use violence, and the people who went into the House chamber are the ones who were charged with felonies.
For the Ray Epps stuff, if you look at his story from start to finish, it is incredibly obvious. The guy is a boomer. The guy was a huge Trump supporter.
No,
he
he
used to be
wasn't.
part of the Oath Keepers a while before. That's what he testified to under oath. He used to be part of the Oath Keepers years earlier than he'd left. I think it was the Arizona chapter. Ray Epps
He was the head of the
went to
Arizona chapter.
That's fine. Ray Epps went to the march. You said he skipped the speech. Tons of people were listening to the speech on cell phones and other things and broadcasting to other people. Ray Epps was outside the speech. There's on video, I know, because you posted in your article with him literally telling people, "Let's go. We're marching to the Capitol."
That was before the speech.
Sure, yeah, but
began.
he's out to the ellipse where
He's
they're
telling
doing it,
people in
people to
advance of
march.
the speech we need to go to the Capitol because somehow he got it in his mind that everything would end up at the Capitol.
I'm pretty sure he's doing it in his as Trump is making the speech, not before the speech has begun.
No,
it's when he's directing
he began
people.
before the speech began. There are
then we can go
timestamps
back
on the video.
Then you can go back and watch it on the Revolver story is up there. For every single thing that you assert about him, that he's in video whispering into a guy's ear, you state in the rest of your article, all he's doing on the day of when the protesters are getting violent is going up and down telling people, don't fight with the cops. Don't fight with the cops. The cops are on our side. That's what he's saying the entire time. The idea that he said that the entire day, but the one guy whose ear that he whispered into that unfortunately we don't have audio capture of, that he and Samsel testified to, is he said, hey, the cops are on our side or the cops aren't enemies. They both say something to that effect. And that seems to synergize with everything else he said on that day. You go on to say that that guy immediately after was the one that broke down the fence. No, he's not. You can see like 15 people right next to him that are all trying to break down the fence. Yeah, the guy goes in eventually, but if we truly believe that this guy is a federal agent or is working to instigate the riot, we've laid out absolutely nothing supporting that. Just some video footage of another boomer being at the rally.
No.
That was there. If you want to say, if you want to say that, why was he removed from the FBI list? I mean, why was he removed from the FBI list? Like, all of the information is out there. He said that after his video was identified and people on X started to identify him, and then because all of his online stuff is incredibly easy to find, he started to get phone calls, he started to get harassed, he started to get threats. So he called the FBI as soon as this was brought to his attention, and he told the FBI, hey, this was me, and here I am, and this is what's happening. And the FBI took him off the list.
No,
you want to claim
wrong.
that there was some...
Your timeline is wrong. He called the FBI
when he saw himself in the videos.
Wrong.
Yeah, a friend told him about it, and that's what that's what he said. That's what he testified.
He called the FBI very shortly after January 6th because of his picture being on the most wanted list. He wasn't taken off the most wanted list until the middle part of 2021. There were multiple months span between him calling the FBI in the first instance and being quietly removed.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not true.
Well, I mean,
I can tell you why it's not true, okay? Because what you did, because I read your article, is you looked at 2 archived versions of the website and you didn't have a 12-month archive. For some reason, you assumed that the recent snapshot that you took at 2021, you think that that was the first time the page has been changed. That was just the first time the page has been archived. I don't think the FBI has made a statement on it, but what Epps testified to was that he either saw a video of himself or a friend saw a video of himself or a friend saw him on the list where people were, and then people were making videos, and then he called the FBI and he said, hey, I need to talk to you and this is what's going on. If he was a Fed, why would they remove him from the list when everybody's clearly looking at the list? He was like one of the only people removed. Why would senators be defending him so vigilantly? Why wouldn't...
That's a great question. Why was he quietly removed right when the question of federal involvement became a major part of the national conversation? And let me just... I don't want to get lost in these weeds. I just want to say something quickly. So you're saying, he said, we need to go into the Capitol peacefully. And you point out correctly that in many instances caught on video, he's engaged in what you could call de-escalation of the crowd, and he's not urging people to violence. That's all correct. I never said he's urging people to violence. He was absolutely a provocateur, and his mission, as stated and as implemented and as orchestrated by his own verbatim text, was he wanted people to go into the Capitol peacefully.
That might be the case. Wait, that might be the case. And if that's all you're saying,
it's not all. No, that's everything. That's everything.
Nobody here is saying that he didn't say that and he didn't want people to do that. But the claim is that there's some sort of...
That's illegal.
That's fine, and he can be charged for it. Do you think anybody's here care if he gets charged for that crime? The issue is you're saying that he was doing it under the direction of a federal agency.
Yeah,
that the 6'3" guy that looks like he's dying of type 2 diabetes and arthritis is somehow some intimidating Marine captain that's sending people into the Capitol. That was your claim that you've provided zero evidence for, and you don't in either of the articles that you write about him.
We've got Glenn back on the horn. And Glenn, we've been talking about Ray Epps. We played a video. I'm not sure if you saw it.
Not Glenn Beck.
Did I say Glenn?
Greenwald.
Greenwald.
The other
Thanks, Glenn. That's so funny, Glenn.
They're hard to tell the difference between nowadays.
Glenn,
Glenn has been very patient. We should hear from Glenn Greenwald.
That's so funny. What's happened, dude?
Well, I only heard the last 4 minutes of the conversation, but I'm still always amazed by, I really don't understand the argument, because the FBI and the U.S. security state before January 6th was saying that they regard the greatest threat to national security not as being ISIS or Al Qaeda or Hamas or Hezbollah or China or any other foreign threat. They regard the greatest threat as being right-wing domestic extremists, in whom that was included on many lists: the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, and all of the people in the groups that they said orchestrated January 6th. Is the argument that you think that the FBI was not monitoring and infiltrating those groups? Because there's actually a ton of evidence that the FBI had their hooks in all 3 of those groups, and not only had their hooks in them, but on January 6th had informants on the ground who were pretending to be Trump supporters, who were talking in real time to the FBI about everything that was happening. So I just want to understand what the claim is. Is the claim that the FBI was not involved in the groups that organized January 6th and didn't have informants with them that day?
They weren't instigating. That's your claim.
It came out that the vice president of the Oath Keepers was an FBI informant. The Proud Boys had at least 3 and as many as 8. And the New York Times itself reported that there were FBI informants in the Proud Boys who were inside the Capitol texting their handlers as the event unfolded.
And they recorded the garage. They recorded the garage meeting the day before, and the Fed said to the court nothing was said violent or no planning.
Yeah. Brian, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so I'm just confused. So you're saying that Ray Epps was actually a federal agent who was indicted, who pled guilty, and is likely going to get 6 months in prison? Is that your argument?
Well, the New York Times protected.
Well, wait.
They
So
defended him first.
about Epps, so a couple of things there. You don't find it a little bit strange?
Wait.
I'll get to you. I promise you. I promise you I'll address that. But let's just consider the context. The context in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, by the words of Steve Sherwin, who is in charge of the prosecution, their posture was one of quote-unquote shock and awe. They were going after everyone. They were hitting them very hard. Now, again, think about central casting. On paper, Ray Epps, he's the 6'3", former Marine in camouflage gear with a Trump hat, the only guy caught on video as early as the 5th telling people to go into the Capitol, who's there on the 6th directing people to the Capitol, who's right there pre-positioned at that initial breach phase. And this
helping ram signs.
Exactly. And he happens to be a former head of the Oath Keepers. And you're not telling me it's bizarre? Wait a second. You're not telling me it's at least a little bit bizarre that of all January 6th participants, he's the only one who gets a New York Times puff piece. He's the only one who gets a 60 minutes sympathy segment. He's the only one that Adam Kinzinger will defend.
So are you saying that New York Times is now working with the feds, working with Ray Epps?
100%.
Yes. No, as a matter of fact,
the question
yes.
is, why do you think? Why do you think they all wrote those articles?
Why did they say there were WMDs in Iraq? Because they're told to.
So going back.
Why did they write those articles? Why don't you say that part? Why did they write those articles?
I want to address your question directly. You're saying if he were an asset, and by the way, I'm not definitive in the sense that, I don't think he was working directly for the FBI. I don't even know if he was directly working for the federal government. He was an asset. He was acting on behalf of a third party. He was not an authentic actor on that day. That I will say with a great deal of confidence. But wait a second.
You mentioned all those victory. Let me say one thing. I've been gone for 10 minutes. It's a victory. They went from saying he's an angel, CNN, MSNBC, New York Times. He's perfectly now.
But
Because of pressure, they've been forced to indict him.
Alex, quick thing on that. The criminal complaint acknowledges that he engaged in quote unquote felonious behavior. But among the mitigating factors that they cite is, this poor guy was a victim of all these conspiracy theories, which is pretty remarkable.
He was, though. He was.
I want to address.
They didn't do that for any of the other people.
Why don't you answer? Why were people writing?
I want to just quickly answer the question about your question. Basically, if he was an asset, why did they go after their own asset? Why would they indict their own asset? That happens all the time. In fact, that's almost the norm, that ultimately when the assets...
when they have undercover people, they'll indict them just as a cover.
When the assets become liabilities, they indict them. In fact, we don't have to go too far into the past to get a case of that. There is the Michigan Fednapping case, or the Michigan kidnapping case, where there is the informant, Steve Robeson, who is a long-time, over decade-long informant, who was part of the entrapment scheme in Michigan case with striking parallels to January 6th, by the way. And he, when he became inconvenient, was indicted by the government. There's so many cases
for actually breaking the law.
Yes.
I need a better argument.
I'm going to get my point in really fast. I haven't been able to get my point in. So you're saying that Ray Epps is a federal agent.
Well, I didn't say that. I said he was acting on behalf of a third party. He was an inauthentic actor on January 6th.
Even though there's no evidence of this. And then you're saying he's turning around and he's suing Fox News for defamation, which is going to open up all sorts of cans of worms with Discovery that he's going to have to provide legally in front of a court. You think that if he was a federal agent, he'd be suing Fox News for defamation?
They know they control the jurisdiction, but he did say in a text message that day during it, I orchestrated the attack.
You think he's going to sue for defamation?
Respond
He's
to
going to
that.
sue for
He was
defamation.
bragging to his nephew that asked him if he was there.
And he said, I orchestrated
He said, I orchestrated
To his
it.
nephew.
To his nephew.
Well, it's a
did he
nephew.
have
Why
What's
would,
okay?
why would a federal agent text such incriminating evidence to his nephew?
Why wasn't he indicted before? We made him the centerpiece. They had
was
congressional
indicted.
hearings. He was all over the news. They were forced to
1,200
do it thanks to Tucker Carlson and Professor Darren Beatty's work.
Wait, why do you trust Tucker Carlson when he said he lied to you? Tucker Carlson said Sidney Powell was crazy. Tucker Carlson left Fox News because he didn't believe the election fraud claims, that he was being forced to push on TV because of Trump. Why would you trust Tucker Carlson, of all people?
Tucker early on thought it was wrong. Now he says he was wrong about that. Now he says he thinks the election was
crazy. So when
let me answer your question about the discovery.
When his lawsuit goes away, the answers change.
You know, listen, whether you're right or wrong, you have a right to question elections. The Democrats do
No
all
one
the
is,
time.
no one wants to take that right from you.
Brian, you were saying?
Yes.
Can I say something here? Because I
Yes,
think
Glenn
that
Greenwald. Glenn, go ahead.
The whole context of this conversation is, again, I mean, you just keep going back to it because it's so easy to see. People have this idea of the FBI, like, oh, they don't do this sort of thing. Earlier, I think it was Ed who said, wait, why would the New York Times run a puff piece? Do you think they're working with the FBI? Like, that idea to him is so different.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It was me.
No idea what the history of the FBI is in this country. They have no idea that the FBI, throughout the entire war on terror, did this over and over. They would target and entrap all sorts of vulnerable Muslims to engage in plots that the FBI created in order to create a narrative that the FBI was needed because there was a much bigger threat of Islamic terrorism than there actually was. The FBI has been infiltrating and then using provocateurs to encourage groups to commit crimes so that the FBI can gain more power, can spread this narrative. You have to be incredibly naive or only paying attention to the news since 2016 and thinking Donald Trump is the only issue, not to understand that this is what the FBI has been doing for decades. And so to have this like naive attitude like, oh, was the New York Times working with the FBI? That is what the media in this country has been doing.
But you have no evidence of it. You're making it. You're just making theories up.
By the way, if I can just add a nice little colorful detail there, the author of the Ray Epps puff piece that asked none of the questions that would get to the core of his involvement there. It's a total puff piece. You can read it yourself. The author of that, his previous work includes the CIA authorized account of the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah,
so
the idea
this
of
is
the New
like
York Times, let me say something. The idea of the New York Times is doing cleanup work for the deep states is insane. What Glenn Greenwald was saying is key. I remember the New York Times headline. They can pull it up in there. We're not showing videos or clips. It would be too much here. I remember the New York Times headline like 15 years ago. 97% of Islamic terror plots were hatched and run by the FBI. That was the headline.
We're getting so far
including
away
the
from
first
the point,
World
though.
Trade Center bombing, by the way, which is
Alex, just one really quick thing. You said Ray Epps was one of the last to be charged. He isn't the last to be charged. There's 1,200 people that have been charged. 1,250, I believe.
Who said he's the last to be charged?
Alex said they waited 3 years.
Yeah, they waited 3 years. That's
do you realize that they're still inding people and they expect that they're probably
They had puff pieces. He was on ABC.
Let me finish my point, Alex.
Oh my God.
So
Go ahead.
do you realize that they're still indicting people? There's likely going to be hundreds of people still indicted. Ray Epps didn't get any less a sentence than anybody else that did anything like him.
Well, first of all, they could have hit him with far more serious charges than they did.
He addressed me.
What would the charge be?
Let me respond.
That's an interesting question. What charge do you recommend? What charge would have been a fair charge?
May I respond to what you said?
Yeah, let Alex respond, and then I want to hear Darren's response.
My God. The man is like a chicken with his head cut off for 3 days, including the day of the event, running around saying, go in the Capitol. He's ramming signs into people. He testifies, I orchestrated this attack. And then that was the Jan 6 committee. They asked about this text message. He said, I did that.
The text, he didn't testify that he orchestrated.
No, he testified to the Jan 6 committee.
He sent the message to his nephew.
No, he testified
no,
to the Jan.
That he orchestrated it to the Gen 6 committee?
You keep interrupting because you can't. I'm
not telling the truth.
I'm Michael Jordan slamming on you. And what's going to happen is everybody's going to get this clip.
No.
He testified to the Jan 6 committee. They said, is this your text message?
Yes.
He said, yes. I told my nephew I orchestrated it. Now stop. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
Thank
you for being honest.
You keep acting honest. He said I orchestrated it. You keep acting like
he testified that he said to his nephew that he said that.
Yes. In a text message.
There you go.
And he did orchestrate
He did testify. So the point is, you keep acting like my victory is a failure.
Wait, where's the evidence that he orchestrated it? I'd love to see that.
He said it.
But
oh
to
my
his
God.
nephew. I text my friends things all the time that are embellishments.
Because you guys, let me finish my point. They're all over every major corporate channel saying this poor little baby. They're saying he was a Fed or an operative or a provocateur for some NGO. He didn't do anything wrong. And when it got so obvious, they finally indicted him with a slap on the wrist. And then you're sitting here saying he didn't testify. He just testified. Whoa.
No, he said he didn't testify that he orchestrated it. He testified that he sent that text to his nephew.
That he orchestrated it.
But no, then they asked him, no, Alex, then they asked him if he actually orchestrated it. What was his answer?
In the transcript, he said...
it wasn't that he orchestrated it.
So if I send somebody a message saying a bank is robbed, I robbed the bank.
Have you ever embellished a text message to anybody that you know? Like you, like maybe not you. I can't see you doing that, but maybe.
Actually, I'm kind of an understanding.
Yeah, Alex, you started bringing up a good point. If I send a text message saying I robbed the bank, can I get charged with robbing a bank if I didn't do it?
If they got evidence. He's there.
Exactly. They need the evidence.
And it's not like he's there saying go into the building.
They need
it's
the
not
evidence.
Like he's there saying go into the and ramming signs. You're right. He's not there saying go in for 3 days. He's not there ramming signs. You're right. Ray Epps is innocent. He's not there ramming signs.
Can we get back to my question?
You asked a question.
Yeah, so my question.
You guys are indefensible.
My question is, what should Ray Epps have been charged with? What law did he break that instead of what he was charged with? I think was obstructing the proceeding.
Let me respond.
No, he was not charged with that. That's the interesting thing.
He was charged with.
He was not charged with obstruction of an official proceeding, which would have been a very easy charge and a fairly typical felony charge given to. Exactly. So wait. Let me answer this comprehensively. So first of all, it's extremely strange given how conspicuous and egregious and concentrated his behavior was that he somehow was able to avoid the obstruction of official proceeding charge, number one. Number two, there are even more serious charges they could have given. In fact, in the series of videos that we put out, there's one specific exchange he had with another guy. He said, when we go in, leave this here. We don't want to get shot. So when we go in, leave this here, he's referring to that individual's bear spray. That individual ends up going into the Capitol, committing violence, and doing a whole bunch of other things. And this is a bizarre case because this guy, who is super egregious, has to this day not fully been charged. His case hasn't even gone to a district judge yet.
So the obstruction case.
So let me give you a sense. Let me give you a sense, because when we're evaluating these things, we have to compare them to standards applied to others.
Oh, let me stop you. You'll go next. Owen Schroyer, I've known him 8 years. He's a badass guy that helps disabled children and is literally like a super good person. No criminal issues in his life other than protesting. He is with me saying don't go in. They charge him, and in the charging documents say Owen's lying. He doesn't work for InfoWars. That's in the charging documents. The sentencing documents, the judge says, I'm putting you in these months in federal prison because you just questioned the election again and gave 3 examples of where he did it. So Owen spends months in a federal prison.
Why don't you talk about the deferred agreement that he had in 2019?
No, I agree, I will. Code Pink runs around and protesting. He put tape over his mouth when they were letting leftists run around and throw red paint in Congress, and they said, sir, you can't do that.
And he agreed that he wouldn't do it. And he didn't.
And he didn't protest. He went there to cover it as a journalist.
He was in a restricted area, though.
No, he was on. Listen, Ray Epps has not spent. Listen. Owen is there with me saying don't go in. He agreed he would not protest. He was there saying don't go in the Capitol, and you're not going to defend him going to prison.
But he pled guilty to everything that he got charged with.
Because it's a rigged D.C. court.
Or he.
Oh, you laugh because that happened to you yet.
Or you could
It's funny because, like, the problem is on our side. We've got testimony under oath. We've got judicial rulings. We've got jury trials. We've got full videos. Not 15-second clips.
Got the video.
We have all of these. We have all of these pieces of evidence.
And you say
I can't finish a single statement. Yeah, the problem is.
Let me tell you something. My reporter deserves to go to jail for being there and trying to keep people going to the building.
He had it deferment. He pled guilty.
Yeah,
he did it.
What do you do in a rigged D.C. court?
Fight your case.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Innocent fight. If you have evidence that you're innocent, fight. But there was no evidence because he broke the agreement that he signed, and then he pled guilty and said, I broke the agreement that I signed, and agreed to the sentence that the sentencing guidelines.
And Trump shouldn't be able to run for office.
Also, this entire argument has been you, again, arguing for an insurrection, for rebellion. rebellion. All we have, everything we have over here is actual testimony under oath, actual
Owen
judicial
Schroyer
rulings, actual rulings by
peacefully at
judges,
the Capitol,
actual rulings by
doing
Supreme Court.
nothing, and
I
he's
can't
been
finish. I said I have to be able to finish. I gotta be able to finish. I gotta be able to finish.
Let Destiny finish.
Yeah,
I wanna-
we can provide these arguments. We can provide the evidence. We can provide the testimony. And all you do is go, oh well, I don't trust the courts. Oh well, I don't trust statements made under oath. Oh well, oh hasn't the FBI done this in the past? You can skirt by providing hard evidence. I gotta be able to finish one thing.
You know how much
you
a
can,
criminal?
you can be able. You can
no,
skirt
you
by.
said why
you
do
can
it. I wanna
skirt by.
respond.
You can skirt by on providing any hard evidence for literally a single claim that you've made
That's not
today.
true.
There hasn't been any evidence provided to support any of the claims made today.
That's
and
not a lie.
you are hand brushing away every single other claim that's made.
Ray Epps
Literally
said, I
testified under
orchestrated
oath
it.
by people
I've
that
given
were
nothing but
loyal to
evidence.
Trump, by people that
Nothing
Trump
but evidence.
trusted
Nothing but
over and over and
evidence.
over again. And
Nothing
at
but
the end of the day,
evidence.
like, what could you possibly be
evidence.
advocating for
Nothing but
besides
evidence.
an insurrection? I can't even
Owen,
finish a thing.
oh, yeah, you just
I think it's
said-
because when I talk, you get really afraid.
No,
I actually
you're
respect.
afraid.
I appreciate that.
You just said,
I understand. Okay.
You just said, when I defended Owen, you just said, here you are advocating for insurrection again. Exact quote. A guy saying, don't go in the Capitol as a reporter, and you don't even stand up for the First Amendment. Or
You
other
don't trust the
journalists.
court? Do you trust the courts?
I don't think most Americans do. That's when you have real
Okay,
revolution.
if you don't trust the court, real revolution. What do we do in a real revolution?
Hey, listen, we're not trying to go there right now.
We are there right now. We just were. It's January 6th.
But
If there was
listen,
any time to go
don't
there,
worry.
don't touch me.
If
Okay,
there,
listen.
if there is
wh-
one,
where would you?
If there is one, you're going to lose.
Sure.
Frank.
Okay, we'll see. Okay. Where
Oh, you-
is
yeah,
the?
yeah.
Didn't like 4 people dying on January 6th from obesity and meth? If these are the people we have to fight, I think we'll be okay.
Ashley Babbitt, you're dehumanizing her? Was she on meth?
I don't think she was one of the 4 that died from meth. She died from the gunshot.
No, did she deserve to be shot?
She was trying to climb into an area where federal agents were saying, if you climb in here, I'm going to shoot you.
Federal
So-
gods?
Federal
If it was
gods?
your house,
I'm sorry,
would you
do
shoot
federal
them?
agents not have the right to shoot
So
people?
would you would have pulled the trigger on her? You like that?
If I was one of the federal agents there and I thought it was
Their
appropriate
job
to do so,
is to
yeah.
Watch that
protect.
video?
Their job
watched
is
that
to
video, yeah.
protect the
Watch that
people
video.
inside.
Do I like that? No, you guys are the ones cheering on the other side of that.
All right, I think
I was cheering
we got
on
a
her.
little
You guys
derailed
were cheering
talking
for it the
about-
entire time.
Talking about Owen, we got a
sick.
little.
Wait, I want to know, what do we do if we don't trust the courts? We don't trust the courts. We don't trust the president.
Hey,
We
does
don't
Julian
trust.
Assange deserve to be in prison?
What, I'm not here to talk about Julian Assange or
You
the
wanna
rest of your
put-
friends, okay? Tell
wanna
me,
put
what do
ju-
we
you
do
wanna
if
put
we don't
journalists in
trust?
prison.
There's a reason he won't answer the question. The reason why is because he answers
No,
rebellion and
your
insurrection.
question-
There's a reason why they marched.
Yeah, we're gonna get back. We are going to get back to.
I talked about Owen, who was there peacefully and said, don't go in, and he said, you're defending insurrection. Everybody's going to play that quote. That's not true.
Okay, I think, and you know what, I agree. I think claiming that that is a defense of insurrection is different. You were defending maybe Owen.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to Darren because there was a question that was, we took a tangent. And also, Glenn, I think you look like you were about to say something. So if you wanted to speak first.
Yeah, let Darren go ahead first on just to close the Ray Epps thing, but I do want to say something as well about what I've been hearing.
I'm fine.
What charges do you think he should have got?
Oh, I think he could and should have gotten far more serious charges. The first example is the easiest and most readily available, obstruction of official proceeding, which is basically the standard charge for people who've done far less egregious things than Epps.
No, but it really isn't, though, because the only people who are charged with that, I believe, are the people who went into the House chamber.
No.
The people that walked through the Capitol did not get charged with that.
First of all, that's not the case, and second
I
of all,
believe it is.
that's not an ironclad
Some of the
law.
people that-
That's not an ironclad law pertaining to the application of that charge. Secondly, there's a far more serious conspiracy charge that the government had available to them if we use the standards that they've applied in similar January 6 cases.
Yeah, he was way worse than Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes. I mean, he's literally, we're Stuart Rhodes saying invade the Capitol. We're Stuart Rhodes attacking people or ramming signs. Ray Epps did that.
Stuart Rhodes literally said that if Trump doesn't impose the Insurrection Act, that we need an insurrection. And he said, storm the Capitol. And he went into the Capitol, and he hurt police officers.
Didn't he-
He did not go to the Capitol.
He called for people
That is
Joe Biggs did. Joe
Didn't
Biggs
he?
went into the Capitol.
You just said
Joe
you
Biggs or
just-
Stuart Rhodes. Either Joe Biggs or Stuart Rhodes.
Stuart Rhodes did not do that.
No, one of them, I forget which one it
Joe
was.
Biggs.
He said that.
Yeah, Joe got
No, you don't even know what I'm
He
going to
deserves
say.
a year in jail. He doesn't deserve.
You don't know what I'm going to say, though. One of them called for people to defend the White House and shoot to kill the National Guard.
Let me just answer really quickly.
By the way,
Let me say something.
Stuart Rhodes did say that on air, and I told him he was wrong to his face. So I'm going to be honest.
Wait a second.
He
One
did,
thing.
before it happened, he did say if Trump calls us out for a civil war, and I was like, dude, I'm not for this on air.
One thing,
You're right. That's true.
very quickly.
I agree. There was a lot of rhetoric on both sides.
You wanted
That's
an
true.
example of somebody who didn't go into the Capitol who got obstruction of the official proceeding?
Yes.
Thomas Caldwell. That's one of
What did
many.
he do?
I'm not familiar.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Stuart Rhodes did say what he just said.
So
you guys confused that Ed or Brian. I'm sorry.
You put that. So if you put that together with.
No, I get there was some rhetoric.
Right.
It was dangerous.
So I mean, if you put that together with the planning, him and Biggs were planning on two different ends. One Oath Keepers, one.
There's no proof they planned it.
Well, if you look at the Telegram message,
An undercover agent recorded the conversation in the garage.
But have you looked at the Telegram messages where they're basically instructing people where to go and where they're at and that. Saying, hey, we stormed the Capitol, we took the Capitol.
Yeah, there's no doubt there was LARPing without Trump's directives of some people talking about that.
All right,
wait, why don't we trust their messages, but we do trust Ray Epps bragging to his nephew that he orchestrated?
Good point.
No, I just said they were talking about it.
We're gonna go. Yeah, Glenn.
It's called being honest.
Let's let Glenn finish this one off because then I have another question for you guys.
Yeah, the whole thing, like listening to them, honestly, it's like listening. I don't mean to be insulting. I'm just saying this, it's what it sounds like. Like seventh graders who learn civics class and have this understanding of how the U.S. government works. Like, oh, the FBI investigate and they discover crimes and then they go to the courts and the courts are very honest and the courts are apolitical and the courts make rulings and everything that has happened in January 6th. And you can even look at the people they picked and choose who to expand the law. The people who ended up getting prosecuted on felony counts, even though they were nonviolent, had these incredibly novel interpretations of law that were used against them to turn nonviolent demonstration and nonviolent political protest into felony by taking this post-Enron law and giving it a stretched meaning that it never had before. And the reason so many of them plead guilty is because they know that if they go into court, they're going to have rulings against them because a lot of these judges, especially in Washington, are not only Democratic Party judges, but the entire system is furious to watch people go and put their feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk. So the entire system decided that this has to be punished regardless of what the law provides. You had the FBI with their hooks inside all of these groups, but I do understand that if you believe in this like story of American propaganda, that the FBI is these upstanding law enforcement people and they don't do that and then the courts go and make rulings, then you're going to end up with this image of what the three of them have, which is this idea that this was one of the worst attacks in American history. The courts have ruled. Everything the government did in this case is consistent with their long-standing view before January 6th that these groups are criminal groups. They need to be criminalized. Trump's movement is a threat to the United States, and the entire part of January 6th was designed to define them as an insurrectionary movement so that they could criminalize them, which is exactly what they're doing.
809. I want to respond to Glenn real quick.
We don't have the money for a criminal trial.
890 convictions or guilty pleas, 2 acquittals, 2. 890 to 2. So is that go ahead, Glenn.
They're not convicted of insurrection.
I believe 170 or so were for violent acts.
Parading.
A tiny number, a small percentage.
Yeah, and the Supreme Court is, and they should be.
Let Glenn talk. Go ahead.
Understand that usually what happens in the United States with nonviolent protesters or even with violent protesters is they don't get charged with anything. A tiny percentage of people who use violence throughout all of the Black Lives Matter protests ended up in jail because the ideology in which they were protesting was one that was considered positive and friendly by the institutions of authority. They were on the side of Black Lives Matter. They didn't prosecute that. The Trump movement and the right-wing extremists, as the government calls them, are considered enemies of the state, and that was why the entire law enforcement mechanisms were distorted.
If you want to actually make these...
Let me just back up Glenn briefly, and I'll shut up.
Let me finish.
I'll take a 5-minute break.
One second. Let me finish. It's not the same to compare Black Lives Matter protesters and protesters who entered the Capitol building during the certification of the election. Those are not, that's like
Democrats have bombed the U.S. Capitol. Democrats have bombed it.
Courthouses and burned down police stations, and they had within them people who were insurrectionary.
And they got charged, and as they should have. They got charged.
Barely any of them got charged.
There are plenty of them that were charged. There are plenty that were charged.
Can I just say one thing? I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to take a break here.
Yeah, we're actually all going to be taking a short 5-minute break here in a moment. But Alex,
I'm just going to say this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw billions of dollars of stuff burned down. We saw all the killings, and we never said all Democrats are involved in that. Biden gave a speech yesterday that was Hitlerian, in my view, literally saying everyone in D.C. was a terrorist. They're all bad. You can't vote for Trump. We're taking him off the ballot. America's going into martial law to stop them. Our republic is in danger. I got the transcript right here.
Yeah, quote him where he says that. Everyone in D.C. is a terrorist. That's a Biden direct quote?
No.
Is that Hunter Biden or Joe Biden?
I know you love Hunter, but the point is this was a hysterical diatribe. This is dangerous.
So, Alex, what if instead of the Capitol is the White House and there's thousands of people at the White House fence and they push through the fence? Do you think those people deserve more of a criminal penalty than people that were rioting in, I don't know, L.A.?
No, I mean, if it turns out they were under the directive of a foreign power.
No, it was just a bunch of Americans.
Do they kill a cop? It's the crime they commit.
If a bunch of Americans, when Trump was in the White House, stormed the White House fences
guns,
with weapons, and
like Ashley Babbitt got shot?
No,
they shot
past the fence.
The Trump supporter shot Ashley Babbitt. Okay.
Made it past the fence, and they were at the doors of the White House. Do you think that they would act?
When Trump asked for the National Guard to stop that, Milley said no.
Trump didn't ask for the National Guard.
He didn't ask for the National Guard.
Milley's on record saying, I threatened to resign if Trump puts troops.
That wasn't January 6th. That was weeks before.
You just said about the White House.
Yeah, but nobody.
See, I'm giving you specifics.
Nobody was actually.
I'm giving you specifics.
Did anybody cross police barricades into the White House?
You know what I saw was the police, after a little bit of a fight, open the doors and wave people in, and a bunch of them.
They didn't wave people in.
Oh my God! Everybody, get the footage.
There's one clip out of 40,000 hours.
There's hundreds.
There's no hundreds of clips of people waving people through the door. What I saw were people breaking the windows, climbing through broken windows, unlocking multiple doors, and letting other people in. Once in, police were forced to basically de-escalate the situation and make sure that the Congress people were protected. At that point, they were outnumbered 10-1, the Capitol Police to the rioters. At that point, those videos where they're walking alongside people, they're funneling them into the rotunda.
I was there.
You weren't in the Capitol, and I give you credit for that. You knew when to turn around.
The Wall Street Journal said I was cowardly on top of a car commanding people to invade. But thank God Jack Posobiec, because I didn't have a Twitter then, put the video out of me saying don't go in. I got there in the middle of it. Man,
I'm glad you did, and you made the right decision.
When you're there with 300,000 people, it's 1 million in town, and they don't even know what's happening in front of them. They're being guided in. A lot of those innocent people that just walked to the Capitol have been sent to prison.
All right, we're going to take a... Well, no, actually, we're not going to be taking a break, maybe. But I want to ask you guys, talking about these people in prison, these prison sentences. So I want to talk to you briefly about if you think these prison sentences that some of these people are getting are justified or not. And then we're going to be taking questions from the audience from Zero Hedge Premium. So if you haven't signed up at zerohedge.com, sign up for the premium service, and maybe be able to get a question in before we wrap. But what do you guys think? I mean, let me start with you, Darren, because I haven't heard from you.
By the way, I don't want to wrap. I mean, I say take a break. A lot of people are tuning in now. I'll keep having this debate all day long.
Yeah, we might keep going. But Darren, what do you think about the prison sentences in general that these people have been getting?
I think they're completely overblown, and they're, it's consistent with what we're talking about, this amplification of January 6th into this false domestic terrorist act. And, the stakes, what are the stakes involved? The reason it's being amplified in this fashion is to justify the further weaponization of the national security apparatus against Trump supporters and to suppress the energies associated with Trump's movement. Therefore, you have these crazy sentencing. I think they're all crazy. Even those top sentences for the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, 20 years, 18 years. It's simply insane when you think about, again, all of it has to be comparative. There are people guilty of murder who get less prison time. And the self-described, self-professed posture of the DOJ in the immediate aftermath of January 6th is one of shock and awe, which ominously but kind of unwittingly, accurately recalls the Iraq War and the war on terror. This is not an accident. It's very fitting that the Department of Homeland Security is the tip of the spear when it comes to this repurposing of the national security apparatus. It was the Department of Homeland Security that said white supremacy is the #1 national security threat, and by white supremacy, they mean Trump. all of these people have also said January 6th was a white supremacist insurrection. Hillary Clinton has said that MAGA is a white supremacist slogan, so that helps to contextualize and clarify.
And all these movies are coming out.
What they mean when they say white supremacy is the #1 national security threat. And so basically, these people, even the people who committed illegal acts, are in effect political prisoners because of the political context of these prosecutions, which are vastly overblown and could only make sense within this political context of the weaponization not only of the national security state, but unfortunately now also the legal apparatus.
And let's go on the line with Glenn again and then all you guys. But I just want to say something. This is important, folks. In June of 2021, Biden put out a national security memorandum, which you just mentioned, saying right-wing extremism is the #1 threat. Then he defined that as white supremacism and then said questioning open borders, questioning elections, questioning lockdowns, questioning forced shots. That's in the report. I've shown it hundreds of times on air. He's literally declaring the people enemy. Then he gives a speech with this red background with Marines. I thought I was watching Adolf Hitler. And then yesterday he gives a speech saying they're taking over, they're a danger, we're at war, all off a riot at the Capitol. At best, it's a riot, and obviously provocateur. So this is a branding of 80 million voters plus as a political enemy. This is extremely totalitarian, extremely dangerous, and I was there. I know. You're in a crowd of hundreds of thousands. You're up, tear gas is coming down. You can't even see what's happening at the Capitol. You're saying, don't go in there. We've got a stage. I go there. There's a stage, no one there. I mean, we were set up, and I was set up. Thank God that I waited 30, 40 minutes. I didn't know what to do. I was like, this is weird. How do I lead a crowd that's already left? I was there. And so all I'm saying is this is not the basis to indict populist Americans and say they're terrorists. And if the U.S. government spent the equivalent of $10 trillion, you know, they spent $1 trillion in Afghanistan of real current numbers, but the estimates now are $10 trillion in current dollars in Vietnam, and the Vietnamese wouldn't give up. So Swallowsville says we'll use F-16s, we'll just kill Americans, we'll take your guns. F-16s don't take guns, folks. I don't want a civil war. I don't want violence. But the entire deep state couldn't defeat the Vietnamese. And now they want a war with the American people while they have one with Russia and while they have one with China. This is madness. It needs to stop. I don't want a war with Democrats. I don't want civil war. I don't have some dream of this. But this is the election strategy of Joe Biden is civil war.
Glenn, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think this is really the nub of everything. Like, I really do think that the three of them actually believe what they're saying. I'm now actually realizing this, and the reason they believe it is because they don't know the history of the war on terror. They don't know the history of the Cold War. They don't know what the CIA and the FBI and the U.S. security state have been constructed to do and the role that they played in our domestic politics. Every single time that there's some new crisis, the CIA, the FBI, the permanent power faction in Washington, and it's not like some crazy conspiracy theory. Dwight Eisenhower warned of it on his way out of the presidency in 1961 when he called it the military-industrial complex because he had seen how it was growing beyond all democratic accountability.
My cat's so cute. My cat's so fucking cute. Come here. Come on, Boots. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Every time what they need to do is convince somebody to be scared of something, to be scared of communism, to be scared of terrorism, to be scared of domestic terrorism, and they convince people that some minor event, relatively speaking, in the history of the threats to our country, like the 9/11 attack, which is a terrible thing, but they exaggerated wildly the threat of foreign terrorism to basically institute the Patriot Act and warrantless eavesdropping and all of the things that turned our country more authoritarian. They were announcing that before 9/11. They used 9/11 to do it. They were announcing before January 6th that they wanted to turn right-wing extremists into domestic terrorists. And they used January 6th and this extremely inflated narrative about what it was. It was a riot of out-of-control people, a few hundred of them, that they turned into an insurrection, that they're now weaponizing the justice system, and they're creating a precedent. I hope you guys understand this, where they're now taking a nonviolent protest. Remember, most of the people charged in January 6th are charged with nonviolent protests, and they've made it now so that they can charge those people with felonies and put them in prison for years. That was the Q Shaman, 4 years in prison for a nonviolent protest. That's the precedent that you're endorsing with this narrative.
So Jacob Chansley got 4 years, but he served, I think, a year and a half. But I do want to go back. So Stuart
For
Rose,
nonviolent.
Stuart Rose,
There are
Biggs,
non-violent crimes.
Biggs, Stuart Rose, and Enrique Tarrio. They were sentenced to some of the harshest sentences out of all the January 6ers. Who was the judge? It was a Trump-appointed judge, Timothy Kelly. Now, if you look at the worst convictions, the ones that received the largest sentences, 80% of them were actually under the sentencing guidelines. 80%. These people didn't receive sentences that were any more harsh than anybody else in other crimes. And these were people sentenced from a Trump judge, a Trump-appointed judge. So you're all saying that oh, the courts are rigged against conservatives or Trump supporters. But these are Trump judges. Many of these were Trump judges that actually not charge these people, but sentence these people.
I think that if we want to talk about knowing history and understanding history and contextualizing history, I think if we want to run with that argument, then we need to do real journalist work while we do it. It's not enough to say the FBI or the CIA has done this 10, 20 years ago and then blindly assert it every single time it happens to fit whatever political narrative you want to tell. If you want to tell a story, the person telling the story needs to find evidence to support it. Sure, if you want to say the FBI or the CIA or any other domestic agency has been involved in spying on Americans and doing bad things, that's fine. We all know that it's happened. That doesn't mean that you don't have to find evidence in the future of it happening. And so far, there is no evidence of it happening on January 6th. As many times you want to throw around the follow politics before 2016 or whatever, well, we're in 2024 right now. Find some information from today or find some information from January 6th to today. It's not enough to just keep appealing to the past and pretend like that's going to do your homework for you and that somehow you can make all of these accusations without having any real evidence. As far as this claim of like there are novel uses of charges or people don't do charges like this, as was said over here, like most of the sentences have been within sentencing guidelines. A lot of these have been done with a Trump-appointed judge. The idea that these charges are novel, that people don't face prosecution like this, there's some element of truth to that, but this is also a novel situation. We have never had a president in the United States try to resist the peaceful transfer of power like this. This has just never happened before. And you can keep screaming about Hillary Clinton, you can keep screaming about BLM all you want and talk about the blown up fire stations and the congressional halls. The reality is that none of those situations were like this one. You want to keep appealing to those and saying those people should have been charged with crimes. We agree they should have been charged with crimes. But to even do the whataboutism, you have to already concede that you are wrong on all of the merits about the current people you're talking about. Every single time we talk about Donald Trump, you go, well, what about when Hillary Clinton or Biden did it? Oh, okay, then you admit that Trump did? Because if you want to admit that Trump is guilty of every single thing that we've been accusing him of, which is what you're doing when you go, what about the other guy? Because it seems like you're just trying to appeal to hypocrisy at that point rather than the fact of the matter, then do that. Say, yeah, Trump did try to cite an insurrection. Yeah, Trump did fail. Yeah, it was a riot. I don't know why you keep saying most of the No, don't ask me this. Let me finish my one point one time without being interrupted by you. You came running back because you heard me talking. You had to interrupt me. I know you came running back
attacking you. So excited for it. Okay? I don't understand this rhetoric of mostly peaceful riot. Yeah, it was mostly peaceful. A lot of riots that have riot aspects to them have a lot of peaceful people there. And a 10,000 riot, it's not always 10,000 people rioting. It might just be 100 people rioting or 1,000 people rioting. The reality was there was one event on January 6th at the Capitol building. That event was a riot.
Okay, so let me just add some context here. Well, they had 3 trials in Michigan, and one of them, it was a mistrial. They let most of them off another. They finally got a few convicted. It came out in court that the feds went and found a bunch of basically homeless potheads. And just like Glenn was saying, the New York Times article, back when they were more accurate, 97% of Islamic plots were hatched by the FBI, including the first World Trade Center bombing. And they admit all that. And I've interviewed the people involved, Ahmad Salam, all of them, that knew they were going to do the bombing. He came and said, why have I cooked a real bomb? They let it go forward. With Whitmer, the same team involved in January 6th from the FBI went and set these people up, and that came out in the mainstream news. So we know this isn't, you guys were saying, we don't want to go back to 10 years ago. You know, I'm sitting there for 6-7 minutes, you know, out there smoking a cigarette.
Really, bro?
While you're just going on and acting like you're being censored. You're like, there's no example recently of them doing something corrupt or bad.
Never said that.
It's a great example, Alex. And if I can add some detail to that.
He said you can use
no, Destiny, this is a great point. This is a great point that Alex is making. You don't need to go back to the original war on terror. You don't need to go back to the ample antecedents that exist going way back into our nation's history. Just go back to the Michigan case. And the parallels to January 6th are striking. Look, almost half of the so-called plotters turned out to be either informants or federal agents. One of those federal agents had to recuse himself from the trial because he beat his wife on the way home from a swingers party. The second one had to recuse himself because he was moonlighting in his private security firm and leaking details of investigations in which he was involved. But in every single, it wasn't just that there were informants. Every active step instrumental to this so-called plot was undertaken by one of the informants or one of the agents. One of the informants, as I mentioned him, Steve Robeson, in the context of, does the government ever burn its own informants? Almost all the time. And
how many of the BLM riots were instigated by FBI?
What?
How many of the BLM riots were instigated by our own intelligence agencies?
Well, they had agents in there. In fact, one of the guys, Sullivan, one of the guys, Jake Sullivan, he had a very complicated relationship. Antifa basically excluded him because of his relationship with the government, and they thought he was a Fed. Absolutely, the Feds infiltrate BLM. Absolutely, they do that.
Excluded because of his relationship with the government. He got excluded because that guy was insane. Because he was screaming at people to do all sorts of violent stuff constantly. Nobody wanted to be around him. And at some point, they thought he was a Fed.
On video in the Capitol saying, "I told you we were going to stage it. I told you it was going to happen."
Yeah, but again, for Sullivan, there's no evidence that Sullivan communicates with
why are we moving? You talk more than all of us. You guys, these guys haven't talked to me.
Why is it that when BLM rioters, I guess you could say, aren't arrested as much as you want? Like, you know, you say the January 6ers were arrested at a much higher rate than the rioters.
That's true.
Okay, how come you don't say that?
And much more property damage as a result of BLM.
So here's the thing, though. Why don't you accuse those who aren't prosecuted for those riots of being federal agents?
Well, in some cases they probably are, but at that scale, it's hard to.
Maybe they just have more there. How do you know?
No.
Like, if you want to go conspiracy theory, I mean, let's touch all the bases.
But I mean, Michigan is on record.
Can I interject? First, the idea again that for the FBI to be infiltrating these groups is a conspiracy theory. Again, it requires an understanding of the FBI that's childlike. And what Destiny was saying before is, oh, we're just using what they've done in the past and therefore concluding they must be doing that in the future. He just ignored all the evidence we've been presenting for the last 2 hours, including the fact that the FBI, by their own admission, had informants in all 3 of the leading groups that organized January 6th and were talking to informants on the ground at the Capitol.
Exactly.
On that.
Who is the head of the FBI? Who's the head of the FBI?
Appointed him. It's okay.
As far as January 6th defendants are concerned, it is true that they're getting sentences similar to what people get when they're charged with felonies. The point is that it is insane that nonviolent protesters are being charged with felonies in the United States. That is what never happened. And pointing to Black Lives Matter is not to say, oh yeah, that's whataboutism, so we're admitting that this was an insurrection, and that is too. The point is that what the government is doing, if you look at the disparate treatment between the two, is picking and choosing which movement they like ideologically and politically and which they don't, and punishing much more severely the one that they don't, which is what January 6th is about.
So wait, when you're making that accusation, wait, real quick, when you're making
going into the Capitol building with weapons, saying, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. No, that's not a violent crime, but are you saying that that doesn't warrant a felony conviction? That's absurd. People are actually calling for the hanging of the vice president of America.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest.
No, Alex, hold on one second. The majority of people who were charged with felonies in January 6th are non-violent offenders.
And what did they do, Glenn? What did they do?
An interpretation of the law. They created an interpretation of the law that was enacted after Enron that was designed to criminalize accountants from obstructing fraud at the corporate level.
Every single
meaning of it to mean that if it's a non-violent protest, any non-violent protest now at the Capitol can be charged with a felony.
You're glossing over the facts. You're glossing over the facts, Glenn.
People get 6 month sentences. Hold on,
I want to respond to Glenn.
People get 6 month sentences for going in the damn thing being waved in by police. That's on record.
But here's the facts. The people who got the felonies were either violent, they were taking part in a conspiracy, or they went into the House chamber. Those are the people who got it. The people who walked into the Capitol building.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, it's
Look
not.
It absolutely
I just gave you a specific example earlier.
Like 1 or 2 based on
Give me an
conspiracy.
example. What did he do?
Thomas Caldwell. He was not violent, and he did not go into the Capitol.
He didn't go. What did he do? What was he charged with? What was his conviction? What was his conviction?
Caldwell's conviction?
Let's talk about.
Did not go in the Capitol.
Let's talk about Thomas Caldwell for a minute.
And then also real quick, to Glenn's point, keep in mind that when you're saying that BLM wasn't treated the same because of the government and how they were, you're not just alleging the federal government at that point, you're alleging every single state government and city municipality that's in charge of arresting people are all on the same page in terms of unfair.
Almost all of us in D.C.
Wait, the feds are in charge of prosecuting everybody in every state?
Thomas Caldwell was part of the seductive conspiracy. He was part of the conspiracy by the Oath Keeper.
Let Glenn come in,
That's
and then I
why
want to
he
hear
got
about
charged with a felony.
When Black Lives Matter happened, every single blue state mayor and every single blue state governor weighed in on the side of the rioters because they were petrified of being demonized as being racist, that they didn't support everything the Black Lives Matter movement did. So yes, the Black Lives Matter movement had corporations sponsoring them. They had Kamala Harris urging and raising money for people to get out of prison who were imprisoned and prosecuted for having engaged in violence as part of the Black Lives Matter movement. The entire establishment was on the side of the Black Lives Matter movement. The entire establishment hated the January 6th defendants. That's the reality of our government that you don't understand. Because
The reality of our government that you don't understand. The reality of our government that you don't understand is that police orders don't come down from the federal government or even from the governors. Policing is done at the municipal level. The idea that governors are dictating. The BLM riots are not all federally prosecuted. These are state crimes that are happening within states. That are happening within states. The idea that the governors themselves, the governors are dictating. The governors themselves are dictating the policing policies to all of these different departments. Where's the evidence of any of that? One message, one email, one memorandum, one thing saying don't arrest protesters, don't convict them. Not a single shred of evidence.
How much do you love the police state? Why do you suddenly love it?
Why isn't that weird? That's the most you guys have. Isn't that weird?
And got arrested by George W. Bush against
Why
the
are we forgetting something? We're forgetting one thing, and that is that you can commit a crime, you can commit a felony, and it doesn't have to be violent. There's plenty of felonies on the books that aren't violent, including breaking into a federal building, breaking through police lines and going into that federal building and going into the Senate chamber as Congress people are trying to certify an election. How is that going over your head, Glenn?
Let me ask you this. I'm asking you this and everybody. Please answer my question. Is this as bad as Pearl Harbor, or is this as bad as 9/11? And all I'm telling you is this Biden announcement that currently the number one threat is the Trump supporters, and Trump must be taken off the ballot. You can punt to the Supreme Court, but they're literally trying to preclude Americans from voting for who they want. That's the election theft in our face.
Why do we have to keep going back to that?
That's the third time that question was asked and unanswered.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
I want to go
They're
to
taking somebody off the ballot.
I want to talk about Thomas Caldwell, and Darren, maybe you can answer this. Who is he? What did he do exactly, and what was he charged with?
Vicious conspiracy.
We don't need to get into that so extensively. I was just saying, here's somebody who is not violent, who did not go into the Capitol, who is charged with Obstruction of an official
No, it's
proceeding.
seditious conspiracy.
Well, there was later a superseding indictment.
That's a felony he was charged with.
Biden's entire campaign is January 6th. Not inflation, not war with Russia, not open borders. I mean, give me a break, man. We had 1 million+ people there. A
Based
few
on
hundred
what, a
got in
speech?
fights with the cops, and you act like it's the biggest thing since
It's a pretty
since sliced
big deal
bread.
when a president tries to overturn a legitimate election. That's
You
a
wanted a
really big deal.
10-day
That's a
investigation.
really big. You had all your investigations and you lost every single one. When you lose in court, you go to the next day. That's what
You keep investigating
remember,
after the state certifies it.
remember in 2016 when all the conservatives said, well, you know what? If we would have lost the election, you know what we would have done the next day? We would have went to work. Well, here you are 4 years later, still crying about the outcome of the election.
So if Biden's going to win by landslide, why are the Democrats not winning on the ballot?
It's up to the Supreme Court to decide.
Can I just say what my dream is? My dream is that Ed and Brian and Destiny have to actually live through a real coup so that they can then come back to the set and be like, oh my God, you know what? I'm so sorry for saying that what happened in the Capitol for 3 hours against the most militarized and powerful government to ever exist in human history got anywhere near a coup or an insurrection. A coup or an insurrection.
Let me say this and I'll shut up. I will leave for 10 minutes. I will leave. Let me ask this one question to Glenn. I want you all to answer this. Humor me. I agree. Because Glenn's a really great writer. I really respect him and follow him for decades. Can everyone describe a coup to me? Because usually it's helicopters, taking over media, killing the opposition, troops. And then you're claiming women with American flags and being waved in by police as a coup. So define to me, all of you first, and then Glenn and then the professor. What is a coup? Since this was the most devastating evil coup ever,
A coup is
explain
when
to
you
me.
enact a scheme to try to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power.
Like
That's a
Russiagate.
coup.
No, they didn't take any action. It was.
They tried to remove him on a line.
There's nothing illegal done there to try and remove
The
Trump.
intelligence
It was
agencies
impeachment
censoring,
is not
putting out fake
illegal.
dossiers. Oh, that was illegal?
The dossier was
saying his election wasn't legitimate?
Did they try to remove him? They took it to the
So wait, you admit that, wait, hold on. You admit then that Trump tried a coup, and you think Russiagate was also a coup then? You want to do
No, I don't agree Trump did a coup. I'm asking you, like, what, do you know about Pinochet? Do you know about Hitler? Do you know about the attempted coups? What is a
Fight
coup?
on the merits.
Hey,
why don't you fight on the
you're the
merits
smart guy.
instead of doing the whataboutism without even owning that Trump did something wrong?
No.
Focus on Trump.
Define me a coup.
I just did. Did you not listen to me?
No. Glenn, let's start with Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, you're a well-respected journalist. You look at coups around the world. What do they usually look like?
I know, no, Destiny is now the incredible giant of journalism and the constitutional scholar I used to be, as Destiny said. But anyway, a coup is generally when people in power or people who are trying to get into power marshal the force of the armed factions of that country and use it to eliminate the legal process and take over. So, for example, if Trump had called in the military on his side on January 6th, or he had gotten the military to block people from trying to remove him from office on January 20th, that is always what we say is a coup. Nothing that looks like what happened on January 6th. The other thing I just want to correct, Destiny seems to have this, like, debate me sort of point that he thinks he keeps making that's so smart, which is when
Why
you
does he
say...
waste so much time on catty comments? There must be something better for him to say.
No, you're the one that does throwaway
There must
lines.
be something
All right,
better for him to say.
We're about to change gears. Let Glenn finish this thought, and then we're moving to our audience questions.
I've done this little debate tactic like 8 times. I've listened to it for 2 hours. So if you say this person did this and it's wrong, and then someone else says, well, what about this person, this politician you love? He did the same thing. Destiny says, oh, you're admitting that both of them did something wrong. No. One of the reasons why you say things like the Black Lives Matter protest was never considered an insurrection is not to say that January 6th was also an insurrection and therefore you should treat the Black Lives Matter one like an insurrection. The point is to say the Black Lives Matter wasn't treated like an insurrection because people like Ed and Destiny and Brian love the Black Lives Matter movement because it's aligned with their ideology. These are liberals who hate the Trump movement politically and therefore want to criminalize it. But pointing to other examples,
I'm against all rioting, just to be clear.
Isn't it admitting that the one that you start with is wrong? You're just trying to show that you're not applying consistent principles when your ideology is at
If
stake.
that was the case, then when you're accused of defending a coup, then you argue why it's not a coup. That's how the argument works. If somebody says, I think that Trump engaged in a coup,
One of the ways that you show that it's not a coup is by saying that the things that you like that are done that are far more insurrectionary are things you won't call an insurrection because things done to advance.
Glenn, I'm sorry. No, Glenn, that's called an appeal to hypocrisy. The way that you argue against something being a coup.
You actually believe what
Why has Trump not been charged with it? Why have they not charged Trump with insurrection? You just say he...
Smith already said why. Go read some of his documents.
It's
if you
like the
haven't
main
already.
Secretary of State. She says he's guilty.
If you don't think it's a coup, then we agree on what the definition of a coup is. If we don't agree on the definition of a coup, which you said it requires military presence, I don't know if anyone necessarily said.
All right. Well, it's not going to get resolved tonight, although we have tried to resolve it. We're not shutting down. We're just moving to the next phase of the organization. Is
and Glenn finishes his point.
Actually, we're going to comments. I think this.
Fine. If you want to shut it down, that's fine.
I do want to shut it down. I want to move on.
Okay.
In fact, we've been instructed to move on, so that's what we're doing.
By who? By who?
By the producers of the show. Let's move on. ZeroHedge.com. I mean, we can, if you guys want to go in circles and yell over each other for another 10 minutes, I don't want to do it. I want to go to these comments. But the
I bet there was a 6'3" Marine, ex-Marine, that told you to
Thanks,
shut it
dude.
down.
Thanks, dude. Shut it down.
No, but I mean, listen. This is the heart of it. Coups are militaries seizing the telecommunications and the government institutions and killing their opposition.
You could do lots of different
If Trump was going to do that, I would be against. Trump did not do that. That's a bunch of fucking people being led into the Capitol is not a freaking coup, man.
An electronic coup, you know. But let's go on. These are from ZeroHedge.com. From some of the premium users of the website have sent in some of the questions. This one's actually a question for what they call the blue team, which right now is going to be the three of you guys, Ed, Brian, and Stephen. The question is, the New York Times acknowledged that there were FBI informants in the Capitol on January 6th, and then they give a link to the New York Times article. Given the agency's history of entrapment, is it a stretch that some agents may have provoked the riot? And then there's a follow-up question. Why was law enforcement so ill-prepared for the insurrection, in quotes, despite the presence of informants? So the first part of the question is it a stretch that some agents may have provoked the riot?
So informants are something the FBI has been using for years, decades. Is it illegal? No. They can do it as long as they do it within the legal means. If an informant is in the Capitol breaking the law, that doesn't mean that the FBI is behind it. Informants are also people who live their lives. Like, I could be an informant for FBI, I could go and murder somebody. That doesn't mean the FBI had me murder that person. So I think there's a lot of misinformation there that gets conflated with facts.
Well, and number two, do I think it's possible that an FBI agent could have done that? Sure, anything's possible, but put out the evidence. There isn't evidence of this. The whole Ray Epps thing, show us the evidence that it actually worked for the FBI.
Orchestrated it. You just said I orchestrated it. You're right.
I robbed the bank. Come arrest me. Should I get arrested? I just said I robbed the bank.
Orchestrated. You're right. You said orchestrated. You're right.
Did Ray Epps say that he was an FBI agent? You guys are just coming to
We're
that
not saying he
conclusion,
works for them.
connecting
Probably,
random dots.
if I had to guess, I'd say Southern Poverty Law Center.
If Ray Epps set them up, why isn't a single other person there attested to that?
Out of the
If he whispered into people's
250,000.
ears, if he was leading breach teams, why didn't any of the arrest teams? Why didn't a single? Why didn't a single person come out? I'm asking why. I'm asking this though. The next reasonable question: why doesn't a single person come out and testify?
Because we exposed him. Because he's the leader there. And he's there doing it. He did it on video. He said, I led this. I did this.
You're not answering my question. I'm saying, why hasn't anyone else come out and attested to this? Not a single person.
You know what an orchestra is, right?
I went to school for music.
The conductor leads the symphony.
Yep.
So
and all the musicians have to see the conductor and will tell you, that's my conductor.
Says, go into the Capitol.
Why doesn't anybody else say, that was my conductor?
You know, the follow-up part of this question, why do you guys think law enforcement was so ill-prepared for the insurrection, again in quotes, despite the presence of informants? This is from Space Worm, just so you know, Space Worm from Zero Hedge.
Well, half of them were sent away for crowd control.
I think the ill-preparedness came because Trump's deployment of the National Guard in the past, especially in D.C., it caused a lot of people to be uncomfortable with National Guard being present in the Capitol when the certification of the vote was happening. So as they were having conversations prior to establishing security, I think they took a lot of extraordinary bureaucratic measures to make it so that I think that day, if the National Guard was going to be deployed, it either had to be, I think, Miller or Walker. I think one of those two had to be the direct authorization.
Let me respond briefly.
Which is not
we have
to go that way. Let me.
We have you 1 hour ago saying Trump never called for National Guard, and you just said they refused it. I got your ass.
You got me. Yes, that's correct. You got me. So when the National Guard was deployed, the only area that they were allowed to do.
It.
Yep. Yes,
Pentagon
that's right.
blocked Trump.
Yes.
You just admitted Trump wanted it, didn't get it.
You got me. They only deployed 340
people,
and they're
from an hour ago. He said it wasn't.
That's right. You got me.
Got him.
That's right.
Got him. You want to do
scope of the mission? The scope of the mission. You know, rhetoric like this is why Ashley Babbitt got shot. You realize that, right?
I'm gonna get shot?
No, people like Ashley Babbitt died because the people keep driving people onto this, right? It might be funny for you. I don't know if it's
I'm
funny for
murdering
them.
Ashley Babbitt?
Or, you're more or less responsible with this kind of talk, yes.
Oh my God,
Yes.
I'm murdering.
Yes, play in a factual world.
You
At
love
least,
the
like,
opposite.
tie yourself
No,
to the crowd.
you said
Tie
an hour
yourself to the
ago.
crowd.
You said an hour ago that Trump never asked for National Guard. I can show 50 articles. It's on record.
I said
and then you just admitted it. Gotcha.
Okay,
Gotcha.
guys.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
340 people were authorized to be there,
all you do
but
is
in order to
one-liners.
actually call them to the it was an extraordinary process. When you read the J6 committee of the Situation Room and Sund and everybody else complaining, where's the National Guard? Where's the National Guard? There was a whole bunch of stupid bureaucratic red tape and optics concerns that people had to cut through to get them there. So if you believe the official story and the 15 to 20 people.
1 hour ago, he said Trump never won National Guard. Now Trump won it, but he didn't get it for a good reason.
Okay, so Alex, so you're claiming that this is staged. You're claiming the FBI was behind it. In 2019, you
Like the Gulf of Tonkin.
Huh? No. You specifically said, I almost had like a form of psychosis where I thought everything was staged. So do you still have that psychosis?
Well, I said almost a form.
So do you almost still have that form
You
of
asked a
psychosis?
question. Let me quote it for you. That's out of a larger context about when you're lied to.
In a court deposition.
You're not. I said a larger context of deposition.
About Sandy Hook.
Which is a
That's what
larger.
Because you said you called Sandy Hook's a hoax, and you said it was fake because of this.
Sure. So you let me talk now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I said a larger context, which is a larger 5 hours, 8 hour deposition, right? So I just answered that. I said a larger context. I'm explaining that the public's been lied to so much. There's a major loss of confidence where people then don't believe anything they're told. It's dangerous.
That's not what you said. That's not the context.
No, that's actually.
That's not the context.
Suck it!
I know what I said.
But I read it. I read the deposition.
So put the full thing out.
I don't have it with me, but I read it.
The point is, stop.
Somebody Google it.
You're scared to let me talk?
No, go ahead.
So that's a whole nother PR firm thing, things out of context to blow that stuff up.
Suck it!
PR firm is telling you what you say in court under oath?
You're not.
We gotta let Alex finish the
fuck yeah.
question, and then we're gonna go back to the user's question.
I mean, Madeleine Albright told Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes, I ordered 500,000 children killed because I thought it was a good thing to do. I'd do it again. She's a great person. I questioned Jussie Smollett. I question WMDs in Iraq. I question everything, and I'm proud of everything I've done, and all that stuff is PR firm garbage. When I talk about the general public, because the media lies about almost everything, loses trust in anything, that creates a general form of psychosis, and is very dangerous. I talk about that every day on my show. And Joe Rogan just last week said, you know, Alex Jones isn't totally right, but he means to be right. He's more informative than CNN. They lie on purpose, and the public has lost trust in the system. That's dangerous. What do you do? So that was the full discussion. Let me give you another example. They say in court, Jones in a custody battle said, I'm an actor, everything I say is fake. I've offered a $1 million reward for that. I didn't say that. They wanted to put, like now, a 15-year-old video. Back then, it was like a 9-year-old video of me as the Joker saying all these horrible things. Take drugs, kids, you'll die. It's great. So kids wouldn't take drugs. It's reverse psychology. And then, hold on. They wanted to introduce that in court, and my lawyer said when Jack Nicholson plays the Joker, he's not really the Joker. And when Alex Jones is in Waking Life or Scanner Darkly or any of this stuff, when he's being an actor, it's not what he really means. In the scope of when
Are you being an actor now?
No, see.
How do we know? How do we know?
No,
How do you know?
see,
Maybe you still have psychosis.
But see, that's the game you're playing.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm serious.
No. I am 99.
Psychosis is a serious problem.
No, when I'm on this show, this is Alex Jones, the analyst, Alex Jones, the pundit. Alex Jones,
I'll get to you in a moment.
Covering.
Yeah, Glenn's about to jump in.
I mean, this game that I don't mean when I say Ray Epps said I orchestrated it. That's a real thing.
Yeah, we're all playing a sort of character right now. We're all on a stage.
I was actually in that Twitter space with you, with Elon Musk. What was it? 4 weeks ago or so? And you tried to claim that you didn't push the Sandy Hook conspiracy theory.
We're getting a field here.
I'm basing this on the whole psychosis thing. I have a.
This is a field. This is not.
Oh, baby. It's in the blood. It's in the blood. Oh, it's
In the scope of the discussion.
Yeah, we really got to stick to this question.
Focus on the user's question.
You lied in that case. You did push it. You did say that it was fake. You said you did. I have the quote right here. Let me read the quote. The whole
Yeah, okay. Ed, we're done. We're done. Glenn, I want to hear from Glenn. Glenn's about to speak.
I'm going to say this right now. Let me finish. I said in the context of everything I've done, I wasn't the platform for questioning a school shooting. They dredged that up afterwards, and I barely ever talked about it. It wasn't even on our radar.
But you said it was fake.
No, if I'm on the air
you said after examining it for a year, you found that it was fake. That's what
All right, you know what? That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. We're done with this fucking conversation. We're moving on to the user questions. As told, Glenn, you had something to say? Glenn, please.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that we are out of time here because it's been 3 hours, but I did just want to say I do think that attack on Alex is a bullshit attack. We are here because we want to talk about January 6th. We want to talk about whether
we're talking about something.
And to try and make it about Alex when there are 6 people here presenting all kinds of evidence that you're not equipped to deal with, I think it's just a pathetic way to try and end this debate. And the last thing I want to say is it's really given like a kind of amazingly vivid mindset into the minds of Trump-era liberals who have really come to see the U.S. security state and the courts and prosecutors as their political allies in their war that they're waging against people who disagree with them. And they have this like very romanticized view of what the FBI is, what the DOJ is, how the court systems work, how the federal government works. And all of this reveals this so well because what's happening here is so manifest, which is that all of these agencies are being abused because the Trump movement is considered the gravest threat to establishment power in this country, which is why the bipartisan establishment is against it. To try and make this about Alex and Sandy Hook is a really pathetic way to end the debate. I think you guys have done a good job defending your views. I think you should leave it at that. And we definitely have to go because it's been 3 hours. And
Well, we're not done. We're going to keep talking with some questions. No, not right now.
Can I answer the user's question?
Yeah, I would love to,
about
but
the
give me
lack of
1 second.
preparation?
The only reason I scream is because I don't have a mute button for the people right now. I would prefer not to have to use my voice.
I think you did a great job, Ian.
Thank you.
And I really
I think Glenn needs to go. We'll
You're
stay.
ready to go.
Glenn,
Oh, yeah,
give
Glenn,
us
if
a
you're
3-minute closing comment. All I'm trying to say is I didn't launch any wars. I didn't lie about WMDs. And to bring that in is
there was a point to it though.
Yeah, like, you didn't let me get to my
his
point,
point
but I-
was just that if you were lying about that or if you had psychosis about that, how do we know that that's not coming about? Half the show we talked about.
I did not say I had psychosis.
Half of the show we talked about feds, and you.
No, I talked to. If you look at the full clip of the transcript,
We talked about things being
I said
saved.
there's a group, there's a larger lie when we're lied to and lose trust. Then out of that, when no one knows what's true, it creates a lot of problems.
So the reason I went back to that is because in that Twitter space, you said that you didn't push it. You said that you just regurgitated other people's information. And that's not true. Because you told
No, that's
Megyn-
not true. I want to shut this down.
Okay.
I want to move to the next thing. It's not that I'm scared of this. I'm sick of it. I didn't make my bones on this. I barely ever talked about it.
I wanted to correct
They
that, dude. That
introduced
wasn't true.
22 minutes in these court cases over a decade. 22 minutes, dude. No, I didn't. That's not what I'm doing. You guys bring it up. And fine. Hey, Madeleine Albright said she killed 500,000 kids. She'd do it again. I killed no kids.
I just wanted
Come on, guys. This is cheap as fuck. Let's talk about what the people are paying. They have questions. They want to. We have some legitimate people.
I know, but Glenn says he wants to leave. I love Glenn Greenwald.
No one's
gone.
Glenn's going to be forced to hang out with me tonight. Okay, we're going to the second question. Unless, Darren, did you want to follow up?
I wanted to answer the user's question about the lack of preparation because it involves a lot more than the question of the National Guard. You know, for additional context, there's the Norfolk memo coming out of the Norfolk office of the FBI, extensively cataloging threats to the Capitol, including maps of tunnels, all kinds of indications that there was going to be a major event at the Capitol on that day. There was extensive government infiltration of every single militia group imputed to January 6th.
And there was a stand down?
Wait. Up to the very, very highest levels. We know that Enrique Tarrio had an extensive conversation with the head of Metro PD Intel. And that's just one example. We know the VP of the Oath Keepers was an FBI informant. We know there are at least 8 other informants in the Proud Boys, including informants who were texting their handlers simultaneously as they were in the Capitol and as the events unfolded. We know of the Oath Keeper Jeremy Brown, who has been attacked and persecuted by the government. Why? Because when he was approached by JTTF agents in December of 2020 to recruit him as an informant, he recorded the exchange and the encounter and put it out there on the internet. The JTTF agent said, there's something going to happen in January. We want you to be an informant for us. We know that there were several influencers, including Milo, who Parlered, or whatever the tweet version is for Parler, put out a message on January 5th saying, I was just approached by federal agents. Whatever they have planned on the 6th is huge. Don't go there. That's just a number of examples. Oh, yeah. And there was Donnell Harvin. He was the head of the Homeland Security Office for the DC Fusion Center. His predictions were remarkably specific and accurate. His office came up with the idea that we need to have body bags. We need to focus on the Capitol at 1 o'clock. Specifically, we need to be concerned with explosive planted on side streets that could serve a diversionary effect, therefore allowing for an attack on the Capitol. These are just some of the highlights of examples of the government being in a position to know in advance what was going on. And it wasn't just that there was an ordinary level of security at the Capitol, which is inconceivable when you think of the fact that there was a major proceeding there, that Trump was there giving a speech. Ordinarily, there would be threat assessments, which there weren't. It's not just that there was ordinary level of security. There is a uniquely absent security on that day, uniquely poor security on a day with a major certification proceeding, on a day in which President Trump was there to give a major speech on a very controversial question directly pertinent to that proceeding.
So Darren, there's 1,250 people who were indicted thus far. How many of them brought up as evidence in court that they were enticed or led into the building or led to do crimes by federal agents?
Well, there are actually quite a few.
How many of those?
Oh, I wouldn't count them, but it's not.
But was any of that evidence actually admitted in court?
In some cases, yes.
And
as you can
imagine,
the judicial process is very aggressive in pushing against any types of entrapment defenses, and many defense lawyers, in some cases, reasonably so, want to dissuade their clients from entrapment type defenses because their goal is not to uncover the truth about entrapment. Their goal is to do the best for their clients in those specific cases.
So out of 1,250 cases, not one of those defenses were actually pushed forward by any of those
I didn't say not one.
No,
there are some, but not as many as you would think, but not because this isn't relevant to the truth, but because if you're a lawyer, even a good faith lawyer, you are required to give advice to your client that's not, what's most likely to uncover the full truth about the broad event of January 6th, but what's most likely to keep my client out of jail or to minimize the time that my client
the truth is exculpatory.
Right. I would think that evidence that a federal agent led you to commit a crime or acted in a way that made you want to commit a crime would be pretty exculpatory evidence right there.
Yeah, it would in certain cases. And like I said, there are people who are pursuing that. There's a significant backlash to that within the judicial system. So even given how much it's rigged now, it's additionally rigged when it comes to those specific types of defenses because they're so subversive to the larger narrative that the government's trying to promote.
Why wouldn't McCarthy put any Republicans on the J6 committee that can investigate this?
Well, McCarthy isn't exactly someone who's aggressively interested in pursuing the truth on this either.
Okay, why not appoint like a special counsel or appoint something separate then from Congress?
Well, I think that would be a fantastic idea, but again...
Why didn't Trump do it?
Why didn't Trump do it? Trump's not in a position to do it.
Yeah, but right after J6 before he gets kicked out, why not appoint?
Well, I mean,
or why not on the days before if he thinks that there's?
I mean, there was not a really window of opportunity for that to happen. A lot of other stuff is going on.
So doesn't it suck then that like you can provide absolutely no smoking guns?
I provided a ton of evidence. No smoking guns. I provided overwhelming evidence.
You have not provided evidence for anything. You've given You've given a lot of stories, and now you've got an escape for every single way that you might actually discover what happened. Congress
I've
would
been
never hold
long
them
a
accountable.
proponent.
McCarthy.
I've been long a proponent for an investigative committee, but not the sham J6 committee.
Well, they tried. They tried.
No, the J6 committee is total sham.
Why is the J6 committee a sham?
Well, you really want to hear a good faith answer to that? Why it's partisan? Well, let's start with Benny Thompson. Now,
No, I know the people on it were all partisan. That's true, but that's because McCarthy. But that's because McCarthy wouldn't put forth his nominees after Pelosi said no to 2 of 5.
Well, first of all, I think those two should have been allowed.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking why didn't McCarthy put forth 2 other ones?
Because he didn't want to legitimize a process that was totally illegitimate.
So how convenient for you then that now we can also say the entire J6 committee?
No,
that
it's
has
not
hundreds
convenient. It's not convenient for me.
None of the
It's
evidence we can point
convenient
to
for the
is admissible
regime.
anywhere. No, it's convenient
for the regime not to have a legitimate and disinterested fact-finding commission to truly get to the bottom of the real questions that matter in relation to January 6th.
But there is no disinterested fact-finding. You guys say Comey was biased, even though he was a lifelong Republican. You say Raffensperger was biased, even though he was a lifelong Republican. You guys say that Barr was biased, even though he's been a lifelong Trump supporter and a Republican. You say Wray is biased. Like every single person you can. Yeah. So then there are no unbiased fact-finders.
I didn't say there are none, but the specific names you mentioned, absolutely.
How about William Barr?
And
how about
So all these Trump appointees,
he made terrible appointments.
Ever to hire people, right?
Well, I didn't say that's not my contention here.
Who would be able to investigate this?
I think there are some people who could. I think Jim Jordan who could.
Jim Jordan would be your example of an unbiased party.
Jim Jordan was literally part of the investigation.
I would say for there to be a legitimate committee, it would have to include people who are genuinely interested in pursuing not only the questions that Benny Thompson and the hyper-partisan Democrats wanted to find out, but people who are sympathetic to the other side who would be willing to pursue the questions that I've raised and have been raised that were not addressed at all in the committee because all they were interested in was demonizing Trump and setting up a criminal proceeding for Trump. They weren't interested in getting to the bottom of the questions. Why was there uniquely poor security? What was going on with the level of federal infiltration?
These questions are all asked as part of the. It's an 847-page report. I invite you to read it at some point. Now, the reality is that McCarthy at any point could have put 5 Republicans that he chose on that committee. But because Nancy Pelosi said no to 2 of them, I think Banks and Jordan, they were actively being investigated or would have been the subjects of the J6 committee. He said no to anything. And now we get to say it was all a sham, even though the majority of the people interviewed were Republicans, even though, as was stated earlier, every single person
near
near
a lot
Trump.
on the Republican issue, but it shouldn't be a surprise to you. Many Republicans, institutional apparatus of the party, is not necessarily friendly to Trump. There are many Republicans that are hostile to Trump.
If every single person in government, if every Republican, if every Democrat, if every judge, if every person in the United States that is in Trump's peripheral ends up hating Trump or not wanting to work with Trump, at what point
we're not saying every.
At what point you are?
But Christopher Wray is not.
At what point do you just say?
I've been gone for 10 minutes.
Maybe the problem. No, you can't just run back in here and cut me off, okay? At what point can we not say maybe Trump was actually genuinely a horrible person, or maybe Trump actually genuinely did try to circumvent legal processes in order to coup the government, or at least whatever you would call him asking Pence to unilaterally elect the government for him.
Biden is trying to make it his #1 campaign issue about January 6th.
It should be the #1 campaign issue.
Wow, not inflation, not open borders, not human smuggling.
You had a president try to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in U.S. history.
This actually takes me to the next question. This is going to be our final question.
Trump's not been convicted of anything.
This is a question from Fred C. And the question is, will Destiny address, quote, is white supremacy the biggest domestic threat faced by the United States? And I open it up to the panel after you give an answer there, Stephen.
Domestic threat? I don't know how the FBI judges domestic threat. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of crossover with like white supremacy groups and then being like organized like a domestic threat, but my guess would be domestic threats in the U.S. is probably fairly low to the total security of the U.S., so I don't really care that much about it. I don't know.
But that's the official policy, is white supremacism is #1 threat.
What is that? That's not a policy, that's a statement.
No, that's an executive order in June of 2021 put out by the
What are
White
the
House.
negative policy choices, or what are the bad things that are happening because of that declaration?
They try to skew crime numbers. They say everything is that. I mean, this is like a major
They say
deal.
they skew crime numbers. Say everything is that. What do you mean? You would not count crime by black people anymore? Didn't we just get all of the
No,
hate
the
crimes
FBI
against
says the
Asian
number one
people?
crime is white people.
They say the number one crime is white people.
But they do it statistically by manipulating the numbers, yeah.
I don't think the FBI is in charge of manipulating
The
numbers.
FBI is
to
not
make
involved in
the-
crime statistics?
I didn't say involved in crime statistics. I'm pretty sure you can go to the federal. There's a name for the site that has
Destiny,
like.
I
all
don't
the
believe
shooting
you're like
evidence.
hiding under a rock somewhere. You got to know he gave a speech for an hour yesterday saying
but
that
you're-
MAGA people are terrorists who are about to take over. I mean, you don't know. You just said it's good that Biden is running on January 6th.
I think January 6th is a huge deal. Yes, the president trying to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power is a really big issue.
And that's why he can't be allowed to be voted for.
No, that's not why he can't. He's not allowed to be voted for. Because
He's
Section 3 of
claiming
the
you
14th
can't vote
Amendment
for
says
him.
that if you have been
Trump
a prior
is
oath
claiming they
taker
want to steal an
and you have
election,
been engaged in
so
rebellion
we've
or
gotta
insurrection,
take him
you're
on
not
the
allowed to
ballot.
run for office again.
We have to be clear about what's really happening. The standard Democrat voter, these people don't care about the so-called insurrection. That's not Biden's audience. Biden's audience is to speak in support of this phony legal theory that's being served as a pretext to remove him from the ballot, and therefore, in the defense of the.
I agree. He's trying to rally the deep state, saying Trump's going to persecute us and arrest us if we don't stop him because they've committed all these crimes.
So, I mean, fact is the Supreme Court's looking at it. They actually decided to take the case, so it doesn't matter what any of us think. The Supreme Court's going to rule on it. And I think, whatever they decide is what we're going to live with.
Well, let me ask this. What happens if Trump gets reelected?
What do you mean, what happens?
Well, what do you think? They've still got criminal investigations, criminal trials.
Oh, so you mean if he gets reelected before being sentenced, if he is convicted?
Yeah.
I think he just takes over being president. He'll pardon himself or give the presidency.
And I don't. He didn't persecute his political opposition when he was in. I don't think he's going to try to do that.
He asked Barr to investigate Hillary. I mean,
quite the opposite. Trump's own bureaucracies were undermining him.
Well,
It's far from him using the bureaucracies to go after others. His own bureaucracies were circumventing his own president.
Well, that happened with Biden as well, wasn't it?
But everyone can see
No, Comey doing the investigation on Hillary's
establishments
emails.
after Trump.
No?
Yeah, Hillary's emails.
Yeah, Hillary's emails was under Biden, right?
What about the Hunter Biden investigation?
There's no acknowledgement there? Yeah.
Hunter Biden investigation. That's Biden's DOJ.
Hunter Biden, he was convicted on the grind.
And that's because the Democrats want him to step down for Newsom.
Oh my God, there's a reason why. Yeah, there's always.
So now the Democrats don't want Biden to step down. That's admitted.
There's an explanation
Who
for
are
everything.
the Democrats?
The debate continues.
No, the dominant Democratic Party wants Biden to step down. It's been all over the news, and they're putting pressure on him to do it. You're saying that's made up?
He's not going to step down. That's not.
How does he step down? Because you still need to have a primary.
And it's past
Have you
the
noticed he's
deadline.
frozen out the other candidates in his primary?
The deadline has passed, so if he was to step down right now, Harris would likely be who the nominee would be.
Well,
it's too late for Newsom. I think he'd miss out on several states going.
We've really
answered that question.
we hammered that one right to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is coming to a close. Zero Hedge, thank you so much for putting this debate on, and everybody on the panel, man. Darren Beatty, Alex Jones, Steve Bonnell, Brian Kresge, Ed Kresge, Glenn Greenwald.
Tell us about your show, what you do.
I'm the co-host of Timcast IRL on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Tim Pool. It's a blast. We talk about technology, politics,
and
culture.
Yep. My website is revolver.news. We broke a lot of these January 6 stories. Take the challenge for yourself. Go to revolver.news. Look at the pieces, in particular the Ray Epps series and the Pipe Bomb series. Decide for yourself whether or not there's overwhelming evidence for federal involvement.
And then I do 7 days a week, live on air, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. weekdays. Saturday, we do special reports different times. Sundays, 4 to 6 p.m. Infowars.com/show. Now, Real Alex Jones back on what was Twitter, now X. And we're here. We're fighting hard. We're promoting freedom. And we want everybody to tune in and see what we're doing.
Tell me about your day, Stephen. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. You should check out the last few videos. I do a lot of arguments over a lot of the goofy Ray Epps conspiracy theories, or a lot of these J7 or J6 conspiracy theories. They're doing that. YouTube.com/Destiny.
Do bathe yourself in
Right,
I'm on X, Krasenstein. I do a lot of
posts, I guess you can't call them tweets anymore, about politics. I try to hear out both sides. Alex, I still read your post. Might not agree with him, but I try to hear out both sides. Give me feedback. I like countering points. I like listening.
No, I want to congratulate everybody for being here. This has been a great debate.
Yeah. Ed, are you on as well?
Yeah, pretty much everything Brian said.
Yeah, it
Except
has been a great.
grass and-
It has been spectacular. High energy, fast paced. It's intense. The first time I've ever moderated a debate with 5 people, and then somebody on coming in digital, which has its own.
And if you want to see more of this, the great folks at Zero Hedge, like you said, with their subscription service, they want to do more of this. So this is the future. People want this.
Zero Hedge debates all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Again, ZeroHedge.com. Thanks for putting this on to everyone at Zero Hedge and everyone in the audience. We love you. I love you. We will see you later.
Of course I didn't watch it.
Holy sh! I just realized something.
But it never is.
Okay. All of
that actually looks a lot like a JDAP.
Yeah.
That's your epic reporting. Those are your epic sources, bro.
Yes. Wait, whoa. No, we're not moving on. Stop! No, I know that at the time, and still to this day, greatly favors that this was most likely another Israeli munition. I still think it's 90% that it's Israel. So how about that? In the immediate moment after that, I have said...
the immediate moment after that.
Oh my f***ing Lord, dude. But here's the Willie Mac Show. What's up, Willie Mac?
Feeling better already.
Mac Show.
Hey, what's up, Hassan?
Not much. So I am not very familiar with what you do, but I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog I am, I think, right? You want to turn on your camera, by the way?
I mean, I'm recording. I don't think I can.
I can't believe that of all the people he chose to debate on this topic, fucking digs deep into the commentary community. What an actual debate ebivophile, okay?
The debate pedophiles are out in droves. Holy moly.
I can't believe that's like that's where he's looking to get his owns on. Like, unbelievable.
All right. So you
did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such
that I give strong commentary on. At least Hassan's honest here. Actually, Hassan's probably not honest. Not only did he probably watch it offline, he probably had other people watch it and take notes for him so they could be prepared for this conversation. But I guarantee you that Hassan has seen at least part of it, of course.
Which is that one specifically because it will frustrate me, and then I will have
you
to
want to
respond
debate
to
about
it.
a video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah, of course. You made the video. I'm not like debating a random person about a video I didn't watch. You made the video, so let's hear.
I know, but
what
that
your
kind of like
gripes
that kind
are.
of links up to like my big criticism with you, is that you don't actually put in the bare minimum effort to research anything before you jump to conclusions. That's why your tweet when you're like, "Hey, I want to debate Willie."
Do you really consider me watching a fucking dumb YouTube video from a drama farming channel to be doing research? I don't need to do research
this is what you're
on a
talking
video.
about. You're going into a topic you don't know anything about,
brother.
True. Yeah.
Just give me what you want to say. Give me what you want to say. The video is about me, isn't it? So fucking talk to me about what the points of the video are, and let's discuss it. What the do you mean?
My main
This is such a like arrogant, weird thing. How long even is the video that was made on it? Was it what, 30, 40 minutes? Was it longer than that?
Why would I have to research a video about myself? Like,
why would I? Oh my god. Willie Mac Show Hassan video. People are saying anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour. How can you guys all be? Hassan's horrible response on his radicalized audience. Is it this, or is it Hassan the worst? Oh, there were 2 videos. Okay.
Oh man, I can't believe I have to
like,
watch.
I have no doubt you didn't.
I have to watch a fucking dumbass talk for 25 minutes. And
also, how fucking awkward is that? Does Hassan do this often, where he brings somebody to his house and they're just like sitting here in the background while he's like debating and screaming at people? Like,
jerk off like all the talking points that I've heard about myself over and over again. Incredibly stupid. Give me the fucking takes and we'll talk about it.
My take is that you have a pattern of behavior where breaking news happens, you jump to wild conclusions talking way too confidently.
Okay.
To be fair, you do this too sometimes. Person will come on and say, "Did you watch X?" and you respond, "Just tell me the important points. I'm not gonna watch some random video for you."
Hold on. Have I said that to the creator of a video? I feel like if somebody's coming on to discuss their video, don't I always watch the video first? Why would you compare those two things?
From chaos is transformed.
Yeah, there are probably times when people come on and like, oh, did you watch XYZ video? And I'm like, no, I haven't seen this. Like, just summarize it for me. But I don't. Have I said that to a person who's made a video? Like, okay. I'm sure it's probably happened at least once, but I mean, I feel like generally.
Okay, give me an example. Pause. Example. Give me an example.
All right,
Are you going to talk about? Okay.
There was reports that Ukraine was going to be invaded by Russia. You confidently said no, it wasn't, despite all the reports. Then Russia invades, and then instead of apologizing and correcting the story, you then
I didn't apologize and correct the story.
You justify the invasion.
Wait,
right?
I didn't apologize and correct the story.
Let me finish my.
Wait, hold on. No, this is important.
This is the pattern of behavior.
Because you said you. Wait. Hold on. You're the one who doesn't do his research, because I did apologize and I did correct the record.
You
just didn't see it.
You kind of walked it back too. It's
Wait, no. I very clearly apologized for it. You didn't see that because all you do is look at fucking clip sheets.
It's in the video. It's in one of my videos.
So why did you just now bring it up as though I've never apologized?
Oh, this is so like Hassan, and then
the reality is, I think Hassan did kind of sort of like mini apologize, but it was, I'm pretty sure it was like, I think Willie has the order of events right here. He denied it. He made literal Snapchat videos like bragging about like, oh, day 12, no Russian invasion, blah, 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 blah.
What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shocked to find out. Anyway, we're going to talk about that and a bunch of other stuff, so get in now. Possibly a new React series as well, so you don't want to miss it.
I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia every day, to make sure that the wishes of these fucking weirdo, like, I'm actually a sock them and you're a fucking tanky idiots on the internet. Will, yeah, change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean?
Then it happened, and then I think as it happened, he was either justifying it or downplaying it, and then after a while, then he was like, yeah, okay, yeah, they did this, or I got this thing wrong, or whatever, right? But it was, I'm pretty sure it was after all of that. Willie might have it in his video. That's my recollection. But, yeah, but now Hassan is doing it's a debate tactic. He's trying to hinge on the one least important part, right? Like, yesterday, I saw you walk into a nursery and murder 15 babies and come out walking in a red t-shirt. Wait. Oh, on a t-shirt? Was it really? Did I really have a t-shirt on, bro? Like, well, okay, no, you killed it. No, bro. T-shirt? Really? Like, that's the strategy, is to like find like the one least important part of the entire thing and then like hang your whole ass hat on that argument. Yeah, Illustrious Picks, thanks for the $19.99 donation, buddy.
And the worst part is when people call you out.
Why did you just bring that up? Because I never apologized then.
See, and he's got it too. He knows what he's doing. This is like super ultra intentional. Because the rest of it is really hard to excuse. The rest of it is pretty inexcusable, I think. Yeah.
Why did you just say
This is the Ukraine part.
Is wrong.
It's always wrong. Russia was deploying units across the Ukraine border. U.S. intelligence said that they were going to invade. But Hassan and his intelligence team of absolutely no one says no.
And we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock.
I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia every day. Change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean?
He'd post J-Station memes making fun of people worried about the imminent invasion, and when his completely arrogant and baseless predictions would be proven wrong, he'd go on and make more arrogant and baseless predictions.
The reason why I'm saying a lot of the information that's coming out of the State Department is wrong or outright false is because what I'm showing you right now is literally people talking about like bombing Kiev. That is insane. That's psychotic.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think that...
Nothing has been worse than his coverage of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. He sells himself as an on-the-ground...
Yeah, but... Yeah.
But now he's trying to hang his whole ass hat on this idea that maybe at one point he might have apologized. How did he fuck up so badly? Remember, don't use complicated analysis, okay? All you have to do is the very, very simple analysis of America bad. Remember, it was the United States that was publicly publishing information saying that Russia was going to invade. Well, obviously, the U.S. is doing that because they're bad and they want to do propaganda and make Russia look bad. So America bad, therefore invasion fake, right? It's that simple, right?
You could just take the L Ukraine. Wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. America has already delivered the L to Ukraine, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying America needs to take the L.
Destiny, even funnier Kiev bombing take. Wait, what? Hold on, what is this?
Like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide? Yeah? I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide L if, you know, there was a bombing, active bombing currently happening on Kiev and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment. I would be that way if America was like, we're going with a full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened. At this point, I have a more aggressive stance on Russian troops inside of Ukrainian borders than the American State Department does.
Remember, the invasion was on the 24th, so this is literally 1 day before the invasion.
So how do you pair up with that?
Yeah.
Bro, America's literally like they're doing a fucking W tour. They're like, yo, we're gonna predict the misinformation to false flag. Dude, okay, solve it. Solve the problem. What the fuck are they gonna do? Are they gonna go in? Are they gonna fucking fight back? Are they gonna like actually fly planes into Ukraine? Are they gonna send in the 6,000 troops at the fucking border of Ukraine? Non-believers like you was. Wow, hard shot 4. Thanks for the 8. Get this up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they got this one fucking. They got this one. Okay. At this point, if you are in a position of fucking power, you had every opportunity to fucking exhaust diplomacy, instead of fucking endlessly being like, this is a war that's gonna happen, this is a war that's gonna happen. Okay, then try to solve it.
I don't want to second guess.
Just solve it, bro.
He's gonna do next, that we know he's doing now, and you know.
You could just take the L Ukraine. Wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. America has already delivered the L to Ukraine. Okay, that's not what I'm saying at all.
You're such an inspiration. I debated in high school, but you never tried here on YouTube. Nice to see some other lip text him. Wow, thanks.
I never apologized for it when I did.
Burns, right? You claim that's all out of context.
Why did you say I never apologized?
See, again, that one. How many minutes are we going to spend on this 1 point?
Why did you just say I never apologized?
More. You then make more outrageous claims.
I'm sorry. Why did you say I never apologized if I did, and you just repeated? You just repeated after I said no, I did apologize. You moved the goalpost. You moved the goalpost, and you tried to fucking act like I was just.
I didn't move the goalpost, dude. This is exactly my criticism.
You did. Stop saying this is exactly my criticism. Okay, but if you watch this fucking stupid.
Your apology is in there.
Okay,
you just didn't watch it, so you're just making shit up right now. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm going off of what you're saying.
Because you didn't watch the video because you don't research anything, which is the whole criticism.
Why would I watch a fucking stupid video that you made when I'm talking to you because the video is about me? You said with your words that I didn't actually apologize. You said with your words.
One thing that I wonder is that as Hassan's audience starts to kind of shrink and he has this inability to kind of like go to other places and look outwards, I wonder if he's feeling more pressure from people that are criticizing him, because it's kind of strange that he dug like this deep to debate this particular guy that made like a bad video on him. It was really weird a few weeks ago that he was like fighting with all of my orbiters on Twitter. That was like bizarre. I wonder if he's feeling like mounting pressure to respond to negative feedback of him or something like more than in the past.
And I did. Is this what you're going to talk over me when I'm giving you the answer?
No.
I'm giving you a very straightforward answer. I did do that.
Okay, so you said I did apologize, but it wasn't.
Yeah, and then I showed it, and then I showed you apologizing for making your completely, like, fairly baseless claims, jumping to conclusions, and then you followed that up by making more baseless claims, jumping to conclusions.
Okay, go on. What are the baseless claims that I made?
Oh yeah, liking negative tweets about me is like so bizarre too. Yeah, Jesus.
Jump to conclusions on, even though you originally said I said that Russia would never invade Ukraine, which is true. I did say that because I did think that it would be an unimaginably stupid decision for Russia, okay, which I claimed would be impossible to occupy Ukraine, a country with.
He's getting a ton of likes for his pro-Palestinian tweets, though. I think he's going to grow from this. I don't think so. I think that this is going to be like a pretty popular thing for people on the left right now, like because it's like a current thing. But I think like I said, I feel like I've seen enough on the internet, but who knows, we'll see. I feel like this has been a big, like, eye-opening moment for a lot of people where they're like, oh, like, maybe, like, this, like, super progressive or, like, socialist commie shit is, like, a little bit more dark than we had originally realized. I feel like that's going to be the ultimate takeaway, because I feel like it's already happened quite a bit in a few different fan bases, but we'll see.
With 44 million people whose entire national independence movement has revolved around literally trying to escape from Russia for the most part, regardless of the Russian-speaking population in the Eastern Front, okay? Having said that,
I mean, this
however,
has nothing to do with
also,
what I said, though. This is all just random nonsense.
yeah, because you're a fucking scumlord drama farmer. Of course it doesn't have anything to do with anything, because the specifics don't matter to you.
The specifics do matter.
Well, if they do, then when I describe...
All right, here, I got another one. Let's do this one, too.
There's an entire YouTube video called I Was Wrong About Ukraine. Like, there's literally...
in that same...
I wonder what that YouTube video, what is it actually like? Hassan, I was wrong about Ukraine. 430,000.
Wait, do you still think that the invasion isn't going to happen? Not trolling, just joining? I think that the peacekeeping mission is like, literally, that's it. That's overtaking Eastern Ukrainian territories. That's absolutely invasion. That is happening. I was wrong. I assumed that we could actually have diplomatic talks. I'm wrong. I was wrong. I did not even think that Russia would take over Eastern territories, and I was wrong. I think that if the reports are true, because there's been a lot of information that has been wrong, completely wrong, and there's still a lot of information that the Western State Department is pumping out by way of mainstream media about, like, Russia is going to go and overtake Kiev, and they're going to go into Ukraine. But yes, this is earlier today.
Why are you Bro, are you in any position to doubt anything the State Department says at this point? Why are you even trying to cast doubt on these things?
Vladimir Putin said that a couple days ago, the lower parliament in Russia voted to recognize Eastern Ukrainian territories that have some, not majority, but some Russian people living in it to be independent. This is a part of Russia's strategy in expanding into...
Check. Check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check. And check. Alright, here we go.
Areas that it believes that has historical fucking territorial claims to. They claim there's Russians there. This is an independent area. We voted. We decided that this is an independent region. We recognize this as an independent region. And then they say there are Russian people there. We need to defend those Russian people. And then they will fucking push troops there to do peacekeeping missions. And it's basically just an annexation. Okay? Literal Lebensraum arguments. Goddamn. Wait, what? I'm not saying that's appropriate for the record. I'm not agreeing with that. So I don't know why people don't understand where I'm coming from. I disagree with that. I disagree with a Russian invasion of Ukrainian territories. I've said this time and time again.
Stefan Clark, $20. Thanks, buddy.
Crimea is different, but Eastern Ukraine, Eastern Ukrainian territories where Russians live, is entirely separate from that conversation. You could say backpedal Andy all you fucking want, but that's because you are a brain-dead idiot who cannot comprehend that new information comes out that changes my analysis, okay? You aren't acknowledging that most of Donbass per the Minsk Treaty lines is held by Ukrainian forces, though, so if Russia goes in to support the separatist border claims, they will necessarily fight the Ukrainian forces there. No, I do recognize that, and that's precisely why I'm saying that is moving towards an act of fucking war. Do you have thoughts on how this might end? We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with Macron. We'll see what happens with the conversation between, you know...
Video, you make more claims about.
Like what?
If I remember, I mean, this is a year ago. I
No,
made
go
this
ahead.
video.
Go ahead.
I'm guessing
Like
you
what?
didn't watch that either.
Like what? Of course I didn't watch it.
Holy sh! I just fucking realized something. Hassan's style of debate is actually identical to who? Does anybody know what his style of debate is identical to? One person. I'm waiting for one person to get it. Da Homer, you got it. Hassan's style of debate is identical to Lav's. This was how I would watch Lav run circles around people, where she'd argue with something where she was like pretty obviously incorrect, but if you didn't know every single factoid about the particular thing you were trying to attack her on, she'd be like, wait, really? Did I actually say that? Or did this actually happen in that time span? Or did it actually happen exactly like this? And if you didn't know exactly, she'd run circles around that particular point, and then you'd look like you wouldn't know what you were talking about. You look like an idiot. This is Hassan is employing the exact same strategy here.
Why would I watch a fucking drama farmer who has no understanding of geopolitical conflict?
You're the one who asked for this debate, and now you're all confused and butthurt that you're getting up in it. Like, I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry. You fucking brainlet. Give me what the fucking inconsistency was. You made the video. You made the video. Give me the inconsistency or what you consider to be false information. Are you having a hard time without a script or without people feeding you clips that you can post?
Pretty good, bro. Nobody's.
I love that accusation. Is Willie Mack even a streamer? Like, I don't think, does he even stream or is he only a YouTuber? Like, do people feed him clips or does he think that I'm like behind every single person that argues with him?
Sorry about that. I needed to
You're killing it, dog. Come on, go ahead. What's the second point? What is the lie that I told
check
about
in with my mom.
It's not a lie. It's just you made more claims. You made more bases.
Like what? What is the claim?
I gotta go pull it up in the video because you didn't.
You didn't prepare for your own. You didn't prepare where you were literally coming on here to talk about not Israel Palestine, mind you, but about Ukraine, and you didn't even prepare with talking points.
I'll talk
really?
to you about Israel Palestine. That'll be the next point. It's you doing the same thing again. Well, dude, how do you impromptu ask me to debate this minute? If I had a day to prepare, I would have everything, but you didn't. You just completely like you blew this.
Oh, that's true. Hassan was like, he won't even debate me, and after like 30 minutes, he accused him of like running away and shit. Holy.
It's your video about me. These should be so simple for you to be like, this is where you lied. Just say it. We already established that the first thing you did was wrong.
All right, you gotta give me a
Okay. Are you trying to link me your video? I'm not gonna watch your video. Just say it with your mouth, with your words. Go ahead.
I have to watch my video to see what my receipt is because this is a year old. Right? I didn't know where.
You don't even know your own video. You don't know the contents of your own video.
I made it a year ago. Bro.
You think you're doing a good job right now? Do you think you're doing a good job right now, defending your position? Like it's such a.
Wait, he made the video a year ago? Wait, what does that mean? Did he actually?
Wrong.
It's posted 2 weeks ago. I don't know how long it takes to make videos. That's fine.
Profound position. It's such a profound position that you don't even remember your own talking points. Oh my lord.
It's like, dude, I'm trying to find your talking point.
This is the.
I'm
This
trying
is
to
the.
find your talking point.
I know. My talking points that you claim are wrong should be, you know, in the chamber for you to fire off. You came on here because you thought, let's have a conversation about these fucking videos that I've made.
Dude, instantly right now. Right when I was out.
Stop complaining. Give me the talking points. Come on. Stop complaining.
Oh, the Ukraine video is older. I think that's what he's saying. Okay.
Tell me what it was. Stop bitching. Tell me what it was. You started the conversation by talking about Ukraine. Why did you bring up Ukraine if you weren't ready to talk about it? Your first point that you brought up was that I never apologized for it. I debunked it within seconds.
And all the receipts right here, but you said get on now. Willie No.
Okay, go ahead. Come on, Willie No Show. Come on. What's the second talking point?
Yelling in my ear while I'm pulling up the receipt.
Willie No Show, give me the second talking point. If you're not this passionate about the subject, then you're basically admitting that you're a bottom-feeding drama farmer who has no interest in
retarded. Like, you're just gonna look retarded because I'm gonna pull it up in when I make my video.
Pull it up, then pull it up. Stop complaining about it after the fact. Go ahead. I'm here right now. If you are genuinely interested in truth and research or whatever, you have this wonderful opportunity. You have this wonderful opportunity to ask me personally.
You pull it up. I'm trying to listen, but I'm hearing you twice. Once from my video and once from you just sitting in my ear. You gotta wait. No, that's how
this is the greatest. This is the greatest brain power we got, folks. All right,
just move on from this.
All right, I'm muting myself. I'm muting myself. Go ahead, watch your video, and then you can come back, okay? Holy moly, dude. Jesus Lord mercy. I muted myself. He can't hear me, so he can find his own talking points in his own videos. Jesus Christ.
It's so crazy that this is the guy that accuses people of, like, debate pervertry, but, like, you can tell he loves engaging in all of his debate. Like, this is... Oh, the turnaround is so infuriating because, like, all of Hassan's fans accuse me of doing stuff like this. Like, do you know how annoying that is? All of his fans think that all of my debates look exactly like this. And then they walk around saying this, like, oh yeah, like, I learned from Hassan that debate is pointless. Yeah, because Hassan is a shitty debater and he does debate strategy bullshit like this. Like, this is all, like, rhetoric and stupid shit. Like, that's all he's doing. So, but yeah, to externalize it on me, like, why?
Christ, dude.
I didn't even get to any of my moderator questions.
I know. Every time Felix is here, we got to do a fucking... We have to have the conversations like this. It just has to happen. I love that he's like, I don't remember my talking points. I have to watch my own YouTube video.
Well, I
Hold on, you don't believe Hassan is a shitty debater, do you? I mean, I think he's good at debating and that he, like, knows, like, debate strategy. The same way that I would say, like, a really good fighter is somebody that brings, like, a knife to a street fight. But, I mean, like, he's not, like, a good debater in that he's, like, an intelligent person that can coherently put together, like, a deductive set of syllogisms to produce, like, you know, valid argumentation or something. He's not, like, that type of debater. He's just a guy that, like, he knows his niche. He plays into it really hardcore, and then that's the only area that he'll lean on, and then he'll say at the same time, like, oh, I don't like debate, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's, yeah.
All right, I got it.
All right, he's got it. All right, let's hear it.
I got it.
All right, thank you.
Your
Willie No Show.
was you said, you said, let me watch this one more time.
Oh.
It was in your video, I was wrong about Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
You said people are acting like Kiev's getting bombed. Like that would never happen. And then it's literally did happen.
Okay.
So you're just, again, making more basis. You're making your apology video about being wrong and making baseless claims that you know nothing about.
This is your take. This is your take from February 22nd, 2022.
Yeah,
another thing that I was.
Again, you've done it since then.
I've done it since then. People are acting like Kiev's getting bombed. It did happen. You're right about that. I also. Do you think that I didn't cover? Wait, hold on. Do you think that I didn't cover Kiev getting bombed? Like I hid that or something?
No, you did, but your accusation saying it doesn't, saying it won't happen. There's no way it'll happen.
Yeah. Do you think that bombing Kiev specifically is what Russia did? Do you think that was a good thing for Russia to do?
What is this question? Oh shit! How did he get so sidetracked here? What?
I didn't say.
Do you think that it was a? Do you have any genuine opinions?
Think it was a good thing.
Do you have any genuine opinions about?
Yeah, my opinion
Russia's
is that was
involvement
bad.
in the Ukraine?
My opinion on that is that you shouldn't be talking about shit.
Brother, hold up. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia, and I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you a specific question.
My conversation's about you because my videos are about you and your kind of behavior and your poor reporting, and now you're trying to shift it all these other ways because you know you can't face the truth.
Russia had not bombed Kiev at the time. That's number one. Number two, of course, as soon as that did happen, I covered it. Of course I did, because that's what I'm doing.
The criticism
covering the
isn't
news.
that you didn't cover it. The criticism is that you're making baseless claims you don't know anything about, talking so confidently, as if you got a whole research team behind you. When you don't, you're talking out your ass. This is the
Brother, do you have a whole research team behind you? Because
it's
you're not
me. I actually did research just now, and you could barely be patient enough to sit there and listen through it. You gotta go ahead and
It's a video. You made a video a year ago about me talking about like my opinion on Russia and Ukraine. You personally do not have an opinion on Russia or Ukraine at all. I have taken accountability on my. I've taken accountability on the things that I've reported wrong.
You should do the research. If I'm not willing to
I have taken accountability on the things that I have reported wrong on.
Wars when you can't do the
Willie No
basic
Script,
shit.
listen to me. I've taken accountability on the things that I have said that are incorrect. Of course, on the editorial perspective, on the editorial side of my coverage, okay, on the editorial side of my coverage, if I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. That speculation is always going to be on foundational analysis that is solid.
I got another one too.
Foundational analysis that is solid. Modern Republican 499. Before this debate, while Hassan was tweeting Willie, he was like, "Oh, my Jewish friend can moderate me and Willie, two non-Jews debating on Israel." Okay.
I got just more examples.
Do you have an issue with it? Do you have an issue with my analysis of the situation? Because I can't possibly do research on things that haven't happened yet. I can simply speculate.
Make it up.
And this
Make up.
entire
Oh my god, I just realized this stupid. Bro, like I said, one day I could literally, my opinion on Hassan would be fucking 180. If he came out one day and he was like, "You fucking retards." Obviously, I've been trolling the whole time. Did I not give it away when I was sitting inside my multi-million-dollar mansion next to my popular millionaire friend, as me and Millionaire was sitting in my stream with a giant sweater saying capitalism is voluntary? You didn't realize I was trolling the whole time? I'd be like, you know what, Hassan? It's okay. It was funny. It was a good one. I'll give you props for that. I would give him props for that.
Do you think when I say, guys, I don't think that Russia will bomb Kyiv is actually, in your opinion, like me making up something, or
you're
speculation?
No, the clip is actually you talking really condescendingly about people who think that could happen. That's the clip.
Okay, but yeah, okay. You don't. So
why
is this all just tone policing? Is that what it is?
Talking about?
Is it all? So all of this is just you personally tone policing the way I'm.
No, it's not tone policing. It's about your.
Do you have any genuine interest or any curiosity in like Russia and Ukraine at all? Or
I like how Willie is clearly not like a geopolitical commentator. Like, I doubt that Willie follows a bunch of foreign policy, but that's not what Willie's video was on. It was about the irresponsibility and upness of Hassan's reporting. And Hassan's trying to, like, change this into, like, can we talk about some sort of conflict that I know more about than you, so I can just, like, overwhelm you with facts, even though Willie's not even necessarily disagreeing. Notice how that's what Hassan keeps trying to pull conversation. What do you think about Russia invading Ukraine? What do you think about them bombing you? Do you think that was a good idea? Do you have opinions on this conflict? Like, he's trying to, like, pull him into that area so they can beat him down with just, like, a gish gallop of random shit, basically.
or is all you do drama farming off of clips? Because over the course of this entire conflict, I've dedicated tens or hundreds of hours into my coverage.
Oh, people keep asking me, do you think Hassan's like fan base is shrinking or whatever? Yeah, of course it is, and he knows this about. I think he's dipped almost, what, 10,000 average viewers? Maybe, probably around anywhere from 5 to 10,000, depending on how you, what time period you do that over the last year. Yeah, he's dipped pretty significantly. I think he might have dipped last year too. Yeah, a little bit, not as much. But yeah. I'm pretty sure he's like feeling pressure on stuff like this. He's actually lost followers recently. Wait, really?
And the analysis in and of itself comes from a solid foundation. Now, the predictions might be wrong, and it certainly was, which is something that I took accountability for, even though you said I had not. So here's my question.
You really didn't. You then just did the same mistake again. You did the same criticism.
Did you look into, okay, what sources I was looking at and where I was getting this opinion from?
Yeah, there were sources
beyond just like looking at
YouTube
clips and regurgitating talking points, specifically that you've heard from other like neoliberal commentators and whatsoever. Neoliberal commentators is the same fucking 5 clips that you are going to present.
You think Destiny is secretly behind this? Is this what you're crying about right now? Is this why you keep saying random shit?
Does it sound like I'm?
Yeah, it does. You just said, yeah, it does. You're talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
Brother, you said
away from the criticism, which is your poor reporting. You bring me on to debate. You let me pick the debate topic.
Somebody was saying that the election would boost his numbers. I actually don't think so. I think that any election coverage, huge boosts that people like Vosh and Hassan were getting, I think was because of like the presence of some progressive, so like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren and stuff, I don't know how much the election season will boost like some of the progressive or socialist streamers, because they're going to have zero representation. And it's just going to be the same shit over and over and over and over and over again, right? Donald Trump is bad, but Biden's not much better. Like that a million times. Lesser of two evils. So I'm curious how much coverage they'll do. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll bump quite a bit, but I would be surprised if that was the case. Also, I don't know if any of their audiences are even going to feel any passion for any of the coverage, right? Because they have like no dog in the race. They don't give a fuck one way or another if Biden or Trump wins. They have no investment whatsoever. I don't even know how much will cover, but we'll see.
And now you won't engage. It's incredibly frustrating.
I am trying to engage with you. I am trying to engage with you. I'm trying to engage with you. I'm trying to engage with you in good faith as best as I possibly can. And all you've done so far is go through your YouTube video to be like, well, you said Kiev wasn't being bombed, and actually it wasn't at the time, but then it got bombed afterwards. Listen, let me finish. Okay, I'm gonna mute you if you don't let me finish.
It's not progressive viewers who will watch it. It's mostly normies who are barely into politics. I don't think very many normies who are barely into politics are watching people like Hassan. I think Hassan is very much like a very young college-age younger person. Like sees him on TikTok giving like a progressive anti-American take. I don't think like normal people are watching Hassan for. I don't even know people like me for political views. Although normal people have a much higher chance of seeing me for political views because I've done so much work on other shows, right? So I might have had like a little bit from like the No Jumper audience, or a little bit from Just Burly Things and Impression Fit, or a little bit from the Tommy, the No Impact, like all of these other shows on maybe. But like Hassan, the thing is, remember, Hassan doesn't reach out to any normal platforms anywhere. It's very, very, very rare that he'll go on like, he won't go on opposing platforms. He's done a couple shows, but not very many. Not as many as he could be doing, so.
Okay? You said Kiev wasn't being bombed. At the time, it wasn't. Okay? And then you said, okay, well, guess what? Guess what, dude? Your tone was off. Okay, well, my tone was off.
It wasn't your tone.
But you haven't brought up, I was being condescending. You haven't brought up the actual research or the actual analysis that led to these conclusions. Part of the reason why you haven't done that is because you have no idea what these sources are.
Since you're just talking in circles.
Pod Save America is the more mainstream normie lefty content. That's actually true. I think Pod Save America, I think, is the largest like center left-ish podcast, and I don't think they're like engaged at all in like this world. I don't know how many people from my audience or Hassan's audience or Vash's audience like even know much about Pod Save America. I'm not sure.
On this, can I just go to the next one?
I'm not talking in circles on this whatsoever, but go ahead. Let's talk about the next point.
All right, the next one.
But for the record, I am not clairvoyant. I cannot predict the future. I cannot predict the future.
No, I know.
I just want to point that out.
But it's you talking on breaking news, like you know what the f is gonna happen and you don't. You're talking completely out of line. So, all right,
hold up.
Can I just go to the next point?
Hold up. My speculation on what may happen, okay, in the future is not always going to be correct. Everybody understands this.
It's usually wrong, yeah.
It's usually wrong? The only example you brought over...
You said the CIA is why Iran bombed the U.S.
Do you know how many... Do you know how many hours... Do you know how many hours...
Israelis is because it's a psyop to make Palestinians look bad.
Wait, hold on. What base are we talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about with the Iranian thing. What?
Hassan reaches the same political audience that Green Day did with American Idiot in 2004.
Iran struck a U.S. base, and then you said it's the CIA. No shot, it's the CIA. But complete, because you're like, oh, there's a nuclear deal. Why would Iran do that? No way, no shot. 100% confident. Iran then takes credit for it, and then you Cope, Mauled, and Sieve to your audience.
Wait, I'm so...
I know, you don't know, because you spew so much bullshit all the time, you can't even remember.
Yeah, perhaps, the reason for why you are maybe the reason why I'm confused, and the reason why you're a little bit confused on this, is because in every single circumstance, every single thing that you brought up, there's almost always
what is that?
A correction that comes after the fact. You, on the other hand, do not see the correction, or you, on the other hand, see the 30 second to 2 minute videos, which is enough for you to try and develop a consistent narrative.
This is from your whole live stream, by the way. I'm watching everything in context. This is Coke from you saying that this is out of context. It's the same shit Andrew Tate does and the Red Pillars do to me, claiming everything's out of context, but it's not. That was your opinion at the time. You said those words. They came out of your own mouth. Go through the research.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something really quickly? Okay. One. This is important for you to comprehend.
I'm sure.
Do you think that over the course of thousands of hours,
SDSU had an Israel Freedom March, days before UCSD had a Free Palestine March. Do you think young people are beginning to speak on the topic? I have no idea. Remember, for young people, to track young people's opinions on this topic, it just depends on which social group they belong to. No young person has any idea any of the facts of the matter relating to this. It is literally a virtue signal topic. That is the only reason why people pick one thing or another for this particular.
Thousands of hours of coverage. Okay, thousands of hours of coverage, especially when something is like being immediately brought to my attention. Okay, immediately brought to my attention, which I don't even know what you're talking about, but
Yeah, I know.
I don't remember what you're talking about. But over the course of thousands of hours of coverage, when I, for example, read something in the chat and respond to it, okay, do you think that this is like reporting, or do you think that I'm giving like immediate commentary?
Breaking news you cover. This isn't a random chat comment. This is breaking news that's happening.
Okay.
I think what most people, you should do what most people do and wait for the story to be out there before you start spurging out. Making
True. Lawson Harrison, $50. I had a theory that Vosh, Parker, and you were actually still secret friends. Years ago, you all made a plan to troll the internet, drew straws in your roles, then got the fun grift straws. They got the fun grift straws, and you got stuck with the fair analysis straw. Baba Booey. True. We're all Snape in the end.
Wild accusation. Here, can I go to the next one?
Yeah, you need to limit your, TOS worthy takes here. This isn't fucking YouTube or whatever.
What is my what TOS did I break?
You can't use, unfortunately, and I used to do this in the past as well. You can't use ableist language, but go on.
Oh, like the R word? I got you. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad that you're a fan, though.
Well, yeah, I don't you know, this is
watching.
this is your job. I don't want to
Okay.
ruin that. So for instance, like the missile hit the Gaza hospital, both sides blamed each other. That's the breaking news, right? And
Yeah.
instead of waiting for more information, you jump to conclusions saying it was 100% Israel. 100%.
Okay.
We're so
Good
You're
point.
deleting all the
Good
chatters.
point. Good point. Can I ask you a question?
Oh boy. Now let's see if we can try to let's pull this. Okay, clearly I'm wrong here, but let's pull this into some autistically niche territory that he's not gonna have information on, so I can look right. Okay.
No. Hold on. This is important. This is important. No. We're not jumping. We're talking about this. Okay. We're talking about this specific thing. Finally, now we're talking about Israel and Palestine. When I said that, I didn't just go, "Oh, I have no other opinion on this matter. I simply think Israel definitely did this because I want Israel to have definitely done this."
You see the dumb Osama bin Laden trying on TikTok? Yeah.
Reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's
Did
like
you
a
watch the
developing
video?
story,
How do you know I say this stuff?
especially if it's a developing story, when I say something on an issue that is happening, I look to all of the circumstantial evidence on the matter, and I look to everything else that is going on thus far. Now, we're two adult individuals here. Do you think it is unfair to say Israel blew up the hospital, like Israel bombed the hospital?
I think when there's a
I hate that he's pretending. God, I hate this so much. I don't know how transparent it is. I like how he's pretending that he's going through some process, some epistemically valid process to arrive at conclusions about breaking news, when the reality is he hates Israel, or America more precisely, and he'll just grab whatever factoid fits that, and then he basically works backwards from that conclusion. Like, bro, don't sit here and pretend like you were going through a multitude of stories on the... You probably didn't even read a full article about the bombing, and you're sitting here pretending like you had some epistemically valid process by which you were able to divine the actual truth of the bombing that just happened to be completely and totally fucking wrong, that you got so incorrect about it. Like, come on, dude.
claim like that, you wait for information. Right? I mean, there's a million things.
The information is that there was.
Can I respond? There's a million things to criticize the IDF for that's right out there, right? You know this. I've seen you do it all day on stream. You get them on shit that they 100% deserve. But when there's something like that, and instead of waiting for reports, while the report is literally Israel and Hamas blame each other, right? You don't know what the story is. You don't know if you did it or not.
Does anybody have a video? Was it him or was it Vosh who was sounding like, oh yeah, that definitely sounds like a JDAM? Was that him or was it Vosh?
Deserve. But when there's something like that, and instead of waiting for reports, while the report is literally Israel and Hamas blame each other, right? You don't know what the story is. You don't know if they did it or not. And you say 100%, they 100% did it. That's a huge disaster, bro. That's like
at that point, first of all, who do you think blew up the hospital? Like the hospital courtyard, rather. Who do you think bombed the hospital courtyard?
I think most investigations point towards it being either the Islamic Jihad or Hamas, right? It's like a misfired rocket. And then what you did in response to that was instead of being like, yeah, I think since most of the reports are going this way.
Why do you think it's wait, hold on. Why do you think it's a Hamas or Islamic Jihad and a rocket misfire?
I like how he's just mining and mining and mining. This is the live strategy, right? He's mining and mining and mining for something that the guy might not know about, so that then he can hammer him on some irrelevant, like esoteric side fact that has nothing to do with the initial claim of Hassan was clearly using a propaganda mindset
to arrive prematurely at a conclusion about breaking news, right? Like, how far is he going to dig on this? Like, oh yeah, it was because of that. Well, do you even know the make and model? Do you even know the chemical makeup of the fuel that the custom rockets use? Do you, like?
Well, that was just what most of the investigations turned out.
So
I know Channel 4 had a different one.
Because you're bringing this up, and this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial
you say that every
evidence.
time, but it never is.
Okay, all of.
Didn't think so.
That was a good one-liner.
And this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial.
Oh, true. I wonder if Hassan was hoping that he would say, "Oh, Hamas bombed them," and he would go, "Oh."
Well, that was just what most of the investigations turned out.
So
I know Channel 4 had a different one.
Because you're bringing this up, and this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial.
You say that every
evidence.
time, but it never is.
Okay, all of really important to understand. One, so
I know Channel 4 had a different one.
Because you're bringing this up, and this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial.
You say that every
evidence.
time, but it never is.
Okay, all of.
That was a good one-liner.
And this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial.
Oh, true. I wonder if Hassan was hoping that he would say, "Oh, Hamas bombed them," and he would go, "Oh, Hamas? You don't even know all of the different groups operating out of the Gaza Strip because it wasn't actually Hamas people think it was. It was a totally different group, and you probably don't even know the name." That's probably what he was fishing for. But when he said Islamic jihadists, it was dialogue trip, so now he's got to hop to some different shit. You're probably right. That's probably what happened.
Every time, but it never is.
Okay, all of the circumstantial evidence at the time, of course, after the 6,000 bombs that Israel had dropped on Gaza, a densely populated open-air prison, the 6,001st bomb, understandably, was going to be an Israeli bomb. To this day, we still do not know whether this was an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired, or whether or not this was actually an artillery shell that might have hit a fuel tank, or even some other kind of munition that Israel
So
may
why
have
did
deployed.
you say it was
now,
100%
the reason why
Israel and then call everyone genocidal freaks?
Because you don't actually watch the content beyond.
Demonize them.
Because first of all, because they
That's
are.
what you do every time,
Because the
by the
Israeli
way.
government
You
is
do this all the
genocidal. What the
time.
f are you talking about, you dumb? 4,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. You think that's not genocidal? Oh, the one hospital might. Wait, Willie, shut the f and listen, dumbass. You really?
I hate the children line. It's so fucking cringe. God, it's so cringe. Like, it's just like, it's like the Reddit meme that you just pull out over and over again. Like, break here to hopefully auto-win the argument. Did you know that 55% of people are children? And did you know that 25% of the people killed are children? And that 97% of their water is not drinkable and is genocidal apart? Like, it's always like the same, like, 6 talking points with, like, absolutely zero engagement with any actual fact of the matter, right? It's just like repeating these stats over and over and over and over again until you basically the person gives up, I guess.
Do you really think that if one hospital wasn't bombed by Israel and this was a fucking actual misfire that all of a sudden means that like that all of a sudden means that like Israel's not doing ethnic cleansing?
Right now, you're doing it in real time.
Dude, just answer my question. Do you think?
It's not what he said. True.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna put this side by side. I want you to fucking understand something. Okay.
Oh, this is on Willie Max.
So that is a JDAM called on. Do you think that that seems similar to one another? Also, not a ballistics trajectory expert, but that JDAM came from super high up. If you look at the actual confirmed video of the bombing, you know that neither of these parties. Do you think that the ethnic cleansing campaign, if you take out the bombing, okay? If you take out the one time that this hospital's bombed, okay? If you take that out, do you think out of the equation, do you think Israel is all of a sudden not doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza?
No, but that's not what I said. This is what you're trying to.
I'm asking you. Okay, then.
I just said no.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, so what's your reports? Okay, got it. No. Got it.
Reports. Got it. And you go ahead and they side with it. You continue to call them genocidal, even though that's the fact of the info. That's what most of the info says.
When I cover these,
you ignore the news, bro. That's the point. You just like lie and come up with your own
I don't ignore the news. You ignore the rest of the coverage because on the day of the hospital bombing, I personally said, okay, that the highest likelihood of this hospital being bombed is from
No, you also
Israel.
said it was 100%.
Just shut the up and
That's what
listen,
you said,
okay?
bro.
Shut up
no,
and
keep
listen.
shifting the goalpost. Keep saying
Listen,
what
I'm
you
not
said.
shifting the goalpost. It's my own
You
coverage.
are.
I'm giving you additional feedback. If you actually genuinely cared about the truth instead of clip chimping and drama farming, you would
It's not
understand
clip
that on
chimping.
that
It's like
same
right there.
day,
You can go
on
watch
that
the full clip.
same
It's in my
day,
video.
on that same day, over and over again, I said the highest probability of this is that this is an Israeli bombing campaign. Part of the reason why I said that,
You also said
and
that
I
was the
also
highest
mentioned
probability
multiple times.
after the investigation.
I also
The
mentioned
investigations don't agree with you.
I
And you
also
still double
mentioned
down on that
multiple
point.
times. I also mentioned multiple times.
You're just gonna ignore what I said.
Dude, just listen to what I'm saying.
Well, you're
I know it
saying it's
doesn't. I know it
irrelevant, though. You're
doesn't
just saying,
correspond.
bro, like
No, it's not
Yeah,
irrelevant.
that's true. He is. He's just saying irrelevant, random Yeah, this is on Sprite. Remember, if you don't know what the you're talking about, or if you can't win the argument, just like vent, like info dump. This is what he did with Ethan over and over again. He just like random info dumps of shit. Because the more stuff you can say that's correct, it's like in the housing crisis. It's like creating CDOs when you've got like a lot of bad underlying material. If you pack enough shit in, it kind of works, right? So. The Afghan-Soviet Civil War happened in 1850, and it was because America was the one providing the Afghans, I think, with nuclear weapons in 1850. 1 + 1 is 2. H2O means water. If you go into like any physics class and you actually study, you'll see that like a lot of it is theoretically in like frictionless vacuums, and it doesn't always carry over well to like engineering degrees. Red Bull has a lot of like caffeine and stuff. Like it's just like you say a couple of retarded things, and then you just like start info dumping on the most random shit that nobody's asking about. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. No relevance to the argument. You just like info dump, and then if you say enough correct things after that, then everybody looks at you like, yeah, this guy's like a facts. This guy's a fact speaker, dude. This guy speaks some true facts. And then all the while like Chad is like spamming like, oh yeah, you tell him, and it's like, who cares? It's like because it's the spray and pray debate strat.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Well, you're
I know it
saying it's
doesn't. I
irrelevant,
know it
though. You're
doesn't
just saying,
correspond.
bro, like you're
No, it's
just
not irrelevant
waffle.
because
You're
you're making a
waffling.
video. You're making a video to massage
right,
a certain
you're
narrative, to create a certain narrative.
It's a
okay?
true narrative. It's like
to create a certain
100%
narrative,
right.
and that narrative, when it doesn't
can't even
correspond to the
disprove it
narrative
when
you're
you
trying to
hear
make,
what I'm telling it to your face.
when it doesn't correspond to the narrative you're trying to make, you go, oh, it's irrelevant. Of course, it's not irrelevant. Do you think that my coverage of this bombing is irrelevant? Why are you making a video about a 30-second sliver of the content if you don't actually?
You jump to conclusions, and now you're saying, yeah, I did, but like, look at this 1.8 hours in.
Willie, it's not 8 hours in. It's not 8 hours in. It's not 8 hours in. It is not 8 hours in. What will it take for you to go, okay, you know what? I was actually wrong. He actually had a much more even-handed approach to the subject matter. Or have you already made your...
Imagine Hassan trying to present himself as having an even-handed approach on this matter. Holy shit.
Preconceived biases, and you're simply looking to reinforce them.
The facts of what happened, and you have yet to disprove it. If my criticism is...
I said on the day of the bombing, Willie, I said on the day of the bombing, I said...
Yes, like the most hilarious part. Like, it's the day, this is breaking news, and you jump to the conclusion that's 100%.
You're right. After 6,000 bombs, the 6,001st bomb, I should have been like, guys, hold on. Let's not talk about it.
You said 6,000 bombs. How many rockets do you think have gone from Gaza to Israel this year? Wait, why is he saying 6,000 bombs? Like Israel's the only one sending bombs. Actually, hold on. I'm about to pull a number maybe completely out of my ass. I might be completely making this up, and maybe I'm mixing up with some of the Israeli war coverage. So we'll look this up after. Wasn't there? Didn't they say that there were 4,000 rockets that were sent out on October 7th from Gaza and Lebanon, or was it just Gaza to Israel? Or am I making that number up? Was that reported, or might I make that up? 5,000 on the day. How many rockets Hamas fire into Israel on October 7th? This says 2,200. The IDF claims 9,500 since October 7th. That was 8 days ago. They said 3,000 were fired from the Gaza Strip. Okay. More than 3,000. Okay, so several thousand. So Hassan with this line of like, oh, well, maybe the 6,000 in first bomb. What about all the rockets that Hamas is firing? I wish Willie knew that fact, right? Why would it be so unbelievable that it was one of theirs? Like, you act like the bombing's only going one way.
Everybody
listen. Shut up and listen, dumbass. Listen.
Oh, God.
Okay, thank you. Holy, you're just simply proving how bad faith you are, and you don't give a shit.
Yes,
I'm covering the fucking news.
You don't engage.
I'm covering the news. In America, when we have like mass shootings and whatnot happening, I have a policy of usually not diving headfirst into that news coverage because it is not the same as the consistent war coverage. The only reason why I usually talk about whatever kind of breaking story is happening. This is not the same for Israel, and it's not the same for Ukraine.
Wasn't your stream titled at the day of the
Listen
shooting?
to me. Listen to me. The only thing I cover in situations like that is whatever the mainstream media's, whatever.
Don't Hamas rockets have like a 20% fail rate? Yeah, remember that I should just look at what I started making it up. The custom rockets are literally, it's like a tube, and then you put some like fucking fertilizer and nitrate or some bullshit, and then you just fucking let it go. It's not like a guided missile system or anything at all. They're incredibly primitive. You have very, very, very little control over the trajectory of these things. And I believe these are, when they talk about rockets coming to the Gaza Strip, this is what you're talking about, right? Like 99% of the time, I believe this. Now, well, I don't think a missile's ever been fired from the Gaza Strip. I don't think so, right? But I know missiles have been fired from Yemen, Iraq, I think Lebanon? We can go and look it up. But yeah, these rockets are incredibly unreliable. Yeah.
Media has reported on. Oftentimes, we just simply look at the live stream of the police force when they are talking about how many victims are there. That's it. Now, having said that, is that the case for Israel? No, it's not. Is that the case for Ukraine? No, it's not, and it wasn't. Okay, and in that circumstance, there are times where, of course, I'm going to get certain things wrong. But this is an 8-hour news coverage. If you look at
all of these are missiles or just unguided. I had a couple of military people email me on terminology. I don't know if they both said the same thing though. They might have given contradictory statements. But I think Sorry. Oh, I think the explanation I was given was that missiles typically have some form of guidance and trajectory alteration, and rockets are just things that you just fire with no guidance. But I think I had 2 different military guys email me and give me 2 different answers, so I don't know if that's actually officially true or not. They might just be terms that have not much specificity. So.
30 seconds. If you look at a 30-second broadcast,
criticism. It's not 30 seconds. You keep saying that. It's
okay,
not 30
if you look at a 5-minute portion of a fucking
you're fucking
brother. You're not listening to what I'm saying. On the very same
bombed by Israel, 800 people dead. That was your stream. What did I do to title it that? I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't clip that out of context. That was you.
Can you please listen to me? Can you please listen to me? Can you please listen to me? Can you please listen to me?
What will I have to show you for you to own up to this criticism?
Okay, because you're not listening to what I'm trying to say. First of all, I never said 800.
Did Hassan always debate like this? He seemed way more passive and more should-have debate in general years ago when he was still in formative years. When Hassan was in formative, I think back then he tried to be like a little bit more kind of like fact-based, or not fact-based, but like having a real back and forth in a conversation. But like, you got to remember, the Hassan of the past like 3 or 4 years is like barely even a real human being, right? This is like a caricature of like modern day popular young politics combined with maximum like clout sharking approval mode, combined with maximum like Marxist-Leninist like anti-American tendencies, combined with like the most like perverted form of breaking news obfuscation. Like it's like this like amalgamation of like horrible characteristics. He's not like a thinking normal human being that's like, oh, like how would a human being engage this argument? It's like a defense mechanism after defense mechanism that he's like constructed to keep his ego and his cognitive dissonance at bay, to keep his ego safe, cognitive dissonance at bay, while he like engages other people and tries to like farm basically reactions off of them. Like that's the only thing you're seeing at this point. Hassan is, by the way, not unique here. Like, there's a lot of people that have this issue. Like, I think Vosh, although he's a bit more cerebral about it, I think Vosh actually falls into a lot of the same types of traps. In fact, actually, if I think about it, probably most online political commentators will fall into this trap, because the problem is at some point the facts are going to take you to an area that is incongruent with whatever political party you're aligned with, and you can't confront that fact or talk about it. So the only other alternative is to perform. You have to do something. Remember, humans cannot live with cognitive dissonance. You have to do something to alleviate it. So you either lie to yourself, you like only search for certain types of information, you like engage in weird rationalizations to make it go away. Like there's always something you have to do to alleviate it. And for Hassan, that thing is usually avoiding confrontation from people as much as possible and picking the opponents like really, really, really well.
You'll get 1,000 lashes next we meet.
Random shit.
Okay, I was literally repeating what the BBC coverage was. Not only that, but also because like I don't have a direct on the ground. I wasn't.
What was the BBC? Hold on, I might have this wrong. All right.
Do you see how Willie interrupted him so many times and Hassan just kept rambling? But Willie said something there that was probably wrong, and now Hassan, the brakes just slammed on the train. He's like, wait, you don't think the BBC got this wrong? I don't know how much they're going to debate on this point, but now Hassan wants to hang his hat on that point.
I wasn't.
What was the BBC? Hold on, I might have.
How do you deal with cognitive dissonance?
Well, I mean, the good way to alleviate cognitive dissonance is that if you have cognitive dissonance, it means that a thought process has given you two ideas that are contradictory in nature, meaning that the same type of reasonable thought process should not be producing both opinions. So something is wrong with the thought process. So if you have cognitive dissonance because something is not matching your prediction with reality, or you're predicting different things, well, then you have to go back to the thought process and adjust accordingly. That's what you're supposed to do. I hope that's what I do. But I mean, I guess technically everybody thinks they do that, so it doesn't really mean much. It's like when I say like, oh yeah, like I think I'm somebody that tries to find the facts and remain like unbiased, like everybody says that. So it's kind of a worthless statement for any individual to be saying it because, yeah, but that's ideally that's what you do, right?
I have this wrong, all right? Did the BBC say it was 100% Israel when they blamed each other?
The BBC's original assessment, yes, was that it was most likely an Israeli bombing.
Yeah, but they blamed each other in investigations.
No. That was literally the reason why they had to rescind the coverage. That was the reason why they had to rescind the coverage and apologize for it. But also, what you're failing, you didn't do your research. Shut the fuck up. What you're also failing to fucking comprehend here in your dense ass mind is that, once again, and I repeat myself, I said, here is what I will believe. Here is what I will believe. If there's a third-party investigation, given the fact that Israel has lied routinely about the bombing campaign, and specifically had, in that very same morning, the Israeli Air Force said we had no bombing campaigns happening in the region. We have no bombing just listen, okay? We have no bombing campaigns in the region, which was a lie. They were bombing in that region, actually, as a matter of fact.
That's bombing a rich region?
About the bombing campaign, and specifically had in your dense ass mind is that, once again, and I repeat myself, I said, here is what I will believe. Here is what I will believe. If there's a third-party investigation, given the fact that Israel has lied routinely about the bombing campaign, and specifically had in that very same morning.
Oh, also, we are gonna spend. I hope you're ready for it. I'm sorry, but I'm like super fat. I have so many questions. Fuck. I read oh my god. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm just reading everything. Okay. What in the fuck is the history of Lebanon? I tried to read through the First and Second Lebanese War. What in the fuck is even happening in that country ever? Holy shit. It's like 4 groups of people all trying to murder each other, all with different reasons. That country has like the most. That's in just like 2 random conflicts that I was reading about. What the holy shit. That's number 1. And then also, number 2, okay, so I did a lot of reading on like, I think it's pronounced, I don't know how it's pronounced, Dhimmi and Jizya, I think, which is, Dhimmi refers to in Islam, depending on how you read it, in Islam, I'll give you the favorable reading. In Islam, there are readings of the Quran where non-Muslim people are considered part of your nation, and you're not supposed to convert them. You're not supposed to execute or kill them, but they're actually protected people. So you put these people in their own little villages or whatever, and you even let them have their own religious laws. You don't apply Muslim law. You don't apply Sharia to them. However, and it's because they're not a normal citizen that doesn't have the same obligations under Islam, you charge them a different tax. They pay jizya instead of, or jizya, I don't know how to pronounce it. Instead of whatever the normal, some M word or whatever, that Muslims pay. But blah, 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 blah. Moving on past that, here's a question that I have, okay? It seems like, and we might do a whole Ottoman Empire reading, okay? I'm asking this question, I'm not expecting to get a coherent answer, or maybe somebody will email me one. It seems like the Ottoman Empire, for the longevity of that country, did a phenomenal fucking job of keeping so many different types of people, for the majority of its history, relatively peaceful and chilling with each other inside of their country. I don't know how. This is like the one thing that I want to like figure out. Like no, it did not. There were issues. I think there was was it in the 1800s it had like a big collapse and then like rebirth or whatever. But given the extensive amount of land they covered, the different types of people that lived in that region, especially religion and ethnic, and then the kind of like failing and then coming back or whatever, I feel like they did an okay job. Like how many multi-ethnic empires were successful for that long, right? I could be wrong, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe as I dive into the Ottoman Empire, I'll be like, oh, it actually was like super, but given, what is it, like 500 years? When did the Ottoman Empire start? 600 years? 700 years? Damn, I don't know. Bro, I feel like they did a pretty good job. I feel like they did a pretty decent job. I guess it depends on when you count like the start, depending on their size or whatever, but I feel like they did a pretty good job, okay? Destiny, the Russian Empire. I feel like the Russian Empire doesn't get a good track record because this is very, 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 very light Russian history that I know just from studying Ukraine, Russia. Because I think the Russian Empire, like even in the czars prior to being Stalin and prior to Lenin and prior to the revolution and everything, I think didn't Russia always have an empire of like, we're gonna kill all your people and ship in our own people and we're gonna like make you us? Like didn't even the earlier Russian czars and shit, didn't they always have that type of policy? I could be wrong on that, but I feel like I remember this popping up time and time again. But yeah, that history is like very, very, very rough or light, I would say.
Morning, the Israeli Air Force said we had no bombing campaigns happening in the region.
Investigations.
We have no bombing Just listen, okay? We have no bombing campaigns in the region, which was a lie. They were bombing in that region, actually, as a matter of fact. That's number one. Number two, Israel also personally brought forward inconsistent testimony, inconsistent statements as to why this was definitely an Islamic Jihad rocket, okay? And the reason why we're having this conversation and how it's so fucking stupid, okay, it's so insanely idiotic, is because Israel is currently, while we're having this conversation, sieging the main hospital in Gaza. Israel, at that point, had 420 medical incidents, according to the World Health Organization. If you get your fucking news through clip.
The Aztec Empire, low-key, really good at unifying a diverse population. I might be biased because of like the mass sacrifices that I read of them, but I thought that they didn't do a good job unifying a diverse population. I thought they literally just conquered people, and you either like fall in line or you get instantly executed. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm doing the savage meme as the white invader.
You are not going to understand why I said what I said.
The Ottoman Empire was based more on religion, while Russians more on nationality. Yeah, but I thought for the Ottoman Empire, weren't there stories that like, what was the name of the first ruler? That like, as he conquered Constantinople and he marched in, that like the Jews came out of their temples and he literally said, listen, we own you now. Go back to your temples and worship the same way you were before. Nothing is going to change, and then like leaves or whatever. Like I feel like there were stories that there might be more particular things that I'm missing. But even though the Ottoman Empire was, I think, largely like stated as an Islamic empire, and even though people did live as different classifications of citizens under that dhimmi shit, I think for the most part they did okay. But again, could be wrong, so be careful, okay? He said that, but then immediately taxed non-Muslims much more. I don't know how much the jizya tax or whatever was compared to the ordinary. Is it Muzrat or Mux? What the fuck was it called? Jizya versus zakat. Zakat. I don't know what the rates were. I tried to look this information up, but it was really hard to find information on this. But I also didn't do like a deep dive. I was just like checking or whatever. Destiny, they were pretty big on slavery. Okay, but like, wasn't everybody kind of big on slavery back then?
One for the stash.
There are native descendants in Mexico to this day that are proud to have fought alongside the Spanish to bring down the Aztecs.
I see you grew your
Zakat is how it's pronounced. Okay, sorry, hold on. We are not making the progress. Okay.
420 medical incidents, according to the World Health Organization. If you get your fucking news through clips, you are not going to understand why I said what I said.
This is something. Ooh, after that Goldstone report. And then after the, I think it was Goldstone and that big Operation Cast Iron that we read. So something that I've heard and I've repeated over and over again is there are three numbers that are usually given for deaths in Gaza. There are three numbers usually given, or the West Bank, or Gaza especially. You've got the UN numbers, or the UN and Amnesty International numbers, right? The international third-party independent orgs. You've got the Hamas numbers, and then you've got the Israeli numbers. It tends to go, Hamas is the highest, the third-party international people are usually a tad lower, and then the IDF numbers are quite a bit lower, right? People use this a lot to point to the idea that the Israel consistently underestimates the numbers, but now that I've started reading, I read through two of those essays that were a critical response to that Goldstone report. No. I think it was to Goldstone, yeah. Now something, because we're in the weeds on everything, and I love it. I love being in the weeds. Here's something I'm really curious about. How the do third-party international orgs get these numbers? Because from the very little bit I've read, it seems like they basically just get them from Hamas. So you're really just getting the Hamas numbers twice. This is something that I'm already predisposed to believe this, so I'm admitting I have a bias right out the gate. I admit that I have a bias right out the gate. I'll probably try to find information to counter this, okay? But admitting that I have a bias right out the gate, I'm starting to understand more when Israelis are like, the UN and the UNRWA and Amnesty, all these people just hate us. I'm starting to understand that more because of the veracity of some of these reports and shit that come out from these third-party orgs that are like evaluating the crime and everything and the genocides and the war crimes and blah blah blah. But I don't have a strong feeling on that right now. I don't have a strong feeling on that right now. But yeah, we'll see.
Including that unless there is an actual third-party on-the-ground investigation, I will of course believe, given the circumstantial evidence mounted, that this is yet another Israeli bomb or some type of Israeli munitions, that I'm going to assume that yes, Israel blew up this hosptal just like it had blown up the cancer ward at that very same hospital 2 days prior. Did you see that part of the coverage? No, you didn't.
You know what you're doing right now, and this is what you just did?
Oh shit, info dumping?
I criticized you for jumping to conclusions, right? Which, by the way, a lot of streamers didn't. A lot of new streamers didn't. Right? I would have been down to make videos on them. Some did, but a lot didn't, right?
No, you wouldn't, dumbass. You only do this because it gets you fucking views. You don't give a shit about Israel.
All you did was justify the bad, justify why
Israel claimed that the BBC was doing modern blood libel.
This is what you just said. All you did right there was justify why you should be able to report things badly, and then you dismissed it all saying, well, Israel's attacking Gaza right now, so none of it matters if I got it wrong.
Because, of course,
it's fucking
because
embarrassing.
the point that you're trying to argue here without actually saying it.
The point is that you should just wait and do a good job reporting. Why were you
But wait, if the Hamas numbers are high, third-party people are lower or in the middle. Third-party people are not lower in the middle, they're just slightly lower. And the Israel numbers are substantially lower. Doesn't that track in terms of where the bias numbers should be? The question that I'm curious about, though, is where do the third-party people get their numbers from? That's what I'm curious about, and I haven't done deep diving into that. My understanding is a lot of that just comes from communication with the Gaza and Health Ministry, which theoretically is supposed to operate independently from Hamas, even though it's under the wing of Hamas. There are, I've seen that like journalists have talked to multiple people that work as part of the Gaza and Health Ministry that says we don't take orders from Hamas, they don't tell us, you know, what to report or whatever. So that has been said by people that work in these organizations. Now, how much I believe it or not, I'm not sure. Again, I have to read it, but like, I don't have a reason to not. Well, I do have a reason to not trust it. That's a lie. I'm trying to be too impartial, right? If they're all part of like Hamas or that, like obviously, but.
Making concrete statements you know nothing about. That's the same criticism. You haven't disproved that at all.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Listen to me.
I'm losing my mind, bro, because it's just
First of all, one, you're holding me to a fucking higher standard of the BBC, which the Israeli government said was blood libel.
To be clear, Hassan holds himself to a higher standard than the Hassan holds himself to a higher standard than journalists. Remember on Piers Morgan, he said, "I think I do a better job." Well, maybe he doesn't hold himself to a higher standard. He said, "I think I do a better job than most journalists." He said. X Trine Rendix says, "Destiny, where did Israel get their numbers from?" I mean, like based on the reporting and everything that we've seen, it seems like when Israel is bombing people and doing recon and intel, they have like a decent amount of information about like who's on the ground and who's in what areas. Like if soldiers are on the ground, especially. But I mean, like if they blow up a building that they don't have troops next to and there are 20 family members inside, would the IDF know that? My guess is probably not, or if they would, I have no idea how they would get that information. So, like if we do a bunch of research and it's like, well, the IDF can't account for like 15% of people that they vaporize because they're doing these bombs at long distance, like how would they ever know? Yeah, that could be totally possible, right? I can't. There's no way I could say like, oh, the IDF 100% is going to know every single, like I don't know if they could know, but I don't know the explicit process by which they try to verify like casualties and stuff on the ground. I'm not sure, so.
For arriving at the same fuck. You know why I didn't apologize? You know why I didn't apologize?
You haven't done that.
You want to know why I didn't apologize? You want to know why I didn't apologize? Do you care? Do you care? Do you want me to tell you why I didn't apologize?
Oh, actually, somebody linked this article in chat. I actually read this exact article. This is one of the ones that I read on this. I read this on the plane today, actually. Oh, 15 hours ago. That's why. How the dead are counted in Gaza. I think I googled something like, I don't remember what I googled, but it was like verify dead. I think like Hamas, Gaza, some shit hospital. Yeah, I don't know why I showed you this article that I read, but it seemed like it felt like when I read this, basically what they did is they get the list from Hamas and they just try to like fact check a little bit to see if it's like if they can find some obvious bullshit, and then if they don't, they basically just are republishing the Hamas numbers essentially. But
PD is usually done with drones and sourced on the ground. 90%, especially here in the U.S. military and Israeli doctrine, is super different. How substantial is the gulf between Hamas numbers and Israeli numbers? Honestly, it's usually not that far off. Operation, what, Protective Edge? I haven't read all these recent fucking incursions. Let's see if I can find. So, like, the Gaza Health Ministry here for this reports 2,300 killed, 10,000 wounded. The UN reports 2,250 killed, and Israel reports 2,125 killed. So they're generally not, like, too far off. Yeah. Now, remember, though, I don't know what the 70% civilians means, because my understanding is the Gaza Health Ministry never publishes information about combatants. They call all of them civilians, I thought. Let me... I thought that was in this. Health Ministry officials say the death figures are recorded by medical professionals before being passed on to them, and the figures only include people reported dead in hospital. The figures do not distinguish between military and civilian deaths. So yeah, I don't know how they get from the Gaza Health Ministry the 70% civilians. I'm not sure how they count that, but it makes sense that Jews get taxed more. They follow the Torah when lending to other Jews, no interest for one another. Full tax to Gentiles is the financial reason why the world hated them so much. Bro, there's no way that nobody in the whole world besides Jews were lending at interest. I can't believe that. There must have been Christian. It was like such an obvious business idea, fronting capital to people with like time discounting and everything taken together. There's no possible way that nobody in the entire world besides Jewish people were lending with interest. I can't believe that. There's no shot. That would be so stupid. Usury? It's usury, right? Usury? No, it's usury. Usury was a sin for Christians. My brother in Christ, as Vosh says. I'm pretty sure in the 1500s, weren't Catholics literally selling indulgences to people? Like, weren't they literally, like, wasn't this part of the Protestant, like, Reformation demands? I don't remember when the Reformation was.
Delicious.
Was it 1500s? Or was it, like, 1800s? Protestant Reformation. It was 1500s, yeah. But like the Catholic Church was literally like bring me like 50 shekels or gold pieces. I don't know what the fuck the currency was. Bring me 50 of the king's coin and I will like forgive your sins and send you to heaven. Like it was some wild shit. Yeah, so like if you're literally doing that, you tell me you can't lend a brother some, you know, 20 bucks with some interest? Bullshit. I don't believe it. No shot. No shot. That's wild. I can't believe it. The Catholic Church had like 3 popes at once at one point, okay? You're telling me nobody was like, can I lend this dude some money and charge him some fucking interest? No shot.
I know why you didn't apologize, because you never do. You always double down.
No, wait, I don't apologize? I don't apologize? That's crazy, because you said I never apologized about being wrong about Ukraine, but I did.
Yeah,
you lied and said that, oh, well, actually, you were just backing away.
I'm very consistent with you.
Yeah, you're consistently wrong, you dense... Listen.
I haven't. You don't even watch the videos. How would you know if I'm wrong?
Why would I watch your dumbass drama farming videos? You don't give a shit about anything. You don't give a shit about this conflict. You don't give a shit about this beyond it pushing your...
You not watching my videos is the same level of reporting that you give Israel and Gaza. It's the same level of reporting that you give Ukraine.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think you are revealing, you're revealing how stupid you are by claiming that watching a YouTube video is the same as like reading news reports and talking to on-the-ground journalists and forensic analysts.
I'm not. I'm saying you won't even do the bare minimum, and you won't even do it for a drama video. You won't do it for anything.
Why would I care about your drama video, dumb?
Yeah, you do. That's why you invited me on.
I invited you on because I thought that you genuinely had a perspective that was at odds with mine on Israel-Palestine. You said, never mind, it's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about my videos that I've made on you. So now, we're stuck having this stupid conversation. When I cover shit like...
It would be about just watch the video.
Willie, okay, all right, I'll ask you questions.
Is he talking to on-the-ground reporters and forensic analysts? Is that what he's implying he's doing, or what the news sources he's watching are doing? I thought he was implying the news sources that he reads are doing that.
I'll ask you questions. In your video, do you, I don't know, at any point bring up any of the resources that I'm using, like including the BBC, which you said?
Yeah, I showed the tweet you used. Yeah, I did. I showed the tweet.
He's saying that he literally says it? Who the fuck is he talking to on the ground anyway? Or he probably brings on a person for like 30 minutes to chat with them. And then, yeah.
images of a missile striking the ground, going, doesn't that look like a JDAM? That actually looks a lot like a JDAM. That's your epic reporting. Those are your epic sources, bro.
Yes, my epic sources. That was the only verified video of the strike at the time.
I know, like you're.
Do you know where I got that?
Like you know how to.
Do you know where I got that video from? Do you know where I got that video from?
Where?
The Washington Post. That's where I got that video from.
Yeah, but you don't know how to interpret what that missile is.
That's really interesting you say that, because at the time I was talking. At the time, that's really interesting because at the time I was. At the time, I was.
At the time you
talking to. I was talking to open source intelligence people and also forensic analysts. That's what I was doing, and I still do. When I'm reporting on this kind of thing, especially when it's outside of my immediate like expertise or whatever, I go to people that are making real-time assessments. One of the things that I'm sure you didn't mention was the GeoConfirmed Twitter thread. The GeoConfirmed Twitter thread that originally was incredibly viral pointed to this being.
Exonerate you for jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, just more fact dump. The UN hires locals in Gaza and in the West Bank to coordinate its programs with neighboring countries that have bigger UN offices. Some of the Red Cross, they also have offices in Tel Aviv. Cool. Destiny, he's saying he's doing it, and he said so during the stream on 10/17 and had nobody on his stream, so if it's true, it's all in the background. In parentheses, it's not true.
No, dumbass. Over the course of 8 hours, I am parsing through misinformation. Over the no, I'm not. I'm not shifting. We're still talking about this bombing. We're still talking about this bombing.
By the way, hold on. Can we move on? Because this is just circles. You're just.
Whoa. No, we're not moving on just because you feel like this conversation is completely out of your depth because you only look at clips.
Very basic. The
because you only look at clips.
You jump to conclusions, and then you jump to conclusions, and now you justify why you.
One thing that I do in breaking news stories is to parse through. Okay, all of the information that is accumulating online that is going viral. I do this specifically for whenever there's a mass shooter, some fucking psychotic right-wing weirdo will turn around and be like, oh, the mass shooter actually is trans or whatever the fuck, right? Now, in this circumstance, I can't believe we're still talking about this, by the way, because every single piece of information that Israel, as the official account, has brought forward has been an abject lie that have been disproven by the very same authorities that you claim are totally on board, okay? Are totally
debate tonight or tomorrow. Man, you should have a hard date and be promoting the coverage beforehand. This is going to do numbers. To be honest, it sounds kind of sad. I never thought I was saying this. Like, streaming is like the secondary way that I make money right now. Like, the streaming stuff just feeds into my YouTube stuff. So, like, being like ultra rigid on like, oh my god, I got a fickle sign day, blah, blah, I need everything to do. Like, the live streaming stuff is not like the main thrust of like what I do. It's generally like preparing content for YouTube is the main thrust of what I do. So, yeah, if it happens tomorrow, like, I'll definitely tweet out like the time and everything. But like, it's not like I'm not like oh my god, I've got to get the maximum live viewership for this particular thing. That's not like the focus.
Totally claim are totally on board, okay? Are totally saying like no, it definitely has to be an Islamic Jihad rocket. Every single person I've talked to, from forensic analysts that work at the New York Times, that work at Washington Post, all the way to open source intelligence analysts that I talk to from a broad variety of different ideological backgrounds. The conversations that we had revolved around some of the other open source intelligence community members basically bringing forward incredibly stupid conclusions, like how this massive casualty-inducing rocket that was actually a cause of an intercepted missile that fell on the hospital. Every single point that was brought forward in the immediate aftermath of the hospital was actually completely incorrect.
I don't even know what he's referring. He made such a broad. He knows more. Do you ever call it OSINT or is it always open source intelligence? The OSINT people, is Hassan trying to say that he had like a better grasp on what's going on than these guys? Honestly, at this point, I think I would trust some of those can you say OSINT or is that weird? I think I'd trust some of those OSINT accounts more on Twitter than I do at this point, like WAPO or the New York Times. The ideological biases on the reporting here have gotten like actually out of control. I don't know how, this is like probably one of the most mind-melting conflicts that I've ever seen, literally in my entire life, in terms of people's reporting on it just being unhinged.
Didn't make a video about that. You made a video about me because if you made a video
about you, yes, you finally get it.
Stop. Listen. Let me finish. You didn't make a video about GeoConfirmed and how viral his fucking thread was. You didn't make a video about how wrong most of the news outlets were for directly reporting Israel
You think how Kalinske lost his redemption arc? He seems to be brain rotted by the conflict. I mean, like everybody's redemption arc got set back a few steps. It happened with Anna Kasparian as well, saying she's not voting for Biden because of the Israel-Palestine stuff. It's just, again, for that J.J. McCullough video or whatever, this is just like, it's the perfect
conflict to funnel whatever ideology you have through. There's so much. Like, the only thing that would make it even better is if, like, all the Palestinians were, like, men and, like, all the Israelis were women, or, like, reverse it so we could get, like, some feminist shit up here, too. Or maybe, like, in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, like, 94% of people had, like, an N64, and in Israel, like, 92% of them had, like, a PS2. Like, that would be perfect. Like, I don't even know. Like, there's, like, 3 things you could change to have it be more divisive. But other than that, it's like the perfectly divided conflict for, like, somebody to take a really strong side on without having any fucking idea about, like, anything that's going on. So I think that's why people just get so heated and wrapped up into it.
Says as though it's God's honest truth, okay?
I don't report
they
like
got
that.
everything wrong on that subject, but guess what, dude? They got everything wrong. There was no Willie Mack video on that, because why would you think
it? Hold on, did they correct it?
Wait.
Did they correct it?
No, they haven't.
They haven't? They just doubled down on it?
No, I'm talking about all of the fucking false testimony that they brought forward about how Israel, most of these outlets that literally just repeated whatever the Israel said, just went along with it because it goes along with the overarching narrative.
Right, but but how come I gotta make a video on them just because I made a video on you?
Because you said, wait, hold on. In the beginning of this conversation, you literally said, if someone else had gotten information wrong, I would have done a video on them too. But only you got the information wrong.
If I made a video on somebody, if I made a video on somebody else.
You said those exact words.
Let me correct it because that's a ridiculous statement, right?
But you did say that. If you care about misinformation, maybe you should, I don't know, make the next video about ideas.
If he cares about misinformation, maybe you should publish a general history book. What do you mean? The guy's a YouTube commentary person. He makes videos on YouTubers and streamers. What are you talking about? This would be like an FDA watchdog being like, we think the FDA is wasting, $15 million a year in licenses for, phase 3 trials. Like, if the FDA really cared about wasted money, why wouldn't they look at how much money my mom wastes on crack cocaine? Like, bro, this is their fucking job.
Yeah, and all the time they about every single lobbying campaign.
So you're saying because I made a video on you, I now got to make a video on Israel?
No, you don't have to do anything. But you can't also maintain the position that you care about the truth and honesty in journalism, like you're a fucking Gamergate holdout, being like, oh, I care about the ethics in video game journalism. That's why we have to dox these female journalists or some shit.
Jesus Christ.
What are you talking about?
I didn't say that. I'm using. Do you know what a analogy is? Dumb.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question. If I go ahead and let's say like you referenced in that big long rambly rant that lasted like 5 minutes, right? You referenced that you later in the stream got a story right, and that I should have talked about that because you covered some things right. Does that mean I can't criticize you for when you're wrong?
No, of course you can. The entire point is framing something incorrectly. If there's 8 hours of coverage on a particular matter, and throughout that coverage, I'm actually personally talking about how the red line I would draw is on the ground. If there is an on-the-ground investigation where they look at ground soil.
Also, let me be clear on this too, okay? Let me be clear on this too, because Hassan keeps thinking that well, I don't know what he actually thinks, if he's this stupid or not. Hassan keeps thinking that the issue that people are having is that like he had like this opinion instead of this opinion. That like the issue is that he got something wrong. There's nothing wrong with getting things wrong, except for being wrong. That's not the issue. The issue wasn't whether you were right or wrong. The issue is like, what's the thought process you're using to get there, right? If it was the case that like Hassan was using, like, oh, I went through everything at the time that was available, and it seems like I could have been incorrect, like, and I fucked up, blah, blah, blah. That'd be one thing, but that's not what's happening. These two conclusions aren't being generated by like the same potentially valid thought process. Right? That's not what's happening. Instead, like these conclusions are coming from this like unhinged, this unhinged propaganda mindset where it's like, oh, Israel bad, US bad, and like this is where the conclusions are coming from. But Hassan is acting like people are only mad because he's getting it wrong. He's winding up the red circle and then later on course correcting to the blue circle. But this path. Hold on, let me see if I can explain this. This path here, if let's say you use a bad thought process, okay? The bad one, the good one, okay? And then this is the bad conclusion and the good conclusion. Hassan thinks that if he uses the bad thought process and then he gets to the bad conclusion, but then he eventually course corrects to the good conclusion, that this is like, oh, this is okay because I wound up at the right place. But that's not true. He's using I'm sorry. A comparable thing might be using a, let's see, ooh, fuck, can I erase these lines now? I forgot. A comparable thing might be using a good thought process, but maybe you arrive at a bad conclusion, and then you go to a good conclusion, okay? The thing that is annoying about this, the thing that sucks about this, is the reason why the bottom thought process happens, because you might legitimately get things wrong. You might fuck up. So, by the way, I think it's the case right now. I don't believe that people think that the original video analysis of that rocket that misfired in the air and then fell into the parking lot and blew up, I think at this point, so I'm not wrong, but I think most people think that that video is probably not the rocket that blew up in that parking lot because the time was different, and when they geolocated like the depth or whatever, it seemed like that rocket was a mile or two away. I think that's where we're at right now. So the original people were incorrect. The Israeli army, the US analysis, and the other OSINT people, I think that's where we're at right now. So, like, you might use a good thought process, and you were wrong, right, on that. Now, that doesn't mean that the rocket came from Israel, of course. The missile came from Israel, right? But then you end up with a good thing. The annoying thing about this thought process, though, is because what it allows you to do, and it's so disgustingly obvious, and it's so blatant and so aggressive, what it allows you to do is it allows you to collect points on the entire f***ing journey. It's only using the bad thought process that you get credit for being wrong, okay? If I make a prediction and then I'm incorrect and then I'm like, oh, I either jumped to a bad conclusion here, I was using a bad source, I was wrong, we change it, like, I'm probably not going to lose much because I'm relatively honest, but like, it kind of hurts a little bit. If I were to get this wrong over and over and over and over again, it would hurt me. It would look bad. Like, Destiny, you're wrong on a lot of these predictions. Like, maybe you shouldn't talk about this, or maybe you need to do more background research. Like, you're wrong over and over again. I'd be like, okay, yeah, damn, you're right. So it would hurt me if I got that wrong over and over again, and then I course corrected the right opinion. But think people like Vosh is really good at this, and Hassan is really good at this. What they do is they start out with the bad thought process, and they go, America bad, Israel bad, America bad, Israel bad, white people bad, oppressor bad, colonialist bad, and they get all the versions of, they get all the TikTok clips, they get all the YouTube clips, they get all the subscribers, they get all the notifications, they get all the money, they get, everybody loves it, and then after they've collected all of that, I don't even want to say virtue points, it's actual dollars, cash dollars in the bank account, then after that, then they can course correct. And then after they course correct, they get more credit. Like, oh my God, he's so honest. Like, he admitted that he was wrong. He admitted he was wrong about Ukraine. He admitted he was wrong about the hospital. He admitted that he jumped to conclusion. And then they get even more money for being honest. This happens with Vosh so much. And Hassan does it too. But the annoying thing is they pretend that this thing here, they pretend that this journey is the same thing as this journey. And it's not. It's absolutely not the same thing as that journey. And it bothers me so much that especially Vosh fans will do this thing where they're like, oh, well, hey, at least he admits when he's wrong. Like, no, dude, that's part of the formula. Being wrong is part of the formula. The first analysis is an ideological one, and once you've milked the teat of the ideological well dry for subscribers, then you do the factual one, and now you get to milk that one next. This is bullshit, and I hate that it happens so many times, and that people can't see how obviously transparent it is. It drives me fucking crazy. Sorry, Jesus, I hate this model for arriving at conclusions. F me.
Analysis, one factor of the forensic analysis on whether or not this was a misfire is actually seeing the impact, right? You have to look at the crater. And the crater in and of itself, immediately, once the dust settled and we saw the crater, I said, while I originally looked at the video, can I please explain what's happening here, or are you just in here to fucking cry? Okay.
Well, it sucks because you're going on about irrelevant stuff.
True. If your ultimate statement is that my claims are baseless, then you haven't done your research.
My claim
none
is
of
that
this
you
is
jumped to
baseless.
conclusion.
Destiny, they aren't wrong on purpose. They're just retarded. This is cope. No, they're wrong on purpose. There's no way that you can get this many things wrong over and over and over and over again without it being intentional. It is intentional. It might not be intentional to be wrong, but it is grossly negligent to adhere to the facts, and is intentional to follow the political lines that you've established for yourself, the political boundaries that you've established for yourself. Like, remember Russia's... God, this was the funniest thing. The cop showed his training planting drugs, Vosh. This is like one of my favorite clips of all time. It's so...
The body cam footage for the clip, it's because he doesn't want his body cam to pick it up.
Look, and also, I also love this video. This video is so good because it shows you how powerful post hoc, after the fact, reasoning can be to get you back to a conclusion, right? As opposed to you actually thinking through and coming to a conclusion, you have the conclusion, and then you work your way back from it. And it's such a powerful demonstration of this kind of like post hoc rationalization. It's so good, right? Because it's not just that he's like, oh shit, they planted evidence. He then concocts in his mind an entirely fantastic story to explain what's happening, and none of it's true.
Need to frame a black man with an illegal substance.
Hold on, this is such a good example of this. This is such a good demonstration of this.
A Caledonia police officer appears to be seen on camera attempting to frame a black man with an illegal substance. Appears to be. I mean, this is the most clear cut I've ever seen. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that.
Alright, bro, what's that? What? That you just threw in here. What's the one word? I got you on camera, bro. I got you on camera. We're all good.
Never late, father.
Hey, bro, you just threw that in here. Yeah.
You got to record every police interaction, my friend. Now, this cop is trained. Take a look at the cop. Look at this. See how the cop turns his chest away from where he's throwing that? That's because he doesn't want his body cam to pick it up. He turns his chest away from it. See? Chest facing that way, guard plant happening this way. He knew. He has it on him. He just does a little slippy. That's why we need the 4K 360 police camera girdle, okay? You know those baby strollers where they sit in it and they waddle around on wheels, like by pushing their feet against the ground? You know what I mean? Like they have like the little bars and they like, ooh, you know, like that? That's what all cops need to be in at all times. And it's just a constant
I remember he gets more analysis on that particular thing.
Ring of visual awareness. With a diaper, of course, yeah. We should also have it be one of those 360 YouTube live videos.
What is the truth of this story? The truth of this story, because they released the full footage, was when the cop was initially going through the back seat, I think there was like a plastic baggie on the floor, and he picked it up, and I think he takes it back and he looks at it for a second, and then he goes back to the car and he tossed it in. But it came from the car, and there were no drugs in it. They didn't try to like nail them for the bag. There's nothing in it. He just like picked it up. If somebody wants to link the full camera footage so that we can look at it on stream, so this isn't like I'm making shit up. If somebody has it, you can find it. But like, yeah.
Have you ever watched one of those 360 YouTube videos where you can hold your phone and it rotates?
Oh wait, is this him going over the... Oh, I'm sorry. This is him doing the second part of this. I'm sorry. It's always important to be willing to change your stance when presented with new, relevant information.
Super cool. That's what it needs to be, and every police precinct needs to have their own YouTube channel with simultaneous live videos of every cop in their baby girdle at all times, okay? So anytime ever, you can just go like, hey, I wonder what the LAPD are up to. Let's say it's Officer Hankins, yeah.
Okay,
Clip we watched earlier was released. The cop didn't plant anything. It was an empty bag that fell out of the driver's pocket.
Oh, that's what it was. Sorry.
Hold on. Do full screen.
What's the word?
So that was when he leaned to the right when he threw the thing in?
What's the word? I got your camera. We're all good. Hey, bro, you just threw that in here. Yeah, because it was in his pocket and I don't want to hold on to it. It's on their body cam that they took it off from, so.
Notice how this part wasn't in the original clip. This is the same shit as the Jacob Blake shit, by the way. Notice how that wasn't in the original, like, horrible cop clip. You know what, also? I bet this guy, when he was recording it with a cell phone, because I think it was the guy in the passenger seat that recorded with a cell phone. Notice how he didn't post that part? Notice how he didn't post the full clip?
I'm telling you where it came from, so. It's an empty baggie at the moment, too, so. Okay, buddy.
So he did throw it in, but he's saying it was some random thing that got dropped?
I'm telling you where it came from, so. It's an empty baggie at the moment, too, so. Okay, buddy.
You can see it's empty. Well, it doesn't really matter if it's empty, right? If the plastic bag has like any trace of drugs on it, then that can be used. Yeah, look at that present. Even if it's visually empty, we don't need it. But he's holding the thing right there.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, sorry. That's like that process from start to finish. But the backwards rationalization is crazy. Oh, you can tell he's been trained to lean away from the thing to the, yeah. Plutonian Shore is $10. The other part of it is that even once they correct the record, it never changes their base ideological thinking that led to the bad conclusion. True. Destiny, the river to the sea saying is in hot waters. Most people just see it as a free Palestine, but Germany just banned it with consequences. You know what? Somebody, I actually have a, well, I don't know if I'd call him a historian. Maybe call him a pop historian. Somebody linked me a video of a guy talking about that from the river to the sea saying. And I think his commentary was pretty insightful. Now, this is an old video. It's 10 years old, but I'll show this. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He doesn't say from the river to the sea exactly. He's talking about the right of return, so actually even more explicit. But remind me to watch this afterwards.
Of course, yeah. I jumped to the same conclusions that the BBC did too, and I also said.
But they corrected it.
No, but you're failing to understand is.
Doesn't Vosh, at least Amount of Sound himself, say they don't even care about truth? Vosh backed away from that opinion hardcore.
Even on the same day, immediately after this, said, I might be wrong on this, and if I'm wrong, here is how I will be disproven. Okay? If somehow we end up having an impact crater analysis and soil analysis to see what kind of munitions was used in this process, and it is consistent with an Islamic Jihad rocket because we know what kind of rockets they have, and this most likely, and I said this the day of as well, was a possible batter rocket, the BADR rocket, okay, that Islamic Jihad does have. If that is the case, then the ground soil, the ground, yes, chemical testing on the ground would prove that to be true. Hamas also, and I brought this up as well, which I thought was suspicious, could not find anything beyond the impact crater, could not find a possible shrapnel from the missile because the missile doesn't perish. Okay? So what I said is in situations like this, and I showed like an earlier event like this where Israel had lied, okay? In situations like this, usually they will bring forward a piece of the fucking missile, okay? If you're engaging in this, if you're engaging in my content in good faith, you would have seen all of this. I don't just like repeat whatever fucking thing I'm thinking about out of my ass.
You
okay?
do all the time. That's
not true because I'm telling you.
The video. Dude, hold on. In the same stream.
I'm telling you where my analysis comes from.
I like how, like, imagine if you would have said that day one, then we would have been fine. Like, why not just say that? Instead, it was like, day one, Israel, 100%. Day two, it's like, well, maybe once we get the soil analysis done by 15 different third-party organizations, and then we verify that the soil analysis matches the rocket profile, the rocket fuel profile, and it's like, bro, where was this? This is good analysis, actually. This is good analysis. Where was it on day one? Did my Iowa thing get posted? I need to focus on this more in my future conversations. Oh, it did, 36 minutes ago.
Tonight's...
Something that I get like super triggered about that has happened with something that I get super triggered about that's happened in a ton of conversations is I realize that people are nowhere near as stupid as I think they are sometimes, because this happened a lot with betting on things. I think it happened a lot on betting on things. I think it's happened a few times to me where I'll talk to somebody and they'll say something like, oh, Donald Trump is going to win the next election. I'm just giving an example. Listen, Donald Trump's going to win the next election 1,000,000%. There's no shot that he loses. Really? No shot? Absolutely not. Nothing's going to stop him. None of the charges, nothing's going to stop him. I'm like, okay, you have a lot of conviction on that. Do you want to give me 2-to-1 odds on, you know, $1,000 on Trump winning? Because you feel really strongly. 2-to-1 odds, that should be good for you because you're so strong. Now, this is what I expected people to do. I either expect them to block me or to say fuck off, okay? Or take the money. Or like cope and leave or whatever. But instead, I found in a lot of my conversations and interacting with people on Twitter on stream, what actually happens is they start to reveal that they're far more reasonable than I thought they were. They're like, okay, well,
Thank you.
the indictments might actually hurt him. He could, maybe something new will come out. There is the age thing, he's kind of old. Like, all of a sudden, all these reasonable arguments, and then they temper their opinion on it. And it's like, okay, hold on. I didn't do anything to give you these ideas. All I did was to make you stake something on your opinion. Like, actually stake out some kind of risk related to your opinion. And then all of a sudden, all these answers come out, or all of these justifications or these caveats come out, like, oh, so you knew this the whole fucking time. Well, why the fuck didn't you say this initially, you motherfucker? Where was this energy, you know, in the beginning stages? It was like the most mind-blowing thing in the world that I saw. The most mind-blowing thing in the world I saw was when Florida bans trans treatment language bill.
I've come for questionable deals.
Does anybody have the text of that bill? The thing that I thought was so fascinating about this bill is that I'd spent so much time arguing with conservatives about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, right? There's a reason why we don't use retrospective studies. There's a reason why sample size 12 in some random region in you know, India or places like super high in, you know, parasites are why we wouldn't look at ivermectin for improving outcomes. It doesn't make sense. It's anti-parasitic, right? All these things, and like no conservative ever seemed to understand any of this. But then as soon as Florida publishes a bill, and then I saw, as of right now, the bill says something like, right now, like puberty blockers for trans children is not good because we don't have any prospective randomized control trial studies of a sufficient number to prove that these treatments are efficacious. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, wait a second, you fucking retards, you guys know about the prospective RCTs? Did you guys know that this is like the gold standard for medical research? Did you know that the entire fucking time? Or did, oh my God, when I saw that text, because I'm pretty sure it's literally that text on the bill. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, but. Anyway, sorry, we got on a huge tangent there.
I encountered Demeter. She mentioned her
I'm
daughter.
talking
Look how you reframed this entire thing.
Brother, you have literally complained
like
here
that.
about one hospital bombing that
No,
is
it's
still
not. It's about
not
your
proven.
pattern of behavior.
One hospital
It's
bombing that is still
reporting
not proven to be an Islamic Jihad rocket
No, but
by
you
saying
say
third-party forensic.
You say 100%, and then everybody who says otherwise, you were calling genocidal.
I still think
that's what you did on stream. That's what
yeah,
you did.
I did do that because they are. If you're defending Israel, you are genocidal.
Right, but if you simply are
Wait, do
telling
you
the
think
truth with this
defending
report,
okay, let's
if
talk
you're
about that.
simply
Do you
telling
think
the
defending
truth
Israel,
with
do you
this
think
report,
defending
that
Israel's
means
actions,
look how
do you think
you're doing this now? You're now saying
okay,
I'm genocidal.
because
We're just simply
you brought up a
saying
new
the
point.
truth
You
of
brought up a
this
new point. We're moving on. We're not going to watch a shit-ass video. You brought up a new point.
I know, because you don't want
you think
actual truth.
okay,
You don't wanna show everybody
do you
the
think what
context.
Israel is engaging in is ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement in Gaza right
Yeah.
now? You do?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, do you think defending this ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign would be defending genocidal acts then in your own assessment?
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree. All right, got it. Thank you.
I know, the
Move on from
criticism is your reporting, it's not that, bro.
Yeah, got it. You care more about
I care about
the
doing a
truth
good
in
job, 'cause
journalism.
you
Okay, got
you
it.
do.
I'm
You're
glad we agree on it at
radicalizing
least.
people when you're
I'm glad
wrong.
we agree on it.
You
I'm glad we
radicalize
agree on it.
people when
Okay,
you're
move on. Next point.
Are you just gonna should I now bring up the next point?
Well, I don't know what the fucking points are. Go
Or
ahead.
are you gonna go on more about a
And
relevant?
here, by the way, for if you don't know, we do have an automatic Fossabot timer usually for breaking news, especially when it comes to mass shootings, which includes the main mass shooting, which you claimed I was covering immediately or whatever.
Yeah, you
it was
covered
entitled.
the same day, didn't you?
I don't remember if I did, but if I did, it was
I think I
specifically
remember
just the
you did.
police. It was probably just whatever the police testimony was at the time. But
Okay.
here is the Fossabot from that day for the record, automatically timing out someone who was trying to bring this up.
Hassan does not cover breaking news due to the nature of unconfirmed and changing details soon after the event. Expect more coverage tomorrow. Unbelievable, bro. Oh, and he just didn't want to talk about what? He just didn't want to talk about the active shooter in Maine? Why? Wait, this wasn't the trans shooter or whatever, was it? Which particular shooting was this? That was the army guy? Oh, okay. Maybe. The U.S. veteran, okay.
So
Anyway.
your chat's not allowed to talk about it, but you talk about it.
No, Chad is talking about it so I can actually talk about it myself. And this was the day after. No, I actually didn't cover
Okay.
the main shooting at all that day, and I barely talked about it the next day, as a matter of fact.
Okay, fair enough then. I haven't watched those streams.
Okay. I don't think you watch a lot of the streams because if you did,
Bro, you stream 8 hours a day, every single day. I doubt anybody watches a lot of the streams if you're the most diehard fans. Like,
Let's go, Coronat.
Destiny, watch my link. He actually did cover it. Regarding that main shooting, he covered it the day after while the manhunt was ongoing. It wasn't an active shooting, but it was breaking news. Well, I mean, that's a little different now.
where a lot of my analysis is coming from, and you wouldn't be fucking making erroneous
Not really
claims like
analysis,
this.
bro. You kind of do bro politics and just shoot from the hip.
I'm
That's what
sorry.
you do.
Okay, okay, got it. What kind of politics do you watch, or what kind of politics do you actually engage with then?
I mean,
is he trying to fish my name here, or what is he? Or is he trying to shit on whoever this guy watches? Or it's so difficult to argue with MAGA conservatives, mostly because they don't believe in science. They only mention science when it's convenient, and even then they misrepresent it. Sure.
I mean, I have a style that. Wait, I don't get it. I have a style that you don't like. Okay, the end. That doesn't.
Yeah, but it's you. The style is you being wrong about stuff. The style's about you doing wrong. Like, it's the same criticism. We're just gonna talk in circle again. Dude, do you feel like you radicalize your audience when you get stuff wrong on these recording? This sort of recording.
Explain. I would love to hear what you
So,
mean
like,
by
for
this.
instance, like, you and Ethan on like Israel, right? He's 100% seems like he sympathizes with the Palestinians, right?
Yeah, 100%. I agree
Comes on
with that.
stream. Yeah. All that good stuff.
Okay.
But then when he goes ahead and he's like saying stuff like, dude, your whole chat's calling me racist. Your whole chat's calling me a genocidal freak, right? Are you going to do anything about that? You don't. And why they do that is because you sit
It's really interesting you say that. Do you think
you won't let me finish?
every single day up until that very moment, every single day up until
Okay, go
that
ahead.
very moment, I told my community,
Yeah,
if
I'd
you
be
actually
scared
did
too.
watch Beyond the Clips, you would know that every single day, since the Leftovers broadcast, including the immediate aftermath of the Leftovers broadcast,
Ah, fuck.
Why they do that is because you sit.
it's really interesting you say that. Do you think
you won't let me finish?
every single day up until that very moment, every single day up until
Okay, go
that
ahead.
very moment, I told my community,
Yeah,
if
I'd
you
be
actually
scared
did
too.
watch Beyond the Clips, you would know that every single day, since the Leftovers broadcast, including the immediate aftermath of the Leftovers broadcast, the first time we talked, at the leftovers at the
Lunderbuck said that saying Hassan radicalizes his audience is a bit much. Do you agree? No, I don't agree. Hassan obviously radicalizes his audience. Everybody on this like far left spectrum is super radicalizing the of their audience.
I got a butt. They're all beans. This is not a pinto. It's a beanto, not a pinto. Beantos. Meow. Beanto, pinto.
I think so.
Studio, I told my community that Ethan is sympathetic to Palestinians and that he is not your enemy. To yell at him in this situation would be fucking fruitless, ridiculous. Plenty of people try to find drama.
The reason why your audience does it is
hold on. You asked me what kind of community cultivation I engage in.
You didn't even know what I was gonna ask because you cut me off.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what you did.
Okay, go ahead. I'm being very rude to my guest, by the way, but go on. I'm sorry, Felix.
Am I your guest? Who's your guest? All right, I was just saying, do you feel like you radicalize your audience because your audience calls Ethan racist, even though he's pro-Palestinian, right? And the reason why they do that is because whenever anybody just reports like a basic, a basic fact, like Israel likely didn't do the Gaza hospital bomb, right? Your response is to freak out and call that chatter genocidal and say that they hate all Arabs. So that's why they do. You feel like you're radicalizing them to do it. I mean, they do it for a reason.
Are you in your own assessment here taking things out of context over the course of an 8-hour broadcast where you think maybe no, you don't know the context.
You gotta prove
because you can look at a fucking banning that is occurring on a stream and not recognize that that banning is happening because it might be a sock account. That banning might be happening because someone is bad faith. That banning might be happening because I'm sorry, we're talking about how I cultivate my community and how I moderate my community. How the is me telling you how I moderate my community irrelevant? Everything it seems that goes against whatever narrative you want to frame is irrelevant in your opinion. So yeah, no wonder you want me to just watch the fucking YouTube video and sit in the goddamn shadows. Everything is irrelevant. You're asking me questions about how I operate. This is supposed to be your research. This is supposed to be your research, isn't it?
He mad.
Are you not supposed to be doing fucking research right now on your subject matter? So what's irrelevant?
You're asking, hold on. I just said, are you radicalizing your audience? And then you went on a rant about sock accounts. That's not relevant.
No, because I'm talking about how I cultivate and how I moderate my community. The entire conversation is within the framework of how I moderate my community. And what I told you is, you don't have any understanding of why I'm banning who, for what reason. You're just watching in small increments without recognizing that in a political...
be that way. It's not. I have entire streams downloaded. It's your whole stream.
Okay, that still doesn't matter because you don't know why we make moderation decisions. That's why you were wrong on the shooting in Maine. That's why you were wrong on the Maine shooting too, because you can't comprehend what is going on behind the fucking scene.
So Hassan is like strangleholding the narrative on these conversations. Jesus.
Why don't you ask me if I'm your subject matter here, which it seems you watch all the fucking streams, instead of making up your own mind about how these streams go?
Just change the subject.
What? I'm not changing the subject.
You radicalize your audience, and Ethan's the example. Why are you going on about banning? Why you ban people? And making it sound so complicated.
Do you think I'm radicalizing my community against Ethan when I told you time and time again that I have kept my community in check over and over again?
I have to repeat what I say for a third time because it's very straightforward.
Brother, you ask me questions, I answer. You don't like the answer because it goes against your narrative that you're trying to fulfill, and then you go, oh, it's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant.
I'm answering you about A, and you give me number 3. It's like completely a different fucking thing. I say, Hassan, let's do run, and you go, I swim. It's not relevant.
It is absolutely relevant. It's absolutely relevant. Do you not think that my moderation is what we're talking about? You literally brought up Ethan.
What we're talking about is you attack people that talk about the facts, right? Like you go ahead and you're like, you're a genocidal state, blah, 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 blah. Or opinions. It could be facts or opinions, right? When it comes
do you know how many people we ban on a daily basis?
What does this have to do with?
Because you're not asking a question, you're just like ranting. Go on. Sorry, I'm sorry. Give me your...
Alright, I'll keep the question.
Any idea why Hassan decides to debate Willie Mack impromptu out of nowhere when he seems to never engage with anyone who disagrees? Remember, the Hassan... This is like important to realize. The Hassan style of dealing with criticism is generally... The Hassan style of dealing with criticism is generally 20 fair criticisms in chat. You pick the most strawman, retarded fucking chatter, and then you hone in on that, and then you spend the next 30 minutes pretending you're getting one guide, and everybody is making fun of Hassan, saying, oh, Hassan's getting one guide, Hassan's not getting one guide. It's super intentional what he does. What he does is he'll pick out the worst faith criticism that is applied to what he's saying, and he'll spend the next 30 minutes destroying that one person because it's obviously a stupid criticism, and he never will ever actually confront any of the valid or legitimate criticism about the way that he behaves. That is like modus operandi. That is exactly how he operates. So it's very intentional. I think the reason I said earlier, I think the reason why he's like looking to engage more people outside now is because as his audience has been kind of like dwindling over the past like couple years, I think now he's feeling the pressure more that he has to respond to people on the outside, but he's still engaging in the same sort of tactic, right? Okay, people are mad at me about my Israeli-Palestinian coverage. Okay, well, if you want to have a serious debate about this, let's talk to Willie Mack Show from YouTube about it, right? So what he can do is
hold on, Destiny, you never do this. You can pretend that I don't, but like I talk to more people that criticize me on the internet than probably literally any other streamer that's even remotely close to my size. So like good meme, but like, bro, I brought on everybody from academics to other YouTubers to other streamers to other subscribers to other orbiters that have permissions in my room to like everybody else. Like you can meme and pretend it, but like you're retarded. You think it's like, do I read comments on my in my subreddit with the strawman or something? Yeah, sure, but.
Question short. Yeah. When you criticize chatters by calling them genocidal freaks for having opinions that really are pretty nuanced.
Oh,
right?
but anyway, yeah, so Willie Mack was supposed to be just the bottom of the barrel guy. So what he could do is he could debate Willie Mack, and then afterwards, Hassan can say, like, oh, people have accused me of being bad faith in my coverage, but I've already destroyed them. Look at my debate with Willie Mack. I annihilated him. He brought up the same 3 clips. That's the goal. That's like the purpose, I think, of this form of engagement.
Yeah. When you criticize chatters by calling them genocidal freaks for having opinions that really are pretty nuanced, right? On a subject that is fairly nuanced, right? Why are you surprised, or you shouldn't be surprised that your chatters do that to Ethan? Like you're the one that radicalized them into doing that. They're doing it to Ethan because you do it.
If my word is so gold that a chatter is repeating what I'm saying in a moment's notice, then why are they not repeating what I'm saying or hearing what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, when I tell them over and over again every single day since Ethan and I had our leftovers broadcast, that Ethan is actually an anti-Zionist, he's sympathetic to the Palestinian plight.
This is like so stupid. Hassan knows this isn't enough to control an audience. That if you tell somebody like, hey guys, this guy's my friend, and then you spend the next like 3 weeks like hardcore, hyper specifically shitting on like every single thing this guy says and believes. And remember, even on the, even when Hassan was specifically talking to Ethan about what Ethan was saying, Hassan specifically said to Ethan, remember what he said? Hassan said, bro, what did he say? I wish I had the exact clip. Somebody can find the link to this punch. It's so illuminating. It's crazy. Hassan is like, you're saying the same thing that all the Nazis and crazy evil people say, and that's why they hate you. It's because you're saying the exact same things that all these far-right super... Does anybody have a link to that? Because I don't want to misquote that. It was a pretty insane statement, and I don't want to get it slightly wrong. If anybody has the link to that part of the convo, it was a wild statement for him to make. After Ethan had spent like an hour... like looking for sympathy or support from Hassan. It was a wild statement.
Everybody that links my video, why don't you ban them for doing that to Ethan?
Wait, what? We literally had Ethan as a blocked word for straight up weeks at a time.
You also have Destiny as a blocked word. Why do you think that matters? Like, he knows none of this is important. He's just trying to win the debate now by hoping that Willie doesn't know how stream chats operate.
Yeah, but why not fix the problem?
Oh yeah, that. There's only so much I can do when you're making those types of arguments. Like, that is such an unhinged statement. Like, Ethan is just this genocidal fucking freak, and Hassan is like holding his fans at bay. Is like what he's pretending. Yeah.
Well, the problem is they're calling him racist, not that
Wait. I just told you how I personally said time and time again, every single day, whenever a chatter tried to bring it up, whether they were drama farming or whether they were genuinely concerned with something that they misunderstood from Ethan's perspective, and even in that same conversation that I had with Ethan, that I believe that he's a very empathetic person, and that
some like mega autism poster made like a huge log of like all of the Ethan comments on my subreddit. This morning I saw the Destiny clips that uploaded a YouTube video called Destiny finds Ethan's most unhinged haters. Got me wondering if Destiny has seen this spreadsheet of Hassan's chat when he argued with Ethan the other day over Israel. Ethan was mentioned 9,000 times, and as you can imagine, a significant portion of the comments were truly wild. And then he made like I think he made a whole spreadsheet, and then I think he links to the original logs too if you want to verify shit, so you don't get in the cat feed. But like,
my sisters and I.
This genocide defending piece of shit, Ethan. Ethan is seriously a genocidal freak. I could think the guy, what did he just search for genocide? Hey Ethan, suck me from behind, you genocidal. At Asanavi, so Hassan sees it. Ethan does never again mean genocide all Palestinians. Bad faith genocide follow Ethan. Who would have thought? You literally base all your takes on what Israelis think. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I believe that he cares about Palestinian people. As my co-host, I said this time and time again. Okay? Here's the question for you. Beyond that, what other mechanisms of control do you want me to bring forward?
Hassan is like asking, like, what is like a particular chat command that I can type into my chat to make them not believe all of the shit that I reinforce every single day when I spew bullshit at them, saying that everybody that even remotely empathizes with Israel is a genocide apologizer, right? Like, I love it's such an impossible question. It's such a fucking stupid question for him to even try to ask somebody, but he's only relying on Willie Mac Show, not having like a comprehensive, nuanced understanding of how the cultures of chats work. Oh, this was the clip for Hassan talking about Ethan.
Not
By the
you.
way, I'm not even defending the. I'm not even like. I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels, and I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, "Who the fuck is this child? Cold,
Ethan,
arrogant, kind as
Ethan,
fuck."
I love you, but there's
Won't you
only so
moderate?
much I
And
can
How
do.
can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking?
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way.
I like how he's acting like Ethan hasn't even said that much wild shit about this. Like, Ethan has never made, like, crazy out-of-pocket statements, or at least I haven't heard any. It's such an unbelievable thing for his son to say. Like, Ethan is out here being like, maybe we should genocide all the Palestinians, right?
Going to be perceived by people in a certain way. I can't constantly tell my community to shut the fuck up, like, which I have, and I think they should. But at the end of the day, it's because I know you personally, and I think your heart is in the right place. But they don't know, so it's hard. It's hard for people to view what you're saying beyond
I'm just
your
telling
words.
you the perspective. You disagree. That's it. I mean, what the fuck do you want from me?
Okay. But do you get where I'm coming?
It's such a wild characterization. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, okay. 10 minutes later.
Or are you just engaging in bad faith? Because I do. And
true. This is a good juxtaposition. Fuck, we don't have to watch this, but
I thought for the past year, especially since like the gambling debate that we had, you, me, Trainwrecks, and Ethan, that you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fuck.
Chat, guys, this is what a debate max win looks like, okay? Fuck it, I'm gonna say it, okay? We're already on to fucking Galatown, I don't give a fuck it. This is a argumentative max. Boom! Max, dude!
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's I did. Yes, I did. I told my own moderators, because you don't know this, again, after Ethan saw...
The moderators are the ones doing it, by the way. Like, the mods are...
Yeah, I went back and looked at what they had said as well, by the way, for the record. I know that you said this.
Okay.
I love that
the most common... my video.
No, I know that...
Oh, no.
What do you mean? No, I didn't watch your video at all. Why are you getting so excited? I'm saying...
You just mentioned something. You said you saw
okay,
that.
my bad. I misspoke. I apologize. This is something that every single person has brought up in this...
He misspoke by quoting a part of the video at him? Debate file alert engaged. Debate file alert engaged. What?
Situation, including Ethan even brought up. Okay? Jesus Christ, you got excited. Okay, anyway.
No, I was pumped because I thought you were a secret Willie Mack fan.
No, I did not watch your video, and I most
my real on the ground
videos. But anyway, listen. First of all, I'm not a journalist. I've never said I'm a journalist. When I talk about
you do reports from the ground, but that's what you said.
Wait, when I said I do reports from the ground, where is that from? Do you have a clip?
Yeah, it's before you said you wouldn't go on Piers Morgan.
Can you send me the clip? Because I think it's probably a miscommunication. Like,
wait, why does Hassan want a clip now, but he didn't want any of the clips or anything earlier? He just wanted it to be said to him.
I've never said I do on-the-ground reporting. If I said that, I probably misspoke.
I mean, it's more me being facetious, but if you want to watch it, we can watch it. Let's do it.
Oh, so you're admitting that you are lying and saying that I'm an on-the-ground reporter.
You just sit in your fucking house. Everybody knows you don't actually report from the ground.
He should have said mansion trigger more.
Yeah, which is why I would never say that. So I don't know why.
You did say that though. That's what's funny.
I probably was talking about how I work with on-the-ground reporters.
Who the fuck do you work with for on-the-ground report? What the fuck are you talking about? Like what? We got Reuters Hasanabi network over here. What the?
I don't personally engage in on-the-ground reporting, so it probably was a moment where I misspoke. In me going live and giving you 10 hours of on-the-ground, 10 hours of reporting from the ground at a critical moment, at a critical time, versus not going live that day just so I can go on Piers Morgan and yell at him. I think it's selfish of me to take the Piers Morgan route.
This from the ground.
I've never said that I do on-the-ground reporting.
Yeah, I know. Everyone knows you don't actually do on-the-ground reporting.
Wait, so why did you bring that up then?
I was just giving shit.
Wait,
oh
so
no, Willie couldn't find the clip in time.
I don't understand. So where is your supposedly quote-unquote journalistic integrity in this situation? So it's like So
I mean, it's
all
a
you
video
do-
that's also entertaining, so sometimes I just am making fun of you, and other times it is actually a serious
got it.
allegation.
All right, got it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you make
no, I
jokes,
wasn't-
actually. I mean,
Yeah, I do, which then you apparently, or if I misspeak, apparently you fucking use it in your commentary as though it's like super serious. So anyway.
I didn't name one example that I did. Though.
I don't know. I don't watch your videos, so.
Yeah, so don't make shit up. Here's a classic example.
Don't make shit up. You just said I fucking say I'm reporting on the ground when we both know I didn't. And also, on top of that, you literally started the conversation by saying you never apologized for being wrong about Russia invading Ukraine.
You usually double down and shift the goalpost is what you do.
That's what? That's not
Yeah.
true. I literally said.
That's what we talked about for the last hour, bro.
None of this was shifting the goalposts. You just don't like it. That's it. You want me to be wrong. That's it. You don't want. You want me to be wrong. That's why you keep saying you shift the goalposts.
The question I asked you was, do you feel like your audience acts that way towards Ethan? Because you act like that towards everybody else. You just go on about moderation.
Okay, if my audience is acting that way towards Ethan, okay, but
You feel like
but
if
my
people play
audience,
a role.
so they're getting their points from me. They're getting their anger from me. So why don't they hear me out when I talk about how Ethan is not
Because
someone that you should be yelling at all?
Having a different position has to be genocidal.
Oh, got it. So like they don't listen. So they don't listen to one thing. They listen to whatever favors your perspective in this matter, but they don't listen to the other thing
Yeah, they
when it
all
doesn't
think you're
favor
being
you.
too soft
Got it.
on them.
So you get to pick and choose on what I get to do, or maybe let's be real. You're completely.
I like how you're saying that so crazy. Like, oh, so you're saying they listen to me when I call people that say this particular line, genocide apologists, like 10 hours a day, but they don't listen to me when I say, hey, leave my friend alone a few times? You're saying that they listen to one more than the other? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes.
As to how much I've talked to my own community about not fucking yelling at Ethan and about how he's a good person, how he's an empathetic person, how he's a kind person, and he truly cares about Palestinian people. Maybe
Is
that,
why
has
you were,
some.
You were kind
because
of.
it doesn't go along with your narrative. My point is this.
From what
My
I've seen,
point is
you were
this.
kind of bad faith in your debate with him. It wasn't exactly like a very nice debate you had. I can't wait to go watch it. I'm gonna go find out myself. but-
Okay. Well, have fun watching it. This was the most unproductive.
I know, because you're mad I disagree with
Piker Pile equals listing random unrelated facts in an attempt to avoid answering a question.
you, and you're mad.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad that you disagree with me. Plenty of people disagree with me. I yell at my chat every fucking day, dumbass. There are people who disagree with me that have been in here for 5 years. Shut the fuck up. No, that's not true. There's a difference between disagreements. There's a difference between disagreements and someone who's just trying to cut drama as hard as they can. You don't know anything about Israel or Palestine. You don't give a shit about Israel or Palestine. You're just trying to fucking make money by cutting drama, which you've shown. What you're interested in. You spread a ton of misinformation, and you also literally refuse to hear the additional context behind it. You refuse to hear the additional context behind it, and you just sit there and you say, Hassan, you must not be talking to open source intelligence community. You must not be talking to actual journalists on the ground or literally actual forensic analysts that are working at Washington Post, New York Times, and the like. You must just simply be making this up. When I tell you, as I am the source matter here, right?
Here's the genocidal scum clip.
Change title? IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did! Yes, it did! Yes, it f***ing did! You piece of Yes, it absolutely did! You genocidal scumbag! You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. But it doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did. But Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same...
Len, look at how performative this is. Look at how performative this is. Also, can somebody please help me, okay? Somebody please help me on this, okay? I'm at 85% that Hassan Crocodile teared when he was talking about that journalist getting shot and then the funeral getting shot by the IDF, that story, which I'm still not even sure is true or not to this point. Was there an actual video of that? Or was Hassan crying, recollecting something that he simply read a story about? Was there a video of this that he watched, or...
2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie?
There was a video? Okay, just making sure.
At first. Huh? Why did you lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? How? Why did you do that?
Jesus
Why did you say IDF didn't bomb the hospital and then immediately retaliated to, well, I guess they did, but because Hamas was firing rockets.
This guy is not lying, bro.
The subject matter here, if I'm the subject matter of your commentary, I'm giving you what I do, what my process is. And instead of going, okay, maybe I misunderstood how this works, you've turned around and tried to yell about all this shit. I've tried to show you that the circumstantial evidence presented at the time, and still to this day, greatly favors that this was most likely another Israeli munition, okay? I said this, but you don't give a shit because you don't care about the truth. You just care about stirring shit. It doesn't matter if I say it 100%,
does
okay?
matter,
On the
actually.
same fucking day,
Truth matters.
in the immediate moment after that, I have
It wasn't
said,
the immediate moment after that.
oh my fucking lord, dude, on the same exact coverage, of the bombing of this hospital, regardless of how overwhelming the evidence was that this was yet another Israeli bombing campaign, which by the way,
There really
still.
wasn't that much evidence, dude. All the evidence.
Yes, it
all the
was.
reporting on- all the people reporting on it.
Okay,
said
okay,
you
no, we can't have this conversation then. If you legitimately think that there isn't enough circumstantial evidence that all pointed to Israel literally bombing the same vicinity, Israel bombing the hospital 2 days prior, if you
should
think that that is
wait.
not
That's
enough
the
evidence that Israel was bombing the hospital again,
Not
including the fucking
100%.
doctors,
Not
including the
100%.
doctor. Wait, what?
Not 100%. I don't think
Including the okay, 90%. I still think it's 90% that it's Israel. So how about that?
Jesus, how can he still think it's 90%?
Oh, so that's the difference. So that's the difference. I didn't say 90%. My bad, brother. Sorry.
No, you
Next time
still
I'll say,
it's 90%,
guys, it's
even with all the
90% Israel.
investigations. You
What?
still claim it. You still double down and say the exact same thing.
Because of the evidence that I have presented. Every single point of evidence that Israel presented was discredited.
Why even bother if you're gonna watch 30 seconds in hyperscreen no context? Give me one timestamp. Okay, if you want me to watch this Muhammad hijab, whatever the fuck, okay, give me one video with one timestamp where he begins to say something that's like insightful or novel, and it's not just the same copy-pasted Hamas apologia that every single pro-Palestinian person seems to be incapable of diverting from whenever they're talking about the issue, okay? If you can find me, give me a video title. I know you can link in King Chat. Give me a video title, okay, and then give me a timestamp, and I'll listen for a few minutes, and I'll see if I can hear anything insightful whatsoever, okay? Because at this point, I can argue the pro-Palestinian side better than 99% of these retards that go on these shows, okay? I'm so tired of hearing the same 4 talking points. 97% in potable water. 50% of children are food insecure. 6,000 bombs dropped in 2 days. More children killed in the past month than have been killed in the past 4 years of conflict. Open air prison, apartheid genocide. Like, I'm tired of hearing the same fucking retarded talking points over and 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 over again, okay? If he says anything insightful or novel or whatever, then link me a timestamp in a video and we'll go and watch it, okay?
Instantaneously, the only fucking evidence.
The only guy that I've seen talk, and I disagree with his historical facts, the only guy that I've seen talk on this that seemed like relatively reasonable was the comedian guy to Piers Morgan, but maybe it was just because he didn't come off as like hyper condescending, smug, argumentative, why I was a little bit more amenable to his conversation. Because even at that, I still was disagreeing with some of the things you're saying, but at least he didn't come off as like an insane, fucking unhinged, crazy dude. Bassem Youssef? Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
We have is the circumstantial evidence. I said all of these on the same fucking day of the coverage, okay? I said all of the evidence is circumstantial, but of course circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly says that this was yet another Israeli bombing campaign. We looked through the same. We looked at. There wasn't any evidence. There was no evidence.
I mean, there was circumstantial, but you think that's enough to go off of when it's breaking news and they're going to.
Well, it's kind of crazy that you say that because I did mention that it was circumstantial at the time and that it was overwhelmingly. So you do agree with.
The same day of the hospital rocket, Hassan said something to the effect of, "Watch how tomorrow the narratives change and they'll blame Hamas." That's how he still believes it was Israel. Wait, if you've got a link to that quote, that would be a pretty wild quote. You actually have a link to something like that.
Me, got it. Okay, so circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly favors that this is Israel. Got it, which was my commentary on the time. So now we've proven that you fucking found a 2 minute segment on the day of to clip and go, this is what Hassan said. He's clearly in the wrong. He's so stupid.
And catch you in the slack, right? I could just like do it. It's gonna be like really. It's gonna happen. I mean, what can I do?
What do you mean?
I'm just gonna go watch the broadcast and show you live.
Okay, go ahead. That's great. Watch the broadcast. You're most likely going to do the exact same thing that you've done thus far, which is over the course of an 8-hour broadcast, you're going to find
any pro-Palestinian intellectual you actually respect. I haven't seen a single one so far. No. No, I haven't seen a single one so far. Maybe they're out there and I just haven't gotten to their content yet. That's possible. Maybe.
Another fucking moment to be like, see? He read the chat. He did this. He did that.
There's loner box. I'm talking about like people that have shown up like in the media, like these big figures or whatever. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. There is over the course of an 8-hour
you right now
broadcast.
is the same thing you always do. I'm just saying.
No,
like this, you're doing it in real time.
You always
you're doing it in real time, bro.
Over the course of an 8-hour broadcast, if you look to literally 3 moments, you can find me.
As much as you do at those 8-hour broadcasts.
Because no one has the most psychopathic fucking fandom like idiots like you who fucking sit.
Can you define pro-Palestinian here? I assume you mean one-state Palestine people who are currently highly vocal.
Here's what I mean. This is what I have never seen any pro-Palestinian person doing, okay? This would be, and maybe I'm a fucking Zionist, okay? Maybe these $7 million Mossad paychecks that I get every month, otherwise they're gonna kill my family. Maybe that's why I'm saying things now, okay? This is what, in my opinion, what a good pro-Palestinian position or argument would look like, okay? It would look something like this, okay? When you lock people into open-air prisons or whatever, okay, for 20 years, a lot of people in the race, the only conditions they know, it is, like, understandable that terrorist activities would come from these people. Obviously, it is horrible to kill civilians. You should never do that. But a lot of the people that are caught up in this back-and-forth war have never even had, like, a real country to themselves. They don't have the ability to, you know, leave this particular area, or getting out requires a fuck ton of money. You know, there's a way to talk about, like, the conditions that they live in and say that this is horrible and it produces a certain type of violence without this, like, weird doublespeak around, like, criticizing Hamas. If you are pro-Palestinian and you cannot find it in your heart for some reason to criticize Hamas, then f you. Because, and it could be, I could be wrong, but it feels like it's really easy to get a whole bunch of Israeli people to say, yeah, Netanyahu, that guy. Netanyahu, too far right. Netanyahu, no good. Warmonger, hawkish, whatever, blah, 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 blah. That's really easy to find. It seems, at least, pretty easy to find Jews or Israeli citizens that say that. It seems like it's impossible to find people to go like, yeah, Hamas, bad, not good. Killing civilians, bad, not good. But for some reason, they do this thing where they try to equate these two sides, and they're not equal. But
through every minutia to find a clippable moment, to be like, he sucks, he's bad. That's the reason, dickhead. All right. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm being rude to my guest. I can't believe I made Felix sit through this. I can't believe I made Felix sit through this. Okay. Oh, my guest has a question for you. Go ahead.
Don't you think it's weird how, like, Anne Hathaway, like, isn't Jewish? I just found that out, like, last year.
I don't know, bro.
Doesn't she, like, kind of, like, look like Jewish?
I wrote a book, may release this month or next. Is it cool if a character based on you being included in the book? I mean, I can't stop you.
Thought that. I was like, let's go. That's one of ours. But apparently she isn't. She's like the opposite. Yeah.
Hello.
Are you?
No, I'm not.
I was about to say to Willie Mack. That name isn't in the Bible.
Yeah. All right, take it easy, man.
Do you have any questions for Willie Mack?
That was the question.
That's it?
Yeah. I just found out about the Anne Hathaway thing.
Well,
it's breaking news. I'm sure
Willie Mack, thank you so much for your ethics in video game journalism or your ethics in conflict reporting.
Thanks for coping by
I'm
just
sure.
saying stuff out of context.
Okay, yeah, you got me, dude. Oh man, okay, thanks for coping. He says. All right, Jesus Christ.
The unfortunate truth is that nobody actually cares about the Palestinians. Not that lunatic Netanyahu, definitely not Hamas, not saying not the people. Yeah, no, I know. Like, anybody that talks about a one-state solution doesn't give a f about Palestinians. They just, like, are engulfed with, like, hatred for really the United States. But Jesus.
I'm going to give you correct information, and sometimes my analysis off of that, my analysis will usually be sound. However, I might get something wrong. In most circumstances, I don't, and that's precisely the reason why these guys, after 2,000, 3,000 hours of footage, can only basically find 3 separate instances that they hammer over and over again. Think about that for a second. I've been covering breaking news / news in general and offering political commentary on it because I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm a Twitch streamer for 5 years now.
God's grant me strength.
Why would you say that? Hasn't he been insisting this whole time that he doesn't? Well, not cover breaking news?
Who is live reacting to the news and trying to make sense of everything as it's ongoing. I usually have a policy of not covering breaking news, and sometimes that policy is violated.
Find 3 separate instances that they hammer over and over again. Think about that for a second. I've been covering breaking news / news in general and offering political commentary on it because I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm a Twitch streamer for 5 years now, nonstop. But specifically doing it full time every fucking day since 2020. I'm going to give you correct information, and sometimes my analysis off of that, my analysis will usually be sound. However, I might get something wrong. In most circumstances.
Okay. Reality can be whatever I want it to be. Where's that stone?
Also, to stay in mind because you don't respond to
Oh my! I'm sorry. Oh my god. This is like.
Oh my god. This is so brutal. And he lives with her. This is like the worst thing you can do to somebody. Holy shit. Pokey doesn't like it. He doesn't really like it. Seems like Pokey doesn't want Yvonne to see it. From Pokey's perspective here is, Yvonne is trying to have her cake and eat it. Yvonne can either live in the house and do her work like she's supposed to, not be lazy, or she can go leave and be a content creator. Fed seems happy that they reached a compromise. Hey, she wants to move out, still manage offline TV, and stream into police. Introduction and apology. Hey guys, it's been a while. It's been about 2 months now. I know a lot of you are angry, sad, and disappointed. You certainly have the right to be. I did some shitty things. They went unchecked for a long time. After some very low moments, I'm in a better place now. I've been seeing a really good therapist maybe twice a week. And as per his suggestion, taking time away from all social media. I've used this time to distance myself and reflect. Throughout this time, I've been staying completely sober and plan to continue doing so. Just in general though, I'm really trying to improve myself as a person, and I honestly feel like I've already made progress. But I know it is not my place to be the judge, and I'm taking this all very seriously. Throughout the entirety of my absence, I've been doing therapy, addressing everything that happened. Of course, at that time I learned a lot about myself and my different issues. To summarize, I'm very fearful of confrontation, and mostly the unknown. I'd often make a mistake and choose to suppress it rather than confront it. This can cause me to hide things and hurt a lot of people in the process. The thing is, life is full of unknowns, and I can't play as a bystander when it comes to the consequences of my actions. I need to increase my comfortability with the unknown. Another thing I learned more about is my desire for intimacy. Not sexual, more like companionship. When I get comfortable with people, I can push these boundaries, and then when I'm drunk, this feeling is amplified. I never mean any harm or have any sorts of malicious intent, but I have certainly made people feel
It's a skipper, all right.
There's a lot of... There's a lot of memes we got already going on. Firstly, I'm not even sure what the fuck we're talking about yet. We're getting to it. It's pretty vague. We start off with the, I'm trying to improve myself, take me seriously, guys, and spider questions, blah, blah, blah. Got those memes down. Then we've got, kind of excusing our behavior. Hold on, guys, I know some of this is weird. Listen, it wasn't meant to be sexual. I just like being roasted. I sympathize a little bit. I like intimacy. Yeah, but that's sexual, boys. But... make people feel uncomfortable. Okay. Here we go. My actions surrounding Yvonne and Lily fit into those categories, and I can't begin to explain how Daria is hurting them, ultimately jeopardizing our relationships. The consequences of my actions towards them have been miserable but appropriate. Every day I wake up and recall how nice it was being surrounded by loving friends and how stupid I was to let my actions betray their trust. I deserved it though. These actions had to have consequences. I just want to say first that this has nothing to do with me coming back to streaming. After a tremendous amount of thought and therapy, I'm here to shed some light and get a timeline on my side of things since it has now been made public now. I've already apologized to Yvonne and Lula privately, and this statement will in no way contradict their stories. Instead, the purpose is to address the individuals that I believe are twisting the truth for their own benefit. For my own health, I can no longer stay silent.
Got to keep searching.
As a behind the memes thing, something that I've heard circulate, supposedly, Fed was working on a bomb. One thing, so a little
God
bit
damn it, man!
Fed stuff, statement. So maybe Fed isn't like being a person. One thing though, there's like, here's something that people do that you should be aware of sometimes. I guess this is mainly advice for girls. But, could apply to this too. So sometimes what people will do, if they know that you're uncomfortable with something, is, let's say that this green box, let's say that this represents acceptable interactions or acceptable ways to behave with somebody, and let's say that this red box is unacceptable ways to behave with somebody, okay? Unacceptable interactions, okay? if that's the case, sometimes what people do is people will do, so we don't really know 100% where an action is because we don't know the intent of an action. Sometimes what people will do is they'll do an action that will fall like maybe like this, where it could be okay, and it might not be okay. And what people will do is people will flirt between these lines, and if you have a positive interpretation, then they'll make it clear that this is what they intend. If you have a negative experience, they'll back up and say, oh no, this can be very gaslighting. Let me give you an example. Let's say that me and the teacher hanging out playing Minecraft. Let's say that I walk up to the teacher, I just fucking slap her fucking ass. So it's bam, just smack her ass, right? Well, this is a bad example because that would pretty clearly be triggered. So I'll put this like down here, right? But very clearly, this is like an incredibly sexual, like over the boundary or whatever. Assuming we don't have this relationship, right? This would be a big thing, right? And then let's say she's like, "Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Right? Then what I say is, "Oh shit, hold on, bro. That wasn't supposed to be anything like bad." I'm just like, "This is the option." In reality, even though it felt like the behavior was somewhere in here, we're like, oh, just kidding. When people do this kind of behavior constantly, it leaves people feeling very mindfucked. This is it. When somebody is constantly pushing back, oh, I can think of a really, really good example. My example. Here's a way better example. Okay. Let's say that you work in an office space with women, and every single time you pass a woman, instead of it being like a man, where you'd say like, oh, excuse me, hold on, come in here. Let's say instead, every time you do it, you put your hand on her lower back, and you just like, oh, hold on, let me come through here. Or maybe even you put a hand around each side of their waist. Oh, let me come through here, right? This is a behavior that's innocuous enough to where if a woman called you out, you're like, what's wrong with you? I'm just trying to get through. I'm not doing anything bad at all. Like, Jesus, like I'm way up here, right? Whereas if she was like flirty about it, you'd be like, yeah, I'll touch you anytime, right? Stuff like this. These types of behaviors that can be anywhere are very mindfucky to people because you never know if the person doing it is like trying to push your boundary. So one, it's bad because you don't know if you're doing it, but more importantly, two, it makes it very, very hard for you to set boundaries because what's going to happen is at some point you're going to tell somebody, hey, please don't do that, and they're going to make you feel like a crazy bitch for it, right? They're going to like, hey, can you please not touch me? You'll be like, oh, fuck, nobody minds what I do. Like, nobody else is complaining about it. It's like, I'm not doing anything inappropriate. Like, what's wrong? Why would you interpret that as being sexual? Like, I think you're the one that's sexual. Like, hold on, like, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm just like getting past it. It would make you feel like you're being like a freaking crazy fucking person after a while. This is just like a this is like a thing that people do. They'll do some behavior in any of these areas. If you react playfully or encouragingly, they'll bring it down here where it's more like physical. But if you act in a negative way, then they'll be like, oh whoa, hold on. I was just like, chill, okay?
Needing that.
Just something to something to keep in mind. You should yeah, I have to. So typically, if you're flirting with somebody, you want to move down here, ask. This is such a good thing. It's so good to just ask. Or rather, let's say that you want to do something like this that could be interpreted this way, but you actually do mean it to be up here, just ask somebody. So, an example for me personally, right? If I'm doing drugs, I'm usually very physical, very, very physical. Not even necessarily in a sexual way. But like if I'm with somebody, I'm not just gonna start like putting my hands all over them. Generally, I'm like, hey, is it okay if I touch you? Like, or is it okay if I hold your hand? Is it okay if I like touch your arm? Like, I'm not trying to do anything like weird or sexual. Like, I'm just trying to like usually just ask to like make it clear. Like, I know when you're doing this, but like to make the other person aware that you might be like violating them. Sometimes it's good to just say that because then you remove all the bullshit. They know exactly where you're at. They know exactly where you're at. This is a good thing to ask. And then you remove all the ambiguity and doubt, and the other person doesn't know if you're like You're here, you're not seeing it. Okay. Alright. Anyway, I just wanted to arm you with that concept before we jump into this. My actions surrounding Yvonne and Lily fit into those categories, and I can't really explain how sorry I am for hurting them and ultimately jeopardizing our relationships. The consequences of my actions towards them have been miserable but appropriate. Every day I wake up and recall how nice it was being surrounded by a loving friend, how stupid it was to let my actions betray their trust. I deserved it though. These actions had to have consequences. I just want to say first that this has nothing to do with me coming back to stream. We already okay, here we go. Alright. Who is this? This is about Fedmeister. Is there a way to call that type of action out without something crazy that the directions describe? It's really hard. You just have to like set like physical boundaries. There is one way that you can do it, but it's highly confrontational. Like, if you want to do that, so I don't know if I could do this, but if you want to be really obnoxious, you can just be very, you can be very, like, almost like, unbelievable, right? Okay, let me give an explanation. Let's say somebody walks by you, and you do the thing where they touch you when they're walking by. Just be like, whoa, why are you touching me like that? You just say stuff like that. Or like, let's say somebody makes like a sexist joke, and you're like, whoa, wait, why would you joke about women like that? Like, if you just say stuff like that, like in a very like obnoxious kind of way, like you make the other person feel like really, really, really fucking defensive. Really defensive. If you do stuff like that, you're gonna be really fucked up. That's like one way to do it. But so the guy walking by someone's like, whoa, excuse me, why are you touching me? Usually it puts the other person in a way more like defensive position, rather than you being like apologetic about it. Okay. The purpose. After my time away from home, I decided to watch the streams for me. Watching Kogi. Talk about all the things I've done. Little to zero context as to the nature of our relationship hurt me pretty bad. I definitely did some questionable things with trust.
Destiny, I got banned for saying real quick. I was trying to say go through the text messages and screen before deciding if you got to stream.
Okay, I gotta pause.
Long time fan. Have money.
I definitely did some questionable things with broker trust. There are some claims she makes about me, Yvonne and I, just friends and herself, that are false, twisting the truth, or misconstrued. I'm going to be addressing these claims as well as giving context to mostly everything that was mentioned on her stream, since I feel it's very important and personal to me. My relationship with Foki. This Foki thing all started as a joke. When I made a picture of me and Poki, my phone battery, she had sarcastically suggested that I do it and see what kind of reaction from the community we'd get. I laughed and I did it anyway, just for fun. Obviously the public started to pick up on it more and more, and then this all escalated when the Taiwan trip happened. During the Taiwan trip, Poki and I got really close. A lot of good moments came from that trip. Felt like the honeymoon phase of getting to know someone, and that's what it was. This was the first time we talked and looked at each other differently. We discussed some pretty personal things like work ethic, drive, and dreams. It's really cool. And then on stream, we would do our thing. We weren't at all playing it up for content. At least I wasn't. We came back from Taiwan, and that kind of energy between us continued on and off stream. We started to have breakfast and dinner together every day. We became very flirty through text. Okay, I'll look. I changed your name on my phone to Fetty. I want Foki Ice or Fetty Ice or just Fetty Foki Ice. Why were the screenshots? Cancel. Oh my god, you're into it, you're feeling it. Foki, your eyes a little stop glittery, and you effing look at him like in adoration. Oh, are these texts to other people? Holy Christ, this is hard to read. But I'm assuming this is between her and somebody else.
Power of Olympus.
So what you wrote in chat made me blushy, hungry. Nice, I'm still embarrassed by the way I decided I'll never close my door ever again, if you know what I mean. So you're saying you're just walking right now. Here, I don't think you know what I mean. I think I'm gonna have to come in so you can elaborate. What I'm talking about, and what I'm doing, haha, if you Holy yikes, we got some big go symbols. We've got some big signals coming from Pokey saying you are cleared for takeoff. Wrong emoji, so quiet over there. All the while, I got lost in thought. Did you hear everything? Oh my god, lost in thought. Yeah, I'm started taking care of myself, you know. Holy shit! Wait, this is like some fucking like, yikes. Damn, wow, this is really personal. Oh my god, okay. Holy fuck, we got like full on fucking sexting going on over here. Jesus. Holy shit. We got references to digital penetration and oral copulation. Is that a real thing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn, wow, this is really personal. Wait. Lost in thought, yeah. Gee, so quiet over there. LOL, I got lost in thought. Can you legit hear everything? Oh my god, lost in thought. Yeah, I haven't started taking care of myself, you know. Holy shit! Wait, this is like some fucking like, yikes. Damn, wow, this is really personal. Oh my god, okay. Damn, wow, this is really personal. Oh my god, okay. Holy fuck, we got like full on fucking sexting going on over here. Jesus. Holy shit. We got references to digital penetration and oral copulation. Is that a real thing? Oh my god. We became very flirty, especially through text. Started having occasional sleepovers, and just in general, we're definitely heading in a romantic direction. Tried to wait for you, but I have an interview at 11 a.m., so I gotta go to sleep soon. We watch another time. Rip hummus. Want to watch one right now? Real quick? Sorry, I promised Lily I'd play a little Fortnite. It's okay, I don't want to interrupt. Frowny face at 3 a.m. Fuck my life. Fuck you, Tammy. Sorry she woke you. I just woke up. I'm too hot. Gonna sleep in my room. Was gonna ask if I could come with, but is okay. Good night. Sorry. Good night. You can come with next time. Okay. Oh, man. Whew. This is my Minecraft stuff. Very important. It was pretty obvious to our friends and roommates something was going on, but no one really asked about it. There was the occasional ex-roommate walking in without knocking and seeing us cuddling in bed watching Law & Order on my laptop. I would think to myself, man, this is the dream. Really connecting with someone that understands the world I'm a part of, and she's super ambitious, hilarious, and meticulous about so many things in her life. She's a very inspiring person to this day, and despite everything, I still hold true to those beliefs, so I tried everything in my power to not fuck it up. Spoiler, I did. So before we get too far in and Fed fucks things up, I think one thing that I mentioned in the last bit of all this was it does seem a little fucked up that Pokey kind of kept Fed on a string, maybe. But I didn't have, even when I was like more in that friend group, I didn't like know what was going on behind the scenes 100%. So I like, it's possible that maybe there's something I didn't understand. That's kind of what it felt like. But okay. The texts shown throughout are obviously just a small glimpse. Oh, also, real quick, anything that I say about any of these people, just
you want to have one and I'll have one?
Regardless of whether or not I have had or have not had conversations with other OTV members, none of what I say reflects any of their viewpoints, just to be super clear on that. The texts shown throughout this are obviously just a small glimpse into our relationship, only chosen to show specific context that was never given. Of course, the majority of interactions were in person, and a lot were FaceTime. Oh, and these were the texts I think that we'd already seen. In March of 2018, we had an honest discussion about the direction we were heading, and she brought up some notable problems. A, that we lived together, could be a problem if things didn't work out. B, that we are board members / own equity of the company that we work for. This could be a conflict of interest and could get nasty if things didn't work out between us. It was perfectly legal, but it's more of something that could be a future problem. The conclusion we came to was to slow down and not spend as much time together because things were escalating very fast, and if we're going to say, fuck it, let's just date, we needed to be sure. Not gonna lie, I was a little disappointed, but agreed that we definitely spend way too much time together, and it's a little dangerous, especially for something that could cause major future issues. Well, things changed for maybe a couple days, but we started talking again, except things were slightly toned down. Typically, if I would hear this from somebody, I would expect that that person is probably not interested. It might not be the case, not 100%. I know that if I'm interested in somebody, there's no fucking way that I would let something this dumb come between us. But if I'm interested in somebody, I'll do whatever it takes for me to like have that person in my life. I'm not gonna like, oh, I don't want a conflict of interest because we're equity. I don't give a fuck. I would sell my equity, or I don't know. I guess maybe it'd be a really big deal too. But yeah, I don't know. The idea that this would like prevent me from romantically pursuing somebody, that's inconceivable to me. But okay. Things changed for maybe a couple days, but we started talking again, except things were slightly toned down. April of May of 2018. Pretty much the same as March, except she was traveling a lot. We texted and FaceTimed a lot. She would send me messages like, I miss you, and refer to me as Honey Bun Heart, or randomly call me cute, and we would still have sleepovers, like we're obviously acting coupley here. Thanks for always taking care of me, by the way. Yeah, apparently he was going to IRL and chill at McDonald's overnight and then get on his flight. He's too troll, and I always will. What time is your flight? In 25 mins. Sorry I'm ever super extra. Just really love making you feel good / happy. TT, why do you like that? I just do. You're often stressing about things, and even if you aren't, I love helping in any way I can because it puts less weight on you. It just feels right. Thanks, Fed. I'm lucky to have you in my life. I hope I can help you as well. We're taking off. Talk to you later. Oof. This feels a little bit... cold. But maybe not. This feels to me like a lot colder than those earlier texts. Holy shit. Have a nice flight. Don't sleep on some random shoulder. Drink water. Fed, yes. Fed, yes. You cute. No, you. Respond, I'm here. We made it. Hope your flight is going well. Miss you. Phone dead LML. Oh, Honey Bun. I'll miss you too. Fetty, I'll be back soon. Don't worry. This feels a little bit more flirty. 413. 18. Oh, I'm trying to get that. Some of these dates are weird, but okay. It's colder, but not that colder. I can see how someone would miss this. Well, yeah, if I was still trying with a girl and I got messages like this, like I'd still be trying because this is still like pretty close, but yeah. Honey wants to sleep over. That cool with you? Sorry, but not tonight. Tomorrow's a big day. As much as I want to sleep over with both honeys. Wow. You have your passport? Yeah. Do you miss me already? Ooh, yes. Oof, I don't know. We're starting to get mixed messages. It starts from the bottom and goes up. Goes and again for this mistake. Go check. Ooh, even chat is parity. Same with nobody. It picks together, and it's a little dangerous. Michael, we have anyone know. I swear. Oh man. Whew. Oh, this is my Minecraft stuff. Very important. It was pretty obvious to our friends and roommates something was going on, but no one really asked about it. There was the occasional ex-roommate walking in without knocking and seeing us cuddling in bed watching Law & Order on my laptop. I would think to myself, man, this is the dream. Really connecting with someone that understands the world I'm a part of, and she's super ambitious, hilarious, and meticulous about so many things in her life. She's a very inspiring person to this day, and despite everything, I still hold true to those beliefs, so I tried everything in my power to not fuck it up. Spoiler, I did. So before we get too far in and Fed fucks things up, I think one thing that I mentioned in the last bit of all this was it does seem a little fucked up that Pokey kind of kept Fed on a string, maybe. But I didn't have, even when I was like more in that friend group, I didn't like know what was going on behind the scenes 100%. So I like, it's possible that maybe there's something I didn't understand. That's kind of what it felt like, but okay. The texts shown throughout are obviously just a small glimpse. Oh, also real quick, anything that I say about any of these people, just my personal observations, regardless of whether or not I have had or have not had conversations with other OTV members, none of what I say reflects any of their viewpoints, just to be super clear on that. The texts shown throughout this are obviously just a small glimpse into our relationship, only chosen to show specific context that was never given. Of course, the majority of interactions were in person, and a lot were FaceTime. Oh, and these were the texts I think that we'd already seen. In March of 2018, we had an honest discussion about the direction we were heading. She brought up some notable problems.
Turns out there's quite a
A,
lot of
that we
debt
lived
to fight
together.
there.
Could be a problem if
Always
things
happy
didn't
to
work
oblige,
out. B,
especially
that we
when
are
it
board
costs.
members / own equity of the company that we work for. This could be a conflict of interest and could get nasty if things didn't work out between us.
You saw that
It's perfectly
Thanatos
legal,
back,
but
didn't
it's
you,
more of
lad?
something that could be a future
He's been over
problem.
there brooding.
The conclusion we
I saw
came
it,
to
at
was
least.
to slow down
I
and not
think he's
spend as
angry
much
with
time
me.
together because
Oh,
things were
don't say
escalating
that.
very fast, and if we're
It
going to
isn't every
say,
day
fuck
when
it, let's
Mike
just
one
date, we needed
discovers
to
that
be
his
sure.
closest friend has
Not gonna
had
lie, I
his
was a little
temperamental
disappointed, but
father
agreed that we
and
definitely
decided to
spend
leave
way too
home.
much time together, and it's a little
I think he's
dangerous,
struggling
especially
with
for
what to make of
something
it.
that could cause major
Be
future
gentle with him,
issues.
will you?
Well, things changed for maybe a couple
I will.
days, but we started talking
You're right,
again,
as
except
always,
things
sir.
were slightly toned down. Typically, if I would hear this from somebody, I would
this is
expect
okay.
that that person is probably not interested. It might not be the case, not 100%. I know that if I'm interested in somebody, there is no fucking way that I would let something this dumb come between us.
settled
But
down.
if I'm interested in somebody, I'll do whatever it takes for me to like have that person in my life. I'm not gonna like, oh, I don't want a conflict of interest because we're equity. I don't give a fuck. I would sell my equity, or do, I don't know. I guess maybe it'd be a really big deal too. But yeah, I don't know. The idea that this would like prevent me from romantically pursuing somebody,
Let's see here.
that's inconceivable to me. But okay. Things changed for maybe a couple days, but we started talking again, except things were slightly toned down. April of May of 2018. Pretty much the same as March, except she was traveling a lot. We texted and FaceTimed a lot. She would send me messages like, I miss you, and refer to me as Honey Bun Heart, or randomly call me cute. We would still have sleepovers, like we're obviously acting coupley here. Thanks for always taking care of me, by the way. Yeah, apparently he was going to IRL and chill at McDonald's overnight and then get on his flight. He's too troll, and I always will. What time is your flight? In 25 mins. Sorry I'm ever super extra. Just really love making you feel good / happy. TT, why do you like that? I just do. You're often stressing about things, and even if you aren't, I love helping in any way I can because it puts less weight on you. It just feels right. Thanks, Fed. I'm lucky to have you in my life. I hope I can help you as well. We're taking off. Talk to you later. Oof. This feels a little bit...
Gotta tell you something's
a little bit cold.
I'm not getting any more used to losing to you like this. I mean, you don't even stop to
But
rub
maybe
it in.
not.
You know how humiliating
This
that
feels
is.
to me like a lot colder than those earlier texts. Holy shit. Have a nice flight. Don't sleep on some random shoulder. Drink water. Fed, yes. Fed, yes. You cute. No, you. Respond, I'm here. We made it. Hope your flight is going. I'll miss you. Phone dead. Oh, Honey Bun. I'll miss you too. Fetty, I'll be back soon. Don't worry. This feels a little bit more flirty. I'm trying to get that.
Wait,
Some of
you're
these dates
saying
are
you would
weird,
feel
but
less
okay.
ashamed about the outcomes of our fights if I were to
It's
gloat
colder, but
more
not that
about
colder.
beating
I can
you?
see how someone would miss
How does
this.
that make any sense?
Well, yeah, if I was still trying with a girl
doesn't
and I
make
got
any
messages
sense.
like this, like I'd still be trying because this is still like pretty close.
I
But
must
yeah.
be getting sloppy if I'm that predictable.
Honey wants
Too
to
bad
sleep
none of the
over.
other
That
wretches I
cool
have to
with
deal with
you.
put up
Sorry,
much
but
of a
not
fight.
tonight. Tomorrow's a big day. As much as I want to sleep over with both
I'll keep
honeys.
putting up a fight if it's
Yeah.
any consolation.
You have your passport? Yeah. Do you miss me already? Ooh, yes. Oof. I don't know. We're starting to get mixed. Starting to get mixed messages. It starts from the bottom and goes up.
The house contractor up in lights.
How is that mixed? This right here, how can I, why? Hold on, this is a feeling I get. I have to, I think these might be the newest messages of the lot, 4/18, 4/8/18. Are these American dates? So is this like the 4th of the 8th month, or? Oh, no. This is the 4th month, the 8th day. This is American dates. Jesus fucking Christ. We feel it too? Okay, you guys feel it too. Compared to previous, yeah. Like, the other messages were like full on, like, fuck me, fam. These messages are like, oh, I'm so glad that you're in my life. Like, thank you very much, you know? Like, it just feels a little bit more professional. I don't know why. I'm trying to think of how I would phrase it differently, but I don't know. We can come back. I don't want to like, yeah. It's a vibe. But okay. Whenever we're apart, we FaceTime. I super felt like we were disregarding the conversation we had in March and kind of just going with the flow. Obviously, I'm excited about this because by this time, I liked her enough that I wanted to try and be serious and exclusive. So the diagnosis so far, and I'm working on very fucking limited information, okay? This is so limited. Keep this in mind. I could be wrong on all of this. But it feels like they had that conversation and Pokey was not interested in Fed anymore and actually did try to back up. So what it sounds like is she wasn't interested in Fed anymore. So then she gave kind of like bullshit reason like, oh, we're equity holders in the same business. Wouldn't that be awkward if things went bad? Because if you really like somebody, this shit is never getting in your way. Especially people as wealthy as these people. It's not going to stop you, right? So she gave that as reason. And then she actually did back off. But then Fed kind of like misread it. And now she's moved from being like very fucking like flirty / sexual into like, oh, just like, oh, I'm glad you're in my life. Like, thanks a lot. I'm taking off like that, you know? Right? That's what it feels like. That's just the reading ad so far. I could be wrong. Okay. So maybe Fed missed those signals. So EDC 2018, and it's a large music festival in May, came around, and I was roommates with Josh. This isn't his name, but for anonymity, we'll just call him Josh, at our Airbnb. Of course, it was pretty obvious to him that I was texting Pokey a lot, as well as FaceTiming her. He hadn't said a single thing about it yet, and it certainly already looked like something might have been going on to him. At some point, he asked me about us, and I said, there's something going on, yeah. And he didn't believe it, I think, so I asked our manager, I wonder if he didn't believe it because Pokey said something different to him. And he didn't believe it, I think, so I asked our manager. Me, Pokey, Josh all shared the same manager at the time. She was well aware of how close me and Pokey were, and I asked her, you know about me and Pokey, right? And she confirmed it. She was also at the EDC house with us. So in my mind, it felt like I was being honest, but it was one of my first major mistakes. Good morning, best pick ever. Oh my god, you're into it, you're feeling it, poke your eyes. Oh, stop, glittery, and you effing look at him like in adoration. I need our manager to stop. This was an older one, right? This was back in February. January. Oh my god, dude, the different American dates and everything. January, February. No. This is March 2nd, right? This was in March, right? March 2nd. Holy shit. And then, like, this text was in April. Yes, okay. Yep, okay, gotcha. All right. Pokey is a very private person, especially with relationship stuff, and I definitely crossed the line here. My answer was ambiguous enough that it was implied that we were dating to a degree. I never thought, is there a correct way to answer this while respecting her privacy? Nope, I got really excited and blew it. Just so we're on the same page, this wasn't an attempt to cockblock anyone. I thought I was being honest, but it was wrong. In my eyes, this was all I did wrong. I break her trust. It was never a manipulation tactic like she claims or anything like that. I was excited about it, overshared, and broke her trust. So my guess is that, okay, it feels like Fed thinks that they're still moving in that direction, but Pokey has switched to being, like, pretty friendly, and he kind of, like, missed those signals. That's what it sounds like happened. You missed the part. I don't think I missed anything. I'm reading all of it. I super felt like we were disregarding conversation in March and kind of going the flow. Obviously, I'm excited about this because by this time, I liked her enough that I wanted to try and be serious / exclusive. Okay. I don't know if I ever thought that, but okay. We FaceTimed in the morning the next day, and I inadvertently called her babe while I might have been around people in the Airbnb. Playing VR horror games right now. LeMayo, she seems drunk. Haha, she said she was terrified heading home. Okie dokie. I don't even want to talk to you. I'm FOMOing too hard. Honestly, I'd give up a lot to be back there with you right now. That's just me, though. This is cool, but not anything crazy. Foky Joe squads right now without Fed. Anyways, don't say that. You know you want to be there and you'll have fun. Oh, God. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh, no. So, okay, so here, let's just look at like this. Let's just look at this interaction real quick. Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry. Also, I want to be super clear here. I'm like very critical when I talk about other people's relationship related stuff. These people are all incredibly fucking young, okay? At this point in time, Pokey and Fed are probably what, 20, 22 years old? I think Pokey might be like 21 when in 2018 when these conversations are happening, and Fed is like probably around the same age. Everybody here is like very, very, very young, okay? So like, let's just say like, honestly, I'd give up a lot to be back there with you right now. That's just me though. This is cool, but not anything crazy, right? So like, what are you conveying here? Okay. I really just want to be with you right now. I don't even care about being around these other people. I just want to spend time with you because you're very special. You're very important to me, right? That's what you're trying to convey here. Even though I'm in like this fun event where other people might think, you're trying to signal to the other person, right? Like, hey, you were very special to me. I don't care that I'm here right now. I'd rather be with you, right? And you're looking for some type of reciprocation back in that response. And the way that she like, kind of like diffuses that onto a group. So if I was like, Lily, I really just want to play League with you right now. And then Lily was like, oh my God, yeah, we could be having so much fun playing ranked 5s, couldn't we? Right? It's like, oh, right? That's what it feels like, right? You're like, oh, you know? So having that like diffused into like a group, like, oh yeah, like playing all the squads or whatever, without Fed, I don't know, feels bad. And then like, I'm sure you're having fun. Like, don't worry about it. Instead of more of the reciprocation of like, oh yeah, like I kind of wish you were here with me too, but like, you know, hopefully you're having fun, right? This is so much like of a, damn. That's the read there. Yeah, sorry. I wish I could join. Yeah, I want to be there, but I'm just being honest when I say if I had to choose between going to EDC versus coming with you, EDC is my life. And now Fed is trying to like push again. Like, listen, he's being pretty clearish here, I think. If I was a girl or if I was another person, I would like, yeah, I want to be here, but I'm just being honest with you when I said I have to choose between going to EDC versus coming with you, right? He's like trying to like, he's not trying to say this is like, hey, I'm not talking about like playing fucking Fortnite. I'm not trying to play any dumb shit. Like, I really just want to be, Fed is being like pretty upfront here, like pretty obvious. And then not getting a response back. So without being too harsh on either side, Pogi should probably be a little kind of with you, ECs is my life. And now Fed is trying to like push again. Like, listen, he's being pretty clearish here, I think. If I was a girl or if I was another person, I would like, yeah, I want to be here, but I'm just being honest with you when I said I have to choose between going to EC versus coming with you, right? He's like trying to like, he's not trying to say this is like, hey, I'm not talking about like playing fucking Fortnite. I'm not trying to play any dumb shit. Like, I really just want to be, Fed is being like pretty upfront here, like pretty obvious. And then not getting a response back. So without being too harsh on either side, Pogi should probably be a little bit more clear here when she's like, hey, listen, I appreciate that, but like, remember a conversation? Because it's pretty clear here that like, if you really liked somebody, this was a message that you would have 100% hooked onto really hard, okay? If fucking Mr. Mooten sent me a message like that, my response would be like, oh my God, I want to cuddle with you so much too, Mr. Mooten. We can go watch your shaving VOD together. We're gonna have so much fun, right? You would respond, you would hook onto this. Like, this is the type of like bait that you dangle, and if the other person really likes you, they're gonna grab onto that. It's like, oh yeah, like I want to do that too, 100%, right? This is, yeah. Okay. Waiting. Hey, I'm ready. Yay, you won. I wonder if I can call you and watch at the same time. I think so. Just get on Wi-Fi. Fed, quick question. Yes, what's up? Are you calling me baby in front of others? No, I'm surprised you're calling me baby at all. Oh no. Sorry if it bothers you. That's my favorite pet name, and it is boyfriend restricted. It's cute, but just feels right. I worry if we be acting too gay. Let me go. Oh my God. Okay, I don't know if I can show these games on stream because this is a bloodbath. This is a bloodbath. So this is the point. This is a line drawn if I've ever seen one. I think we drew the line earlier, but like now we're at like Fed is not seeing the signals, or he might be, but he is not believing them, right? If I was like super desperate for a girl, I might just like,
Hey, you're getting pretty
fuck it, we're just gonna fucking keep dropping the hints. Maybe we're misreading, because the thing is that like when you're in Fed state of mind right now, okay, you're fucking in love with this person, and you felt it with them at one point. They really liked you at one point, that seems to be the case. And when you It's kind of like coming down from MDMA, I guess. When you start to lose that feeling, you're not really ready to let go. It's not like a mushroom or LSD trip. It's like an MDMA. You want to take more. You want to like keep fucking doing it. You can't. So Fed is in a really, our boy's in a rough spot right now. Whew. And reasonably, Pokey should be way more firm here. She is super dangling a string in front of him, which is really fucked up. But sorry, I'll stop. It's okay, just you're only allowed like 2 a week, like an allowance. Ha 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 ha. Like, oh, this is so fucking horrible. Oh no. Hold on. Someone in chat said this isn't on Pokey, in my opinion. No. Bullshit. Leading people on is ultra super fucked up. I think it is absolutely unacceptable behavior. And I will put, you want my real nuclear fucking take? I will put leading somebody on, I will put that up there very close to like unwanted physical contact or like lesser forms of like sexual assault. I think it is one of the worst things you can do to somebody. It is very, and in some cases worse. We'll take the aniline here. It is so, I don't know if guys do it to girls as much. No, they do. I'm sure they do. But like having somebody like lead you on like this, I don't want to say like this because maybe it's not happening. Fuck, I'm totally burning my Pokey bridge. If you ever watch any part of this, come on. I love you. You're a great person. I don't mean this to sound so harsh. And this was a long time ago, okay? I'm sure you're not like this anymore. Okay. But this leading somebody on is like it's like the worst thing you can do to a human being. I had this in high school. I'm sure a lot of guys or girls have felt this before. But having somebody lead you on or dangle a string in front of you when like it's never gonna happen is like such a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. But I think so. Also, she's really young here too. She's like 20, so people fuck up. I'm lucky to have you, someone who accepts me as a whole. All of you, every little bit. Notice how she's not responding to the sexual innuendos at all anymore, whereas earlier she was, right? Like, colon asterisk. I'm gonna try and stay up till 4. I don't know how possible this will be. I'm already so tired. Why? EDC is 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Monka S. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be sleeping real soon. Haha, I know Hana could pass out in like 5 seconds right now. ZZZ, good night. I'm here. Why is my life so complicated? Sigh. Oh no! Boys suck. What's so complicated? Everything. You'd like me to give you space, I can do that. LO, you're fine. Only thing I worry about with you is seeming too coupling in front of others where we actually are. It's a delicate, gossip-ridden scene, you feel me? Yeah, outside the house, I always try to be discreet / private. Oh, well this here, she makes it sound hardcore, like she's leaning back into it. Maybe? I can't tell. Oh, my mind is so fucked right now. Oh my god. Wait, holy shit. I'm getting a whiplash. I'm back in it now. We have our sight set, target locked. Because now it sounds like we have a clear path. The landing pad is seen. Okay. But even to our friends, it's even more confusing to them. I don't know how to manage that or how I feel about it. Yeah, I'm not too sure how to handle all of that. Depends on how private you can be. Are you tired? I don't know how much you want to talk about this stuff. Oh, sorry, Hunt didn't see, but yeah, I want to be very private until we make the jump. Then I don't give a fuck. But I feel like that's not decided, so things get awkward sometimes. What's not decided? Making the jump or when they're gonna make it? Going in. Yeah, I know what you mean. Gonna be honest, and maybe I don't see the whole picture. This whole situation makes me Monka as hard. Go on. From what I can tell, he obviously wants. Wait. Oh, they were gonna talk. He's talking about the other guy, I think. He obviously wants to flirt with you. I think they might be talking about another guy there. Oh, but he posted the wrong picture. Fuck.
Let's relive this thing.
I do feel like I need to understand the boy scene a little bit more before being ready to commit. Maybe date around or something. I don't know. Chilling for now. I do think you're wonderful though, but you know how I feel about it all. I want dates on these. I wish we could see the dates. We could follow the timeline more. You still want to date around, just so I understand correctly. I feel like I should. Damn, all right. Notice how she's not trying to accept responsibility for the decision, rather than like. So I feel again. So going back here, it's more like, hey, like, I don't want to date you. Boom. But instead, it's like, well, shouldn't we date around? Like, shouldn't I date more? Like, maybe I'm not supposed to do this. Like, okay, so do you want to? Well, I feel like I should. No. Just own it, okay? Damn, all right. Don't you think you should too, right? Now trying to make it so that it feels like he's making the decision. Don't you think you should date around? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, good. Yeah, you're right. As much as I enjoy being with you and as comforting as it is, it seems a little rushed after our pasts. Maybe you've gotten to date around more than me, with Shelby and whoever else, but for me, I don't know. And again, taking that step with you is a big deal. We're working, living Stitch. It's really hard for me to figure out what the right move is. But I don't know, we're considering some more. I'm too weak for this combo right now. Our frowning face. Got the week to figure it out. Weak. Fed is like very, very, very. The level of emotional investment from Fed here is like 110%. I don't know, I care about you a lot, so yeah, this hurts me here. I'm not interested in anyone else. I feel like I'm at home with you. Fed is talking like a person that is like, I don't want to say I'm in love, but like is super like there, and she's like totally not. I feel that way with you too, but I want to make sure it's an honest feeling, not a feeling of habits. That makes sense. Either way, don't worry about it. We'll talk more tomorrow. Don't need to figure everything out immediately. I really got to sleep though. I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow. Really, don't worry. Oh my god, these messages are so bad, dude. Oh shit. She's like, what is the feeling? It's like a fucking, this is like a mushroom trip. You'd be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my god. Fed is getting mind fucked right now. Holy shit. Wait. Pokey is too kind and forgiving? No, what? This has nothing to do with kind and forgiving. This is just trying to maintain a comfortable and convenient friendship without being like blunt with somebody. You going sleepy? Good night. Okay, January, February, March. April 4th. April. Past weeks. Good night. Some of my subs just said they're banned in your chat just for knowing this. Is that the guy that they were killing? His name is Connor Magic. I don't know the rest. Okay. Happy 100 subs. Okay, you never text me like that. You see my tweet? Oh, everything is fine. Just immediately went to talk to Sarah about it. And thank you. You inspired me every day. No, I was gonna thank you earlier, but you were home. Shut up, Fed. You're too nice. I'm honest. Thank you. No problem. You know, if you need anything. Fed, why are you lying about calling me? I tried to call you earlier. Use the warm pad to drink water. Cover yourself. Yeah, I am. Will's gonna come over to watch shows too. Legit right as I needed anyone. Everyone was streaming. LOL. Was a little unlucky. I'll be okay. Have fun. Always will. You awake? Yeah. Are you at home? Yeah, I'm just miss you. Aww. What are you doing? Who's here? Oh, these are just really fucked up this. Really fucked this album up. Okay.
You're free, tortured souls trapped in a crystal.
Fuck these albums up. But okay. She called me out on using language like that in front of people, saying that she'd be worried about saying to a couple in front of others who actually were, and that we're part of a delicate and gossip scene. She'd say things like that. I feel like I need to understand the voice a little bit more before being ready to commit, and that we should date around. For me, then, this came out of left field, and I felt pretty stupid. He didn't feel stupid. He felt destroyed. We've all felt this, Fed. Fuck. I was hurt by it this time around because I wasn't even remotely interested in anyone else. After investing so much time and energy in her in general, I was trying to be understanding, but it brought up a lot of insecurities and notions of not being good enough. For both of us, emotions always made things so complicated. I wish I was better at navigating them earlier. Taking time to understand her concerns, I came around to her ease. I wanted to be sure our feelings were legit, and not just there because we were obsessed with each other.
A palm of power.
Okay. These are just the same DMs. Damn, fuck this up. By now you can tell that there is a cycle of talking again, and then, oh wait, there's a problem. The cycle continues through the years, and every time it didn't work out, I think I lost part of myself. More and more, I started to realize maybe I'm not good enough. The things the cycle did to me were fucked. I became more and more frustrated. I started to get jealous and insecure at times. I would act out sometimes, lock myself in my room all day, and stream Pokemon for the entire day to try and avoid her. I'd go over to Just Friends, this banded streamer house, vent about my frustrations. Since we're on that subject, in her stream, she mentioned I would try to manipulate Just Friends and tweet her son not to be her friend. That's profoundly slanderous. My intentions was always that I wanted a friend to talk to. Lily was probably sick of the same story between us in a few months. Thanks fellas listening to this know nothing more than for everyone to suggest Pokey. So let me give a little context here since I was never provided. Pokey always goes to bed at midnight every night without fail. If she doesn't, something is really wrong, and if she stays up longer, she gets crazy in a funny way. She takes the AM streaming slot, as most of you know, so that requires good sleep, obviously. Of course, after my stream, I would always seek quality time with her. That would generally involve dinner and a show. Some nights we would eat downstairs and other nights on her bed. So if I stopped streaming at 10 p.m., I'd hang out with her until midnight. Then I would fuck off and hang out with the rest of the house, or in a lot of cases, go to just friends. I'd primarily vent to one of the girls about everything. She'd always give me a good female's perspective and made me feel like I was going to be okay. It was in some sense therapeutic. I would rarely talk to the other girls about my issues with Pokey, but I sometimes did. It's just nuts to hear now that I was being manipulative, trying to make girls hate her or leave her out intentionally. That's foolish. Okay, this is something that we talked about. This is something that I talked about before. For the past couple weeks. You cannot tell people problems you have with another person because, well, you can, but the implication is that you hate that other person. You're trying to make always what's going to happen. The most common way that this happens is you've got a boyfriend or girlfriend, you always tell your friends anytime you have a problem with your SO. If you do that, your friends are going to get the impression that your significant other is a horrible piece of shit. Even if you're not. Even if you really are okay 99% of the time and you just share your problems like from the 1% of the time, if you have that type of relationship with your friend, they will grow to hate your significant other. They won't see all the good because you don't bring it up that much, and they'll only every time they hear the problems you have. That's a really, really, really important thing to keep in mind. If you have friends, or if you've got somebody that you talk to when you have problems with your significant other, you should limit that to one person, or you should limit that to people that they'll never interact with, because those people will, without fail, don't care what you say, and I've argued with a lot of people about this, they've always been wrong. Those people will grow to hate you. It will happen. Just human nature. Nobody's at fault for it. It's just what will happen. That's okay.
Chamber secured.
I don't even really know if that was his intention or not. I'd like to think it was more of an inconsiderate or careless thing, but ultimately
they'll never interact with, because those people will, without fail, don't care what you say, and I've argued with a lot of people about this, they've always been wrong, those people will grow to hate you. It will happen. Just it's human nature. Nobody's at fault for it. It's just what'll happen.
Armed and ready.
That's complete. Okay, what is this clip? Hold on.
It isn't much then, but
Want me to take that off your hands? Fine, but you are taking this from me.
How badly I
Thank you,
wanted
Sam.
these friendships with was the same person that was actually isolating me and sabotaging these friendships.
That's complete. Okay, what is this clip? Hold on.
How
Okay.
and the person that I would share how badly I wanted these friendships with was the same person that was actually isolating me and sabotaging these friendships for me. I don't even really know if that was his intention or not. I'd like to think it was more of an inconsiderate or careless thing, but ultimately he drove everyone around me away from me. And I started freaking crying at the intervention and after, just out of like mourning the years of friendship that I lost with these people because of him.
So she's probably upset. If we're being ultra charitable towards Pokey, she's probably upset that it feels like Fed is shit-talking her behind her back to her friends. And Fed is upset because he feels like Pokey's just fucking with him. So everybody is like feeling basically ass blasted.
I told you I don't need your help here.
It wasn't being offered, just happened to be in.
Also, as somebody in chat pointed out, this was uploaded on the 4th of September. So he's been working on this for months, thinking about archiving and writing this up.
In the name of Hades.
That's complete bullshit. I just wanted someone to talk to that could guide me through these emotions. It's also difficult to now hear some of the girls say that they looked at me as a member of Offline TV and not just as a friend like I looked at them. I understand that although my intentions were innocent, the unintentional side effect is that the Just Friends people might have seen her differently. True. I am deeply sorry, and I wish I was more aware of those repercussions. I do, however, think attentions matter. You're characterizing someone as a manipulator in front of thousands of people. If she really was afraid of being alienated, she would have taken the time out of her day to be their friend. She didn't stream every day. She could have gone over just to hang like I did so many times on my off days. None of those things I would ever say to Just Friends would ever imply that they shouldn't be friends with her. It was only ever typically relationship issues and how do I get over her type of conversations. It's crazy to me that things are being said otherwise. There wasn't a looming dark cloud of malice toward her in the house. This is the truth. Pokey would generally only come over if there was something she could tangibly benefit from in some way. For example, large streaming events, midnight birthday streams. It's the same reason you never saw her come into people's streams at Offline TV. And when she wasn't streaming, she was also always grinding/practicing whatever game she wanted to get better at from her stream. I don't want to go into this too deep because I'm not here to attack her character, but it's just the way things were. The ruthless businessman strikes again. She had her priorities, we had ours. I'm sure she's gotten better at it now. Midnight hangout sessions at Just Friends. LOL, why? She applied this kind of philosophy to so many things in her life. It truly disappointed me because I and people in the house wanted her more in our lives. I get it, she was driven by her business and stream. It's just wild that I'm the scapegoat now for her, not wanting to make sacrifices to go over to Just Friends. I don't feel that that is at all fair. Now, again, now that we're getting two sides of the story, this feels pretty accurate. If Melina was talking shit to me, we've actually had issues like this come up before. These issues always come to relationships. But like if Melina is venting to me, venting about me to like a friend that she has that I never interact with, that friend is probably going to have a very negative impression. It's just how life works. If, however, Melina and I mutually talk to mutual friends, the chances of that happening are a lot less because we interact with both of them. So sometimes when me and Melina have a disagreement, we'll bring in fucking Dan or Mr. Moot to mediate. Just because it's good sometimes to have like a third person. I don't have to be like an alternate helper. We're like, hey, what do you think about this issue? There's a lower chance that these people are going to be like poised against you because like they know both of you and they are getting like both sides of the story. Usually better. The only reason I say this is because it's very hard to imagine a person could turn your friends against you if you actually like interact with those friends. Like, I'm not worried, for instance, about anybody turning like Dan or Mr. Mooten against me because I interact with them quite a bit. I think that's going to happen. I would be concerned about her turning somebody against me like I don't interact. So like if she were to complain, if she has like Swedish friends that never talk to me or whatever, like that would be like I'd be like worried about that. Like, well, hold on, like what are they hearing about me? Like I never, you know, just like that. This is like just an example, but
Whoa, I cut a void skate?
So I guess like the takeaway there is that like I don't understand if Pokey values these friendships so much, how are these people being turned against her? Another reason why I know this, and I'm gonna say this without reserve, and I am correct, and if you disagree with me, you are wrong. You might think you're right, but that's just because you don't know enough stuff yet. These types of things are never, ever, ever, ever kept secret. Everybody in the scene learns about these types of things, okay? Everybody has known about, I will say with confidence that there are a lot of people that have known about this type of stuff because these things always fucking leak, okay? There is 0% chance that you could go to a house, vent in a relationship about somebody else, and like that word never gets back to them or people aren't talking about it. So you know this is happening, right? Just as a heads up, 1,000,000%. Gossip like this always fucking secret, right? It's high school, college, work, any industry ever. When you say these types of things, do you mean specific Pokey and Fedkit? I just mean like relationship drama, all this type of stuff. This stuff will always spread. Every workplace, every industry, every high school, every college, it just does. Every friend group, it just does. I found out pretty early on in my friendship with Pokey that she wasn't down to do last minute or after midnight type things. Generally, I wouldn't invite her over because she was already in bed. Early on, I had invited her a few times, and she would say things like, no, but have fun, or do last minute for me, thank you though. So after a while, I just stopped asking. I was in the dark about her feeling left out until one time she called me out after a few of us went to a late movie. She and another guy were shut in her room, and I didn't invite them. One, I didn't want to interrupt, and two, I still felt conflicted about her. I thought if I invited them, it would have been pretty awkward for both of us. She got pretty pissed I didn't invite her. Meanwhile, I wasn't at all feeling responsible. I was just trying to get over her, and sometimes that meant distancing myself from her. Let's rewind a little bit to another instance where I fucked up. July 2018. You remember the Josh story? Yep, I do it again. I'm not sure if his name is ever mentioned in the stream Pokey made, or if he himself made comments on it, but for now we'll just call this next guy Steve. Anyways, after the texting in May, when I was at EDC, we slowed down for a short time, but things would eventually start right back up again. By July, we were back on our on stage, and things were going well, and then I noticed she started playing games with Steve a lot. During this Steve era, I definitely noticed that she didn't seem as interested in me, but always kept giving me enough attention to still have her in my... Yeah, go for it. I felt like a starved guinea pig, and my cage was my unconditional feelings for Pokey. She would feed me scraps, just enough to keep me alive. Sorry for the image, but that's how it truly felt. At this point, she was never honest with me about how she was really feeling about us. Anyways, Steve ended up coming to a house party in July, and we chatted, played some beer pong, and got to know each other over a little. We dominated the beer pong tables. I knew she played games on stream with him a lot, but she never once told me that she was interested in getting to know him more. This was never an attempt to keep him from her. We were literally stuck playing beer pong for half the night because we kept winning. Of course, I think I knew he was eventually going to ask me the question. And lo and behold, he did. So is Pokey seeing anyone right now? Ah, fuck, you think I would have learned the first time, huh? Nope! I said, there's something sort of going on between us. And then I followed up with, but do your thing. Implying that you should still go for it. I know for a fact I said this because I almost instantaneously felt bad for saying the first part. It's not obvious already, I do say a lot of dumb things without thinking first. In Pokey's stream, she claims that I told Steve to not tell anyone I said that or talk about it at all. That is 100% false. I know what I said. Anyways, he brought my conflicted message up to her. She was furious that I made it seem like we were a thing. Again, uploaded in September.
Not to tell anyone, not to talk to anyone about it, not to talk to me about it, and that was the first time that Fed just like massively broke my trust, and
they're talking about Myth, I think, right? Is what people are saying.
I could never trust him or look at him the same way, and I'm very grateful that the guy in question told me this, even though Fed told him not to, and then I retroactively asked someone else from kind of the past whether Fed had said something similar to him, and they did.
So this is also a very, very, very good litmus test for how honest she's being. And I'm legitimately asking this because I don't remember. Did Pokey ever say that her and Fed had more than just a friendly/professional relationship? Because I feel like when Pokey described their relationship originally, all she ever said was, oh, sometimes we just ate meals in my room, LOL. I feel like that's the most she ever said about it, which is quite a dishonest characterization of the apparent relationship they had, unless Fed is literally faking all of the texts, which is possible. but unlikely, because Pokey could obviously just refute that. No, it's about scissors. He confirmed it on stream one time. His name is Jack, I think. Oh, never mind. Okay. Apparently this isn't about myth. This is about scissors. I'm just repeating shit in chat. I don't know. That's 100% true. That kind of makes her side of the story look a little bit bad. But, okay. Continuing on. That is 100% false. I know what I said. Anyways, he brought my conflicted message up to her. She was curious, and it made it seem like we were a thing. Again, felt like I was being honest. Things were super complicated between us, but I broke the trust and spoke for her. So I apologized. He obviously did his thing and still messaged her about it all, so good for him. I can't justify saying what I did, but my emotions were all out of whack and I said a dumb thing. She called me out on it and I apologized. To her, this put my character into question then. She went around asking others if I had said something similar, so that's how she found out about Josh. But that was it. I never said that to any other guy or person. In her streams, she claimed that I had told another guy. I know who she is referring to because she texted me the day she did this stream that she reached out to him. I've only spoken to John, we'll just call him that, once ever, and that was in passing at a sponsored Godzilla debut where I went with Pokey. The only thing we ever talked about was his vlog equipment and camera. We never once talked about my relationship with Pokey. He might have deduced that we could have been seeing each other because we came together and sat next to each other in the movie theater, but I never said a thing about us to him. I'm fine with taking responsibility and accountability for the things I've done, but I want to be judged on the truth, not lies. Well, now I can kind of tie in everything. Some time passed, and Steve and Pokey started seeing each other. From what I understood, they were never officially dating, similar to me. But let me give you guys some perspective how their thing affected me. So he would come over a lot, and Pokey and I are neighbors, so A, I hear a lot, and B, I wasn't completely over her yet. The emotions I felt to me were similar to a bad breakup and seeing someone else with a girl you like. Usually if this happens, you mute them on social media, avoid them, out of sight, out of mind kind of deal. Well, this was happening right next to where I slept and streamed. This had a huge effect on my mental health and streaming mood, and even when I wasn't streaming, all I could feel was anxiety. Sleeping was impossible. I could literally feel my manhood fading away as the days went on. So of course I tried to escape. Where did I go? Yep, just friends. It was a hard pill to swallow, but after a while I got used to not seeing her as much in my life with someone else. He would come over sometimes and she'd go to his place sometimes. I started to move on, thank the fuck. Of course my absence in her life left somewhat of a void because Steve wasn't over at night and she wasn't at his place all the time either. My guess is my absence gave her a lot of FOMO because I would always show up on Just Friends streams. Like I said before though, if she really wanted to go over to Just Friends and be friends with them, she could have just gone over. We lived 10 minutes away. Looking back, I can certainly empathize with her. I could have invited her over more, and when she later brought up that she was feeling left out, I made it a point to start inviting her more, although she rarely accepted. So the claim that I was the primary reason she was isolated and that I ruined her chances with a friendship with them is a dramatic stretch. I never tried to paint her as an evil person, why would I? This is someone I genuinely cared for. That doesn't make any sense. I would only ever voice my frustrations about a relationship just like anyone else would in my situation. She claims she wanted to be friends with everyone at Just Friends, but she never made the effort to do so, unless, like I said, it was either super convenient to her or she benefited from it somehow. I hate that I have to say that, but she has left me no option. Real quick, hold on. Hold on, one second. I'm getting a live feed from the DGG analyst desk right now. Hold on. Oh. Really? You think so? Nothing at all. Really? Okay. Wow. I have just gotten word that Pokey absolutely will not make any fucking statement related to this. I guarantee it. I think she's going to come out. I think she's going to make a public statement. She's going to say, listen, Fed released some stuff. I don't think everything was true, but I don't want to get into the details, the messy details of my personal life. All I can say is that we put that all behind us. I hope that Fed continues to improve like he said he was, and I'll continue to improve, and we're just going to move on with our lives like that. I just had a fucking glimpse into the fucking future, and that's what's going to happen, okay? Mark my fucking words. Clip them, okay? And add this to the analyst desk, to the analyst forecast desk, all right? Guaranteed. Okay, sorry. Back to this. I just want to mention that this on and off cycle between us continued throughout the years, and when she'd see the possibility of dating or even start talking to someone else, she'd push me away. When she'd stop seeing such talking to them, she would start coming around my room and wanting to be close once again, and at this time it was very hard for me to resist getting close to her. We'd eventually be back on to some degree, Okay, if these text messages are dated, I mean, even if not, but if these are dated for like past like April, May, June. Oh my God, December. June? Okay, so we got a hotel, but I can stay still in yours, but also I can stay in mine because you know, if you don't respond, then I'm gonna. Oh my God. Oh. I'm sorry. Oh my God. This is like. Oh my God. This is so fucking brutal. And he lives with her, dude. This is like the worst thing that you can do to somebody. Holy shit. This is on, this is the 12th of June. This is American dates. Wait, no, this is December 6th. Oh my God, it's all the way in December. I'm sorry, December 6th. Oh my God. This is savage. Holy shit. I want to stay in mine. Are you sure? I really want to give you the freedom to do what you want. If no worries, we have 2 beds in the other room. Yes. Beg for me to stay with you. I joke. KK, I'll come if you're sure. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, say it again. Yes, please say the. Oh my God. Dude. Just chilling if you want to hang. Sorry to bother. You're fine. I'm so tired. Okay, what you doing? What is chilling? Let me lay in a bed. You could sleep over in your bed. Let me look at us out here living in the same house, talking about sleepovers. Haha, yeah. I don't know about your bed though. Oh my God. She is like so flirty in these messages. I am starting to feel attracted to her. I am feeling like I am role playing as Fed in these texts. This is so painful.
Oh, man.
This is fucking confusing. It's not confusing. She's like on and off. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
this
getting
is
such
harsh.
fucking like 20-year-old like high school vibes from like. I don't mean like I feel attracted to her now. I'm saying like I can empathize so fucking hard with Fed in this situation. Holy shit. Oh my god. The sleepovers would resume. The massages would resume. I don't know if that's massages or messages. I guess it could be either one at this point. And the flirting in general would resume. Are these different messages? Pog, don't you think it'd be really couple if we went to Japan together? Oh no, Destiny. Yeah, probably. Or it could be just two friends traveling because that's what we are. Smiley face. Smiley face. You're going to try to what every night. Don't lie. Smiley face. 100%. Yep. No, but for real. We can make it look however we want. Wingman me. Look however we want. So do you want me to wingman you or nah? Nah, I just want to explore, have fun, eat yummy foods, to be honest. Are you still streaming? Come to Tocomadera next to the Beverly Center. Oh no. This is such a cute pic. Why was it deleted? Because I wanted to save it. I wanted Flair to delete it. It's because it's a big deal to me. I love this pic so much. Heart. Vieja. Come. I'm crying at the club right now. Why? Estoy pensado en ti. Translate that, please. I didn't need to. LOL. You're saying you're thinking of me, right? Yes. Okay, so I wrote it out. Miss you too, honey bun. How is it? Oh my god. Oh, dude, she's not even a succubus. This is like. Oh my god. Oh, dude, she's not even a succubus. This is like. Okay, so I wrote it out. Miss you too, honey bun. How is it? Oh my god. Oh, dude, she's not even a succubus. Sorry, because I wanted to save it. I wanted Flair to delete it. It's because it's a big deal to me. I love this pic so much. Heart. Vieja. Come. I'm crying at the club right now. Why? Estoy pensado en ti. Translate that, please. I didn't need to. LOL. You're saying you're thinking of me, right? Yes. Okay, so I wrote it out. Miss you too, honey bun. How is it? Oh my god. Oh, dude, she's not even a succubus. This is like. Also, I still don't understand why the pic was deleted. I deleted it because it means a great deal to me. Don't worry. I don't want it posted randomly. You mean so much to me. Okay, you mean a lot to me too. Felt like maybe it was something you wanted to hide. I don't know. Oh my god. And she's like, wait, does she want her to be public? What is happening? Not at all. It just means a great deal to me. I feel like sometimes you want to hide me, and I don't want you to ruin that. Or I don't want you to ruin that. I love you so much. I'm not trying to hide you either. I would be happy if you posted it. It was a super. Oh my god. She's like almost like going public. Oh my god. I would be happy if you posted it. Smiley face with a super cute pic. Love you too, Fetty. You know this. When you coming home, I want to watch the docu. Oh my god. Holy yikes. There were times when she would get in my head and act possessive. Fed, Jody on stream right now talking about you makes me wanna. Yeah, just on my stream to stop talking about her. Wait, who is Jody? Is this somebody that he like had a crush on at some point or something? Or Zerka, read slower for more viewers. Learn from Hassan. She's drunk, but acting way drunker than she actually is and saying shit like, oh my god, you guys, Fed wasn't on my stream today, but you guys are still watching. That means so much to me. Raffle. I don't know, it sounds so fake. She's using like this baby voice, yikes, yikes, sounding like this emoji. I don't know, I can't stand people obviously acting more drunk than they are, saying fake pity shit to chat makes me gag. Anyway, that's my event of the day. Love you, have a good stream, lol. Sorry for spam while you're streaming walls. I legit tuned in for not even 3 minutes and she spoke about you twice. I was like, gotta go bye. Dude.
Wait, what?
Jody has quarter Jade. Oh my god. Remember Jelly Melly? Destiny. I was the guy earlier who said this wasn't on Poke Now, but after reading this, it is on Poke. Oh my god. So she's literally, so I don't know how much I need to translate. I don't know like what level of social contact you degenerate fucks and should have. But she's basically like, she's like getting jealous of other girls like talking affectionately about him in their stream. She's like jealous about it. Like, she's like actually being controlling of him. She's actually being controlling of him. Like, holy shit. All these things made me and Pokey's relationship very volatile, weird, and strenuous because we lived with each other and it wasn't so simple for me to turn off my feelings when things are off. This is like, Pokey's getting the best of all worlds then. This is like, oh my god, dude. I feel like on this day, what is the date? We're in 2020 right now, 18 years from now. A legion of incels will come of age. Because she's literally doing like the worst, most mindfuck, toxic mind rape thing you can ever fucking do to a guy. This like back and forth, like complete and total abuse. So Pokey basically, Pokey basically has him on like a fucking yo-yo string. Well, she'll like bounce around to a guy, like talk to some dude, date a guy, figure out if she likes him or not. And then when she's like on with another guy, she, see you later, Fed, peace out, motherfucker. And then when she's off, it's like, okay, not dating that guy. Hey, Fed, what's up? Let's resume. Boop, 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 unpause, right? Holy shit. And Fed is like hopelessly in love with her, like on the sidelines the whole time, just getting fucking yo-yo back and forth. Oh my god. And it wasn't so simple for me to turn off my feelings when things were off. What's the second one from? One of my streams, a screenshot. Yeah, I mean, did you save that screenshot or something? I thought it was cute, so cute. You know, even through everything, you still make me feel really comfy. Not entirely sure why, but yeah. Oof, comfy. I wonder if this was during an off period, if that's why he posted this. Ooh, he posted this screenshot back in August. That's 10 months ago. Oh my god. You know what this really sucks? You know who's really getting fucked in all of this? Albert is actually getting fucked in all of this, because now Albert is like probably did worse than Fed now. It was Fed took over of being like the worst person in the world. Albert kind of like Fed, but now Fed is kind of like, he's fighting his way back up to the top. Okay, in the return of Fedmeister. My Fedster? Fedmeister? I always mix them. All right. But not to absolve Fed of all of his sins. I'm sure he's still fucked up and made mistakes. The stuff with Yvonne and Lily sounded pretty cringe. But, okay. All these things made... Okay, hold on, sorry. Okay. She was very aware of my feelings for her, but also aware of my pain and how hurt I'd be when she pushed me aside. She never really acknowledged my pain, but I knew it might have bothered her to see me with other girls, so I always tried my best to see them out of the house. Something she never considered doing for me. Watching her stream about me, sure why, but yeah. Oof, comfy. I wonder if this was during an off period, if that's why he posted this. Ooh, he posted this screenshot back in August. That's 10 months ago. Oh my god. You know what this really sucks? You know who's really getting fucked in all of this? Albert is actually getting fucked in all of this, because now Albert is like probably did worse than Fed now. It was Fed took over of being like the worst person in the world, and Albert kind of like Fed, but now Fed is kind of like, he's fighting his way back up to the top. Okay, in the return of Fedmeister. My Fedster? Fedmeister? I always mix it up. I don't know what the fuck his fucking name is. All right. But not to absolve Fed of all of his sins. I'm sure he's still fucked up and made mistakes. The stuff with Yvonne and Lily sounded pretty cringe. But, okay. All these things made... Okay, hold on, sorry. Okay. She was very aware of my feelings for her, but also aware of my pain and how hurt I'd be when she pushed me aside. She never really acknowledged my pain, but I knew it might have bothered her to see me with other girls, so I always tried my best to see them out of the house. Something she never considered doing for me. Watching her stream about me now breaks my heart because I had to sit there and watch her lie about the true nature of our relationship with thousands of people when it's obvious to me now she never acknowledged my feelings and cared more about eliciting sympathy from the public while attributing her noble cause as a defense against the backlash Yvonne and Lily were getting. I will say that her speaking up definitely took a lot of heat off Yvonne and Lily, and I'm happy about that. For them, I'm okay with taking the hate, but only from where it's deserved. Did you see the one video, the animated one? Oh my god. Dude, I feel so bad. I mean, you reap what you sow. I don't know if I spelled any of that right. She was definitely coming off not so cool. There are a lot of details and context missing though. No one says that though. They just latch onto whatever they hear. I don't know. I could say the same about the entire stream she made about me. True, but two wrongs don't make a right. The entire thing is missing the context and nature of our relationship. This is where Lily. Where it's deserved. Did you see the one video, the animated one? Oh my god. Dude, I feel so bad. The animated one. Oh my god. Dude, I feel so bad.
Pokimane has been in the news a lot in recent months. One of the top 10 streamers on Twitch, and by a landslide, the biggest female streamer on the platform, has within the span of about a year gone from someone whose brand was synonymous with wholesome, unproblematic content to probably one of the most criticized content creators at the moment. There's many aspects to this topic. There's the excessive copyright claiming, the mustering of an army of so-called simps to go on the offense for her, the seemingly delusional statements, and many more nuances that add up to paint a picture that has drawn a lot of backlash against her on YouTube. But what started with Pokimane seems to have reached a boiling point where Twitch streamers and YouTube creators are now at war over the definition of what transformative content actually is. There's a lot to unpack, but we're gonna take a look at all of it in this video, not just for the purpose of piling on, but rather to understand the implications of this ongoing conflict, along with my own perspective on the entire situation. What we're seeing unfold right now actually started a couple of years ago, and although the term simp wasn't established back then, the concept behind the word itself is what actually got the ball rolling. Now, we've touched on the topic of so-called Twitch thoughts before, in a previous video covering the Alinity timeline, and if you've seen that video, you should have an understanding of the ongoing tension between Twitch streamers and YouTube creators. Well, one incident that got quite a lot of traction in 2018 was when Keemstar called out a Twitch streamer called Sniper Wolf for photoshopping her pictures. One of her fans came to her defense, and Keemstar quote tweeted him with a joke saying, "Alexa, what is a virgin?" Now, what justified this joke was the fact that the guy was in his 30s, and in his own pinned tweet, the dude was hardcore simping for Sniper Wolf. Pokimane, however, didn't think this was funny, and she started a public argument with Keemstar over Twitter, which for a lot of people came across as disingenuous and condescending.
So, again, Keem, do better. Have a good day.
Later, a YouTuber by the name of Boblax took all of the tweets, all the videos, all the back and forth between Pokimane and Keemstar and compiled them into one video in chronological order, forming a sort of time capsule to document the argument. Pokimane, however, didn't want it to be documented, so she decided to copyright claim the video. Mind you, the legal grounds for this action were at the very least questionable, if not non-existent. And despite the poop storm that this caused for her, even prompting an apology video, she still stood behind her decision while disingenuously apologizing to escape the backlash.
Although I was legally within my right to take down the video, morally and as a content creator, it wasn't something that I should have done because, I mean, at the end of the day, those were tweets that me and Keem made publicly and videos that we made publicly, so I totally apologize for that.
Sometime later, during a podcast, Pokimane expanded on this topic, and even from the way she talks about it over there, she seems to only be sorry because she got called out, and not at all for the action itself.
And I had spoken to my MCM and I was like, is this something that I can take down? Maybe if we like kill this, because Keem had deleted his tweets already. And I was like, I just want this whole drama to be over. Yeah. And I made not the right call, in hindsight, to have that video removed. I just didn't want to be in like all this drama and I wanted it to like pass.
So we already see a pattern of disregard for content etiquette on Pokimane's end, but as time went on, this issue appeared to only grow bigger. Now, I have to make one thing clear, which is that copyright claiming in itself is not the problem. Sometimes I believe it's justified. After all, the purpose of the system is to protect original content. But more often than not, copyright claiming on YouTube is used as censorship. And for Pokimane, this seems to be the case a lot of the time. It's also probably worth noting that I did at one point have a brief conversation with her on Twitter way back in early 2018, and my opinion at that time was that she was an ambitious, hardworking individual. Based on what can be observed from a spectator point of view, it's possible that the more attention she got in her career, the more entitled she felt to resort to such actions. Through her consistent pattern of silencing her critics and taking down videos left and right, she's proven to be not just thin-skinned, but also to seemingly take pride in this behavior. I mean, in this video, she actually talks to this dude live on Twitch as she's preparing to copyright claim him.
Wow, I'm so sorry that it takes you a lot of time to steal other people's content. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, no.
And put it together. I'm so sorry that it takes you so much time to go to the top clips on Fortnite and then just right click and save all of them as, and then just like put them all into Premiere and then just like export it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Am I mean not? I don't even know what to say, bro.
Anyways, I'll be taking down some of your videos, but yeah, I just hope you stop doing this.
She's like a leopard playing with her prey before striking, and for someone who puts up this wholesome persona, her claws seem to be surprisingly sharp. And despite her apology in 2019 for all the copyright drama, a year later, not only did she do it again, but this time she riled up her entire audience to attack on her behalf.
I think the only way people like this stop is if people like me and my community give them feedback that this is not an okay thing to do. Not attack them, but I hit a little dislike and I say, this not cool. And you guys, that's just how I am with content. I love something, I say good one, and I hit it with a like. And if you think something is not okay and you want to see less of it, you also have to give feedback, because that's how YouTubers work. If they're not gonna work off of morals, they're gonna work off of dislikes and comments and whatever.
Yeah, just give them feedback is what sending a hate train on somebody is called nowadays. A female creator in a landscape known for being built on male viewers, donating money to people like her in exchange for a few seconds of being noticed, someone with that amount of intrinsic power over her male audience, telling them en masse to go to somebody's video where he criticizes their queen and just leave a little feedback, is the most manipulative way of attacking someone. What happened next is that It's a Gundam, the YouTuber who made the video, lost a major sponsor that he had lined up. I didn't get a chance to make a video on this at that time, but the whole thing in my opinion was just scummy. It shows a condescending side of Pokimane and a meme-like Karen-ish entitlement that crosses a dangerous line. And ever since this incident happened in May, Pokimane has been under continuous scrutiny on YouTube, to the point where just recently she's decided to take a step back from the internet for a month. But the snowball effect that started with her continued to roll on down even in her absence. The one argument that Pokimane never seemed to own up to was that while she was complaining over people making videos on her that she thought weren't transformative enough, over on Twitch, her live content consists of a lot of just watching videos, giving mild reactions, and just sitting there, oftentimes eating or not even looking at the screen. And this seems to have sparked a huge debate over what's considered transformative on YouTube versus on Twitch.
This is the most frustrating thing because I'm a React Andy myself. Like, I get so mad at this when YouTubers literally sit around, okay, and they make one video. They make one video a month and get like Patreon money, and then they cash out with like a 6-figure check, and then they turn around and on streamers who literally go live for 6 to 8 hours every day. Like, that's nuts, dude. Of course there's gonna be dead space in between you. This shit genuinely tilts me, dude.
Okay, so let's think about this for a second, because by the way, I'm one of those channels that uploads once a month. Twice, tops. Sure, that's 2 days of content in a 30-day month, but you know what I do the rest of 28 days? I put in hundreds of hours of work to make one of these videos. And here's the downside to that. I could be working on a video for 2 weeks straight, I put it up on YouTube, and guess what? If it's demonetized, that's 2 weeks of full-time work that goes completely unpaid. And I'm not talking hypothetically here either. My last 2 videos were demonetized for, and I quote, discussions of modern acts of terror, events resulting in catastrophic loss of life, or social issues. And I mean, all I did was talk about Shane Dawson and Dr. Disrespect. As far as I know, neither of them have anything to do with terrorism or catastrophic events. And by the way, appealing the decision not only doesn't solve it most of the time, but it also may prompt a manual age gating, considerably limiting the discovery of your video. You know, just to kick you in the nuts while you're down. Cause why the hell not? Twitch streamers may well spend hours every day live streaming, but while I'm working my ass off for free, crossing my fingers not to piss off the chimps with the red button that can make my video vanish off of everybody's feed, these dudes get a steady income from subscription revenue and donations on a daily basis. Seems to me like that's a pretty good deal. Now that's not to say that streaming isn't challenging. In fact, I bet it's really difficult to pull off successfully. I mean, we were just talking about this in my last video about Dr. Disrespect. His journey to become one of the top streamers on the scene took over a decade, and the same applies to everyone who manages to pull in live viewers at that scale. It takes commitment, consistency, and a lot of hard work. But to assume that establishing a big Twitch channel is considerably more difficult than building a successful YouTube channel is, in my opinion, a very ignorant statement to make. YouTuber Justin Wang summed it up pretty well, I think. He goes, "While I'm sitting here lazily writing, recording, and editing videos, I'll be sure to take time out of my day to think of all the streamers doing the real work of eating while watching videos." Following that up with, "Streaming, I think, is more difficult to do well than people appreciate, but almost all of the work that goes into a video is unseen. At the end of the day, both mediums have their advantages as well as challenges and obstacles, just like any other job or career path on this planet. As someone who doesn't have a lot of experience with live streaming, but rather with making animated content on YouTube, I realize I may be somewhat biased, so I think this is a good moment to pass it on to you guys. What do you think about all of this? Do you think reacting to a video on a stream is different than reaction videos on YouTube? In fact, I'm gonna put a poll up here in the corner to actually see if you guys sway one way or the other, and let me know your opinion down in the comments. I always enjoy reading the well-argumented thoughts that some of you leave down there. And on a topic that can be as divisive as this one, I'd love to get an idea of what you're thinking. As always, thank you for watching. Wilfer and I will see you again very soon.
Here's the clip. Even behind the scenes, I've never heard.
Interesting. I think the problem I would say with Pokey, this sounds mean, I'm not trying to dig it or anything. Why did Pokey only get 200,000? That's more surprising to me than any of the likes or the dislikes. Oh man, what is this? This throws up a ton of red flags. Dr. K completely disagrees with you.
Might say sexism at work here. It's because she's a woman. It's because she's a woman. I have another theory, and I thought about this initially because I saw this post on my Reddit. Okay, Destiny has nice things to say about Ludwig. Here's the clip. Even behind the scenes, I've never heard anything bad about Ludwig.
Shut up.
I think that if Ludwig came back, I could be wrong, but like, just Ludwig is just so straightforward. And
wait, when did I say this? Why was my voice so good here? What happened?
So like brazenly and uses.
I mean, you reap what you sow. I don't know if I spelled any of that right. She was definitely coming off not so cool. There are a lot of details and context missing though. No one says that though. They just latch onto whatever they hear. I don't know. I could say the same about the entire stream she made about me. True, but two wrongs don't make a right. The entire thing is missing the context and nature of our relationship. What's this with Lily?
Of everything down.
Mother.
I was fitted.
No, he's...
Because he...
Have you ever loved him?
All I really
Okay,
wanted
these were all
was
those images.
I just don't know myself.
I never wanted Yvonne fired. In her stream, Pokey says that I tried to get Yvonne fired because of the incident between us. This is 100% false. I never tried to get her fired. I always wanted her a part of Offline TV. Just for reference, the incident between me and Yvonne was in December of 2018. We were all talking about having her move in with other League streamers in the October of 2019 while she continued to work for Offline TV. Pokey claims she hadn't known about the incident between me and Yvonne, but she did. She found out in May and June of 2019, 4 months before we all started to discuss Yvonne possibly moving out. I'll go into more details later, but let me give context.
Hey, tell me something, sir. Any rumors I wouldn't know what you mean there. For there are certain subjects so forbidden here right now that not even rumors can take hold.
Wait, what are we saying? Okay, sorry.
For the time.
Originally, Yvonne moved into the house in mid-2018 to be Pokey's personal assistant and the Offline TV house manager. Things were good at first, but over time, Pokey would complain about Yvonne in private to me about how little effort she's showing her when it comes to helping her. She would call her lazy and not creative. Pokey really wanted someone that could give 110%, and it was made clear to her that she was doing the bare minimum. She would complain about how much she's playing League or that she's starting to stream. At one point, Yvonne made a YouTube channel with one video, and this made Pokey very concerned to the point where she called her for a private meeting. In that meeting, Yvonne was honest and said she wasn't super interested, also claiming the video on her YouTube channel at the time was just for her personal memories and being a content creator, but that she wanted the option to do it in her free time. I'm not sure what other details were discussed, but Yvonne stopped posting YouTube videos for a long time. With this, I want to establish that Pokey felt Yvonne had work ethic issues, and that Pokey brought this to my awareness. Oof.
Fair market value.
Me working with Yvonne.
Let's see here.
Pokey found out about the incident between me and Yvonne somewhere around May and June of 2019, as it was something Yvonne brought up to her. I remember being in Pokey's room, and I was crying, trying to explain to her how horrible I felt, that I put Yvonne through that, and how ashamed I was. But in her stream, where she claims to have not known about any of it, is false. Pokey also says on her stream that I had told her that Yvonne won't brainstorm with me and won't work on stuff with me, which was true. She didn't seem keen to help, and I already knew that she had some work ethic issues that were initially brought up to me by Pokey the year before. Pokey's purpose for bringing this up on her stream was to allude that Yvonne didn't want to work with me because of what happened between us in December of 2018, and that I wanted to fire her because of it, which is false. To be very clear, I never wanted Yvonne fired. At most, I just wanted her to contribute more during this critical period, and looking back now, it was unrealistic of me to ask this, given what happened between us. I knew Yvonne had goals to hit Masters in League and in general stream more. I thought this was fine, but I also deferred, and that I had recently taken initiative and become the manager of the Offline TV channel. For those that don't know, Yvonne was hired as house mom/management. She is not one of the 5 talent members of Offline TV, who at that time was Pokey, Toast, Lily, Scar, and me. We were very close to disbanding, and as a last-ditch effort, I quit streaming to focus on Offline TV content to try and keep us together. That started with attempting to make us more efficient, just like any leader in a business whose goal are to be successful. Yvonne talked about this Destiny. Wait, on what? Do you have something relevant?
Contractor, I would ask that you pursue this job. I'll be excited to see the result.
I shall review this work once the time permits.
She would always play League to avoid Fed. Oh, maybe she brought up. There's probably little bits and pieces of truth from everything. I would imagine. Sure. I think we read her statement a long time ago. But, okay. I personally never brought up the idea that Yvonne should get kicked out of Offline TV ever. What I did do is bring up my concerns to people in the house. We all talked extensively about our options and what we can do to motivate her and fix what we currently have and save moving out as a last resort, but still remain in her position as management.
Seems like a good deal. Let's see that nectar.
I naively thought that my relationship with Yvonne was still good. In my head, I had thought we moved on from the incident that happened a year earlier. I hadn't thought about it for months until she brought it up on Dr. K. I should point out, just because I hadn't thought about it doesn't mean Yvonne hadn't. She said that she had minimized the incident in her mind a lot to protect us and Offline TV, and that was a brave thing that she should never have had to do. The point I'm making is to show that Pokey claiming I tried to get Yvonne fired because of what happened is wildly inaccurate. I cared very much for my friendship with Yvonne. Some people in the house and I had really deep personal talks with Yvonne, and we all started to feel a lot better about her staying. She mentioned that it's hard for her to imagine a world without being in the house, but also shared her goals to take League and streaming more seriously, and she was very adamant about wanting to help Offline TV go to the next level, just not with management. As much as I wanted Offline TV to run as efficiently as possible, it was also equally hard for me to imagine the house without Yvonne, so naturally I want things to work out. We all started to feel a lot better, and she started showing more effort, but we still decided to look for more help because it's something we wanted anyway. If we found someone good, we would have them live in the house and use Yvonne's room. Because she had now started to consider the option of moving in with other League streamers, as she wanted to take her League career more seriously. The idea moving forward was to hire someone to do general manager tasks. We did end up hiring someone, but they became me and Yvonne's personal assistant, basically. While Yvonne transitioned mostly to developing the Offline TV merch and doing small managerial stuff while focusing on her League of Legends ambitions. Both things she was very passionate about. I had a meeting with Yvonne, and she agreed to moving out, but continuing to manage for Offline TV would work for both her and Offline TV. Everyone wins, right? Then we have images that weren't linked in an imager. Is there no way for me to right-click open these? Had a long talk with Yvonne. Fuck. Also had dinner with Michael. Wait, how do I like move this around? Okay, whatever. Had a long talk with Yvonne. Also had dinner with Michael. Update me. I made a big decision as well. He wants to see/help offline TV succeed and wants to move in at some point. He's down. Whoa, for real? Yvonne wants to move out, still manage offline TV, and still stream and league. Question. Yvonne wants to move out, still manage offline TV, and still stream and league. I don't get that. Best of all worlds wasn't an option as far as I know. LOL. You want to call for a sec? You free? What do you think? I'm okay with that, sort of. I don't know, it deserves me the wrong way. She got lazy, so she's going to move out and just take care of the TV stuff she wants to do. LOL. It's like we're working around her. Yikes. That's a perspective I didn't see. I hear ya. For me, it's like, okay, but let's look for better people. If a biz dev comes in and wants to do what Yvonne does on top of everything else, I'm going to say yes, that's my ideal. Hard agree. I'm not going to say no to that setup, though, and I think that can be the transitional stage. Damn. So, assuming that Fed's narrative is true so far, and these messages are pretty incriminating. Pokey is basically shit-talking Yvonne behind the scenes, talking to Fed about how lazy she is, and then eventually this situation comes up, and Pokey's like, listen, guys, the only reason why we kicked Yvonne out is because Fed made us. Damn. We're on levels of ruthlessness previously unheard of, okay? We are at the 10th circle of ruthless hell right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was the plan, but it didn't come to fruition. After Japan and losing Albert, a lot of things changed, and we both, Yvonne, hold on, I'm sorry, someone in chat said, is there any proof that Fed didn't shit talk Yvonne first, though? I actually don't remember. It doesn't matter. It seems like in this, it seems like in this thing, Fed is actually happy. It feels like reading these messages. Now, it is possible that Fed screen capped the perfect part of this message to just showcase this, but it's highly unlikely. It seems really unlikely. Pokey could release more context around this, it changes it. But it seems like Fed is happy that Yvonne is going to do this. That's what it feels like. And Pokey doesn't like it because she doesn't really like, it seems like Pokey doesn't want Yvonne to be, from Pokey's perspective here is, Yvonne is trying to have her cake and eat it too. Yvonne can either live in the house and do her work like she's supposed to, not be lazy, or she can go leave and be a content creator and fuck off. Fed seems happy that they reached a compromise. Hey, she wants to move out, still manage offline TV, and stream and do league. And then Pokey's like, I don't know how I feel about that. And now Fed is like, I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, I guess I hear you.
On the ground?
Sure.
Yeah.
Fed seems like he was on board with what Yvonne said, and Pokey's pushing back, saying,
gotta move.
Fuck this lazy bitch, get her out.
Yeah, but that's just like,
Fed apparently didn't
once you
agree,
get
didn't
good
see
at
that way,
it,
but yeah.
you
so,
can get one hit in, and then you gotta move.
Pokey used the Fed situation, though. Damn. Oh my god. Hold on, I just want to give props for 1 second. There's a name for this. Disasters or like bad situations are like opportunities. Like truly Machiavellian people can see, like, if there is a bad situation,
Alright guys, I am gonna go hit the gym. If you've stuck with me throughout my Hades play today, I appreciate you. Damn, I did not realize that got to, oh shit, 8:43. That means that I've been streaming since 8 a.m. sharp. Look at that. Okay. I may or may not be back later. That's quite a bit of streaming for the day, but yeah. Take it easy, guys. Rip.